shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mic drop is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church to bring the faith. Overloads, no illusions, no hollow into bed. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, sharp and declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the mortal chemist dead on his growl, rips through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, shooting keeps the battle is right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I became the chaos of found to strong against the darkness, but in defense, he's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Now you're head to the beast that controls the door, sentinel of reason with the ball-crushing block. If his ball runs empty, the shadows will consume the world packs over. So read the command, don't deploy a call. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord.
All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. What is going on? Shout out to Lil Toes in the building. Loving the vibe of the music. We got a music video coming for it, so stay tuned for that. So yes, if you didn't catch it from the title or the thumbnail, today marks 6 months to the day that we lost Charlie Kirk. I mean, it was September the 10th, but you know, we have February only has 28 days, it's not a leap year. So yesterday to the date, today to the day. And I could think of no other thing that I would want to do, look back at some of the stuff that he has been doing. So I wasn't sure which way we want to go. So I pulled up the last full Prove Me Wrong event that he did, and we can go through that. But I will put up a poll on the landscape stream to see if you guys would rather just see this one through, or there's a different one that TPUSA put out that's like top 10 moments. Either way, I am down. Shout out to Vindoc. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Indeed, a big dilly to Charlie Kirk. Indeed, indeed. And remember, guys, if you are on the vertical stream and you don't want to be, you can click the description and the link to the landscape one will be over there. Again, that is where all the good polls are, but whatever floats your boat. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know. Let's go.
Question, we have a line forming here. If you disagree, you can go to the front of the line. Let me just say, this is a much bigger crowd than we'd get in Ann Arbor. Much bigger crowd. We don't like them over here, right? Great to be here, guys. Oh, actually, is the question line both sides? On this side, okay. Over there. Thank you, guys. We'll be here for a little bit, and thanks for being here, guys. You bet.
Hi, what's up, Charlie? My name is Roderick. And so for over 10 plus years, I identified as a gay man, and then I gave my life to Jesus and left the LGBTQ+ community. And my question to you is, what is your response to those who say that conservatives and God hates everyone in the LGBTQ+ community?
Well, I think it'd actually be better for you to respond to that because you've received that. You're no longer of that. Here's.
I was gonna say, it's just on its face, like that's just wrong and stupid. It's just wrong. That's not what it is, and it's a cop out that people who don't agree try to slander the argument and make you, oh well, you're just hateful. No. Nuh-uh.
The true but more provocative answer that your identity should not be in your sexual proclivity. It should actually be your identity is much greater than just what you do in the bedroom. Being gay is a behavior more than anything else. And
that I disagree with. I do think that while there are people who have situations that go on in their life and that leads them to being more interested in homosexuality, I do think by and large people are either born gay or straight.
You, I guess, are evidence, and I'd love to hear your story, that you could stop acting on that behavior. So tell the audience more about, you would identify as gay and as not. Tell us about that path and that journey, because I'm told that can never happen.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of people tell me that you are what you feel. You are your attractions, you know, you're quote unquote born with it, you know, there's just many reasons why you have same-sex attraction that will never leave you, and that is who you will always be. And I believe that lie for almost 10 plus years of my life. I slept with men.
But if it's a lie, then why is it that the overwhelming majority of people never, ever have an issue with whether or not they are interested in the other sex, or rather the same sex? But some people very clearly struggle with it.
Many times, watch a lot of porn, dwelt in a lot of sexual sin, and just gave my body up because that's what I thought love was.
Right. So maybe the activity specifically that you were engaging in was bad for your mental health, but not that it was with a man. If you were having more healthy, at least according to a secular perspective, if you were having more healthy relationships with people and they just happened to be men, I don't think that you would have, hit this rock bottom. But I mean, hey, if you're happy, then I'm happy.
And that's what I thought it looked like until I met Jesus. And he helped me to see that I was never meant to identify as a gay man, but I was always meant to be a son of his, and have a new identity and a new life in him. And I walked away from that lifestyle for over 5+ years now, and I have never looked back because Jesus is way better than the sexuality that I was partaking in.
Praise God.
He's like, I never look back.
Are you happier and more joyful that you're no longer participating in a homosexual lifestyle?
Oh, 100%. Like before I met Jesus, I was filled with so much depression, anxiety. I wanted to kill.
Right. So this is another instance of correlation. So some of you might remember there was a time that Papa Lutch was talking about one of the clients at Safe and Gentle. We have a laser tattoo removal company that we started. And there's this guy who was, real down bad, doing drugs, doing this, doing all that. And he turned his life over to Jesus and, everything got so much better. And so my dad's like, you should have him on the channel. I'm like, why the fuck would I want to do that? Why would I want to do that? Leave the man alone. I happen not to believe in the things that he believes in, but if believing in them is keeping him out of jail and off of drugs, then why would I want to stop that? And so I think there's a little bit of that's swept under the rug when we talk about the correlation between, I was doing all of these bad things before, and now I'm living a better life. It's like, well, maybe God and religion specifically is a part of that. But even without God, if you're doing a bunch of degenerate shit and then you stop doing a bunch of degenerate shit, you're also going to be happier. Shout out to Ryan. Welcome. That hairline. Oh, man. Yeah, it's like this goes. Sometimes I'll see a hairline and yikes.
Myself multiple days of the week, but Jesus came and healed all the brokenness inside of me.
Jesus
and
came.
I love being a son of his rather than identifying as a gay man.
Well, and so To answer your question, there is not hatred. There is still what we have as conservatives and Christians is a simple understanding that God has a certain sexual ethic that we should try to abide by. Everybody has temptations that you have. They have proclivities that you have. Some people are more likely to gamble. Some people are more likely to be compulsive liars. You don't have to act on those temptations. I am curious though, like, so in your own sexuality right now.
So based on that, I would be interested to no. Oh, you're talking about Charlie's? Yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine. Let's keep it respectful, but I mean, yeesh. But what was the other thing I was going to say?
Temptations.
Oh yeah. So I would ask Charlie, if he were still here, if he thought that the mindset of being gay and enacting gay activities would be the same thing as when I was a drug addict and doing drugs. Like, would he put those in the same category? Because I never felt any internal pull to start doing drugs. Like, I had other shit going on in my life that I definitely wasn't happy, but I never had any pull to that. And so, yes, I can decide to not do drugs anymore because that's not something immutable to me. But if gayness is, which I really don't know, then I don't know if that's the same thing. Shout out to Lone Wolf and Cub. Welcome. Bad boys. What you gonna do? Welcome. Do hit that poll. I'm gonna keep it up for a little because this is the one that we're watching is the most recent event. But we could switch over to the top 10 if you like.
Some people are more likely to be compulsive liars. You don't have to act on those temptations. I am curious though, like, so in your own sexuality right now, do you still feel attracted to men? And I'm asking because just because you feel an attraction doesn't mean you need to act on it. Is that correct?
Yeah. So yes, I would.
So you're still gay. You're just celibate. Got it.
Say that I still do have attractions towards men. It's not as much as it used.
Exactly. So this is an innate biological pull that he has. And fine, if if they're in his life specifically, if there's an overlap between engaging in gay activities and depression and degeneracy and all those things, then I also think that he should not be doing those things. But let's call it a buck. He's just a gay guy that's not fucking. He's just a gay guy that stopped fucking and started going to church instead. Shout out to the Viewerski. Welcome. Anyone likes men with money? Oh. You know, whatever floats your boat. Welcome, sir.
I would say that I still do have attractions towards men. It's not as much as it used to be 5 years ago, but I've learned that it's not really about whether or not I have attractions towards men still. It's more so about whether I have a relationship with Jesus, which I do, and that relationship with him far exceeds any attractions that I acted on in the past. And my life with him is so much better. And just because you become a Christian, leaving the LGBTQ+ community, that doesn't mean that your same-sex attractions will go away, but it does mean that you will have a God who loves you, who will walk with you, and who will give you eternal life through him.
And
shout out to Dylan. So the only man inside him is Jesus. Fair enough. I'm just saying that's why I had the question about the addiction, because yes, I still do. I don't still feel the pull to go and do those things. As much as I miss the experience of being high, I don't feel like if you gave me, like if you said actually, I was going to say, if you say my neighbor had some and was going to give it away for free, would I do? Okay, maybe I would. But, like if I found out that there was a guy down the street who was charging normal prices better than ever I had before, then, I just that's not what I'm into anymore. Versus we see this guy saying that, well, I still think about man's dicks and shit, but Jesus makes me not do it. It's like, well, then you still, it shows that the default for your biology is to be attracted to other dudes. Shout out to Jay. Welcome. JC will not stimulate the prostate. Yeah. Ooh. Yikes. I've never had any kind of penetration on that. Like, leave my butthole alone, please. Leave my butthole alone. Welcome. We also got equality and deference because vagina over on Rumble, along with Guantech here on YouTube. Both saying liked and shared. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff helps so very, very much. It's free, it's easy, it takes just a second, and it doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you shared. Just by you telling YouTube, Twitch, or Rumble that you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Welcome. And RIP to Charlie Kirk. And oh my goodness, thank you to Equality. Said dilly, rest in peace. Oh, he's down here already. He's sleepy? The weather's been warm, so we've been taking more walks. Eat it, motherfucker. There we go. Thank you. Oh, where are we? Sorry, birdies. I'm trying to get them. I'm mirrored. There we go. Thank you so very, very much. Starting us off on that swole goal. Very much appreciated. And of course, rest in peace, Charlie. Thank you so very, very much. Before we hop back in, Jay said, how do you know if you're at a gay picnic? Shitty hot dogs. Ugh. Thank you, Equality. Let's dive back in.
You will have a God who loves you, who will walk with you, and who will give you eternal life through him.
And let me just say one other thing, very important thing. We want people to be free from sin, because sin means suffering. And then when you are captive to sin, for example, I, like many men in this audience, struggled with pornography, 10 years ago, whatever. Getting through that. We all have something we struggle with. You should never affirm the struggle. You should try to break free of the struggle, and only Christ Jesus is able to do that. Thank you so much for your time today.
Can I get
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Yes, let's go.
Thank you.
All right. So again, guys, I do have. All right, I'm gonna let. If we get to 6 straight. Whoa, what is this? Where are we? That's weird. There we go. If we get six votes for Charlie's top 10, then we'll switch over. But I do want to give you people coming in an opportunity to see what is good. And oh my goodness, shout out to Viewerski saying Hillmore, no, Hail Morty. Thank you so very, very much with the $10 PayPal. Where's my applause? Where's my applause? Thank you so very, very much. Yummy. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very much appreciated, gentlemen. Thank you. Let's dive back in.
So nervous. Sorry, it's first time. A little nervous. All right, so I have a friend named Thomas Sheedy. He is the founder of an organization called Atheists for Liberty.
Let's go, Atheists for Liberty. Let's fucking go. Even though I personally have decided to stop using the title of atheist because of the fact that it comes with too much baggage. I am a paying member of Atheists for Liberty, and Thomas Sheedy is another one of those people who has been on the platform. If you are interested in what kind of stuff a leader of Atheists for Liberty, the based atheists, as we say, would like to say, check that out. Shout out to Thomas Sheedy.
Thomas Sheedy, he is the founder of an organization called Atheists for Liberty. He is openly conservative, but he's mostly interested in atheist activism and normalizing atheism in all sects, including the conservative movement. He seems to be under the impression that a lot of conservatives, including you, are more hesitant to work with atheist organizations. Is there any truth to that?
Yes and no. I mean, if you're an atheist and you want to be part of the conservative movement, go ahead. But you must.
Go ahead. Whatever. There's a million bajillion people who want to steal your vote for the demonic Democrats. But whatever.
Be an honest atheist and acknowledge that morality is definitionally subjective without a belief in God.
Yep. Also, with a belief in God. It's only the knowledge of God that makes it objective.
You
can actually wait. No. I always make this mistake. You can have objective just means from an objective standard, meaning that it's not based on feelings. So if you have a standard that isn't God but is objective and always works the way it works, regardless of the situation, that is also objective. It may not be absolute; it can be flawed. And so, like personally, I use the basis of Aristotle and his virtue ethics. That is, those are ideas that are set in stone. Whether they are right, whether they are wrong, whether they apply to every situation, whether they're better or worse than Christian values is a whole other discussion. But exactly, agnostic free thinker. I go with agnostic non-theist just to kind of poke the bear a little bit without taking on all the weight. But exactly. He knew Erica and the Juice Mafia was going to take him out. Uh-oh, the conspiracy theories are coming out. I really don't know what to think about all of that. If you guys know Jesse on Fire, He used to be a MMA YouTuber, and sorry, I'm just trying to get this banner. He got into other stuff and has been talking about the Charlie Kirk thing, and specifically what Candace Owens has been saying. And we started around the same time. His channel's a lot bigger than mine now, but I'm trying to get him on and see what exactly is going on. Should we believe what Candace is saying? I don't know. Before we dive back in, Equality said morality is subjective, even if it is dependent on God's mind. Bingo. Also, even if one granted magic God ethics as being objective, humans still subjectively understand and apply it. Bingo. Yup. But, Christians don't like the truth too much. All right, so I see 7 votes for Charlie's Top 10, so I do want to hear our boy from Atheist for Liberty here, and then we'll switch over to the top 10 moments of Charlie Kirk, R.I.P. Shout out to Jennifer. Welcome to the party. Let's do it.
Morality is movement. Go ahead, but you must be an honest atheist and acknowledge that morality is definitionally subjective without a belief in God. That you cannot be an atheist and believe in objective morality. It is an impossibility. And true atheists will acknowledge this. At some point, you have an ought claim. Well, things ought to be a certain way. We as Christians, or we that believe in the divine, we have is claims that murder is wrong. Whereas an atheist will say, well, murder ought to be wrong, because you can't have an objective definition if there is not a divine eternal power over you.
Right. And so even in that situation, what the Christian is saying is what the Christian is saying is murder is wrong because God thinks it's wrong. That's still a subjective aspect. And so if God's preferences are unchanging, then okay, fair. That is objective, but it is not absolute. And they like to switch that around. Shout out to Angry Amputee. Always will be missed. Yep, you got it, Equality. You got it. Welcome. Let's dive back in. This guy is from Atheist for Liberty.
So look, if an atheist wants to fight alongside of us to end abortion or to try and end the massacring of our kids, that's called gender affirming care. Or if an atheist wants to march alongside of us to say no men and female sports, they're more than welcome to be able to do that.
All right, clip it, guys. Charlie Kirk. Said I'm part of the club.
But Atheist for Liberty is an interesting phrase, because I don't believe you can have liberty without God, because liberty is not man's idea, it is God's idea. That's just my own personal belief, and it's also the belief of everything that built this nation. But yes, I know a lot of good atheists. The question, though, is how do you know they're good? It's because you're appealing to a moral authority above just the secular material realm, one that is transcendent, we would believe, given by God.
Well, I don't believe in objective morality. I do know there are plenty of atheists who are moral objectivists.
Are you an atheist? Sorry to interrupt. But...
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. So can I ask you a question? And I know this is your first time at the mic, so I'm just going to try to be tender in doing this.
Okay, appreciate that.
So you don't believe in objective morality, right?
I personally don't.
Okay. Was the Holocaust objectively wrong?
And so you could say, he's going to go down the Andrew Wilson route. And just because I can't say that it's objectively wrong based on an absolute authority, that doesn't mean I can't say it's wrong. Jared said it's absolute for us believers because we're younger than God. So there is obviously the understanding that you believe it is absolute. The issue that I have is that, okay, I'm willing. If we have an absolute morality, then any kind of question on what's right or wrong goes out the window. It's just whatever God says. But we have to prove that God actually exists. And so when that can't be done, then they revert back to, well, how do you know that these things are wrong? Because God told me they're wrong, so how did you come up with it? And my God is absolute, but your reasons are not.
Even objective morality, right?
I personally don't.
Okay. Was the Holocaust objectively wrong?
Objectively, no, but it'd been better if it didn't happen, because most people wouldn't want that to happen.
So that's
real quick. Speaking of, I just watched this movie from I think it was last fall, with Kurt Russell being the second in charge Nazi guy going through his Nuremberg trial. I mean, Hollywood, it's a Hollywood Nazi film, so obviously it's going to be framed that way. But the most sympathetic I've ever seen a Nazi portrayed on film. Very interesting. It's on Netflix now, in Nuremberg. Check it out. Yep, that's what I got. I mean, I'm willing to believe, but
happen because most people wouldn't want that to happen.
So that's where we are on different planets. And that's okay. I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm trying to be graceful in the way that we're going about this. Do you think Hitler was objectively evil?
No, because it's subjective.
And so this is a cop out. This is an emotional argument. But you don't think? Yeah, equality was Russell Crowe. What did I say? Did I say Russell Brand? Whatever. Yes, Russell Crowe. But like, oh, you don't think it was objectively wrong? No, but I don't think it was any more right than you do. It's a semantic game. This guy is not saying that the Holocaust was good. He's just saying based on how philosophically, and Charlie knows this. So a little bit underhanded.
Was objectively evil?
No, because it's subjective.
But I just hope all of you guys understand he's being an honest atheist to your credit, because
how would you know that? I really don't want to do a whole fucking religious thing tonight, but I mean, it comes up. But again, you would have to know about how would you determine that this is the truth about your God without being able to understand that God? It all makes sense. Glumsix said, I was checking out some new towns to buy a house in soon. One of them, I saw a guy drive by with a car decked out in RIP Charlie decals. Both me and the wife agreed that town was probably the one. There you go. That is not true. I give the same answer anytime anyone asks. I don't know, but if a God exists, he would. That is the answer I will give till the end of time. Oh, not Kurt Russell, Russell Crowe. Yeah, in Nuremberg. I don't know. I'm not God. As you are all saying, that is beyond what I could understand. So I don't know. I'm just a lowly human. But if there's a God, then God understands what would convince me and has chosen not to bestow that upon me.
All of you guys understand he's being an honest atheist to your credit, because as an atheist, you're not allowed to say anything is objectively right or wrong.
Shout out to Jay Stan. Exactly. Even if God grounded morals, God grounded morals, that is subjective also. Yep. Some people get it. Some people don't.
I come from a worldview that when you butcher 6 million people, that is objectively wrong, no matter what. And it's very important. It's a very important truth claim, because when you do not have objective truth anchoring your society, then it becomes a power struggle. If you do not have truth, then power will reign. Whoever can get the most amount of power then ends up having the most amount of say over society. We believe what is objectively right, true, good, and beautiful.
I don't know. What do you think is the most powerful thing in the universe?
Should be transcendent over society. Your thoughts?
So do you believe objective morality specifically comes from the Bible?
Yes and no. It's in nature, and the Bible explains nature. So objective morality can be discovered in many different cultures and societies, pointing towards what we believe is the ultimate objective truth, Jesus Christ. C.S. Lewis explained this the best in his book, Abolition of Man, which is that almost every religion talks about a certain way to live, a Tao or a path that we should be on. And so more simply than just the Bible, we believe in what the founders believed, which is an ethical monotheism, that there is one God. He has a general way that he wants you to live. For example, murdering is bad, kidnapping is wrong, defense of the innocent, and we should do our best to try to live alongside of that path.
Okay, well, I think those are very interesting examples. You bring up the founders, you bring up Hitler, but Hitler was a self-proclaimed Catholic, and he called Nazism a Christian movement.
Okay, what would convince you that my backyard has a horse in it? From me sitting in my chair, what would convince you without me having to get up that there's a horse in my backyard? If I got up, obviously I could show you, but are you sure that there's no horse in my backyard without me getting up? You don't know. But if I have the horse, I could prove it.
Yeah, I would be careful saying that. He was not. That's okay.
He called himself a
could be AI.
Catholic. He specifically said in 1927, our movement is Christian. They had on the belt buckles God on our side.
Oh, okay, so then answer it.
Yeah,
they swear to the Almighty God. Atheists were not trusted to be in the SS.
Even if I grant you that, despite the fact that he killed a lot of pastors and priests, and there, of course, you can pervert things in the name of God. No one denounces that. Just as a side note, though, far more people died under the banner of atheism than Christianity in the 20th century. Mao was an atheist. Stalin was an atheist. Pol Pot was an atheist. Believing in no God actually led to the destruction and the murder of well over 100 million people. And that's fine. So Again, if
Like I said, this is this is the kind of stuff where I was never impressed by Kirk. Follow the logic. All power comes from God. Hitler's power, therefore, came from God, with God knowing what Adolf would do. So how is God good? I'm just saying it's not as simple as you guys try to make it seem just because it hasn't been challenged in the way that you haven't heard it before.
atheists want to come alongside us as conservatives and fight for what is good, that is great. But I will never acknowledge that atheists can tell me what is a
How can I pet a horse in my backyard without getting up from my chair? I mean, obviously, there's not going to be a one-to-one analogy with God. The point is that you not having enough information to know what would prove to you that fire is actually magic. What would prove to you that computers are sentient? The point is that it's a question that is beyond my knowledge, so my inability to answer it has no bearing on the truth of the answer.
objectively good. They can only give me a preference. They cannot tell me what is right. And preferences eventually will lead you towards moral and societal decline.
Okay, so
Unless they're Christian principles, right?
I think you just listed a bunch of communists, and it's worth acknowledging the vast majority of atheists are not communists, just like the vast majority.
Bro, one time I almost burnt down a whole fucking forest because I used to be a little pyro, bro.
Christians are not theocrats who don't support the divine right. It's also worth acknowledging that the founders were actually inspired by Enlightenment values, not by the Bible. America was founded as a secular nation. We were the first quote-unquote godless
I did
constitution.
say that. Run it back. I said that.
Yeah, again, I've done this so many times, so I don't know if we want to waste our time.
But again, even if it's not there's obviously, because again, that's not not an unfalsifiable claim that there's a horse in my backyard, and also we know horses exist, so that already is not a perfect analogy. I'm just saying that's why I'm bringing up other examples like the fire, like your inability to know how you can be changed to the right answer doesn't mean that the answer that you believe now is the correct one. What would convince you that I could go with all these things that you don't know, but then it would happen and you'd be like, oh, now I'm convinced. Did you know what you were looking for before you were convinced by everything that has ever changed your mind? Or has somebody been talking to you and something just came up and you're like, oh, okay, that's a good point. I never thought of that. Something like that. That's all that I don't know, but God does. If he exists, that's all that means.
Doing this, but 55 out of 56 of the signers of the Declaration were Bible-believing, church-attending Christians. 9 out of 13 of the states at the time of ratification required a declaration of faith in order for you to serve in the states. Our birth certificate, which is the Mayflower Compact, said explicitly, we are here to spread Christianity throughout the land. It was the first great revival that led to the American Revolution of Jonathan Edwards and Jonathan Mayhew and George Whitefield that preached all across the eastern seaboard. John Adams famously said, the Constitution is written solely for a moral and religious people. It's wholly inadequate for the people of any other. We were a Christian nation that was able to embrace the idea of a free society. God is mentioned 4 times in the Declaration of Independence. Not only that, Jesus Christ is mentioned in the Declaration of Independence, where it says we.
All right, well, he's rattling on. I just wanted to address this. Shout out again to the pit. Oh my God, those firework injuries are no joke. No joke. And so Jenner says, I don't have to wonder. Jesus revealed himself to me. I am very lucky. I know. I can't put faith in others, though. We all have to go through our own journey. And that's totally fair. I am in no way looking to say that you are wrong or your positions are untenable. I don't believe that that's what happened. I believe that you had an experience that you believe is Jesus revealing himself to you. But that's, that we can agree to disagree. All right, so you guys, we wanted to go to the top 10. Let's go to the top 10. Best top 10 Charlie Kirk moment.
My name's Erin. I'm a really big fan, and I'm really excited to see both.
Nipples! Wait, real quick. How is it that every sitcom or TV show in general in the 90s and early 2000s all had scenes like this where it just be nipples popping out? And now that just doesn't happen. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just asking why that was a thing. Like, why? It's very, very odd. Anyway, what did she say?
Hi. Oh, my name's Erin. I'm a really big fan, and I'm really excited to see both of you. I'm a little stressed because I feel like I could ask about, gun violence. I could ask about anti-Semitism on campus, but I feel like with an opportunity like this, I would really appreciate some personal advice. I'm here at the University of Pittsburgh as a social work major, and I'm really passionate about it. However, I have found that I'm leaning a little bit more Republican, and I feel like I come at a standstill with that. And I really just want to get your advice moving forward for myself. There's some obvious things I think you can think that would conflict, obviously.
Am I the only one who prefers like a smaller natural tit to a bigger fake tit? That's going to a poll. That's going to a poll.
Things I think you can think that would conflict, obviously. I guess that's kind of my question. What advice do you have for me as a Republican aspiring social worker?
What would conflict?
Oh,
I don't know, like,
shout
how
out
to
to
say it
Vivek.
properly.
Shout out to Vivek. Ramaswamy.
I think I can help. The social work industry is very much about a perspective generally of that people in poverty are there permanently and not trying to break people out of poverty into the middle class or higher levels.
Right.
And that's why the Democrat Party and social work are very intertwined.
Right, exactly.
They view poverty not as a series of choices, but as a station in life that is immovable largely.
Right.
Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say. That's why my personal focus is on the children in underprivileged communities, because I personally feel like they don't choose to be put in that position. But I'm having a little bit of a difficult time empathizing with the older generation of underprivileged, and not in every community, but I don't.
We're supposed to pause there, like.
I don't know how to not sound bad. I know you are great at not sounding bad when you say stuff, but I don't want to say something that'll get me in trouble.
Shout out to Jason. Welcome to the party.
Well, here's one way to look at it. And Charlie, that was helpful, actually. The Great Society from Lyndon Johnson. It was a series of policies that were designed to help underprivileged communities.
Right.
They hurt the very people they were supposed to help.
How?
Well, the reality is it created dependence on government. So you have a lot of single mothers, for example, that are paid more money.
Daddy government. Shout out to Aaron. It is the 6-month anniversary of us losing our boy, Charlie Kirk. So I figured, let's keep his name alive and check out his life. Welcome.
The reality is it created dependence on government. So you have a lot of single mothers, for example, that are paid more money not to have a man in the house than to have a man in the house because of the way the math of these aid programs
What do you
work.
mean?
Well, often the way the math of the aid is calculated is if you have an earning husband in the household, that actually causes you to disqualify for forms of federal aid that were designed to help you.
Right.
But actually, the best way to get kids in your own household ahead is in a 2-parent household, because if you're raised in a 2-parent household, you're less likely to end up in jail, less likely to end up in poverty, more likely to graduate from high school.
Did she say she was a single mom? I was, for some reason, a little distracted.
So one of the ways that, if you're asking for
Right?
advice,
That's what I'm saying. Like, what? I understand the bio, but like, what are you? Whatever. I could go on for a fucking minute, but let's stay on topic and respect the Christian Charlie Kirk.
poverty, more likely to graduate from high school.
How are you going to start up top 10 Charlie Kirk moments with Vivek Ramaswamy? I mean, no shade, but come on.
So one of the ways that, if you're asking for advice, I would say for the people around you, even who might lean left, you can recognize their intentions come from a good place.
Absolutely.
But the policies of their leaders have actually betrayed the very people they were supposed to help. And you can let them know, because I believe this is genuinely true. Not just the Republican Party, but our conservative movement. We care.
Look at the chat on the bottom. Twitch let it through, but YouTube did not.
About lifting people up from poverty. We just care about actually doing it rather than talking about it.
And
That's what I would say.
the other thing I'll say is that we as conservatives believe that if you're in poverty, it's largely because of values, not because of lack of stuff.
Like what values?
Not saving money. Spending all of your money in your paycheck as you get it.
Right, that I'm entitled to because I have X amount of dollars that I can spend X amount of dollars, and if I go into debt, well, that's society's fault.
For example, abandoning your spouse after impregnating you, not spending all of your money on alcohol and drugs, and instead opening a 401k. So values are the #1 predictor of entering the middle class. And there's a great book called Life at the Bottom. You should read it, by Theodore Dalrymple, who's a social worker in the United Kingdom. It's called Life at the Bottom, where he got into social work because he wanted to help people. And he realized it was not a lack of stuff. It wasn't lack of housing, lack of food stamps. It was that their value system was one that kept them poor. So yeah, really quick, then I want to get to the next
I'm
question.
just struggling because in all of my social work classes right now, they're talking about all of those things. And
They're wrong.
And I was just gonna say, I've been the algorithm on TikTok has shown me that there's a lot of black people who are waking up to the issues of the Democrat, not just the Democrat Party specifically, but the messaging on black people. The whole "if you don't vote for me, you ain't black." That they're starting to see. Oh, we're just pawns, and I think that is very important. Shout out to Angry Amputee. Said Morty put me in debt. Don't go into debt, guys. But he does need food. He does need food. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. And of course, a treat for the Overlord. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much adding to the stream goal. Remember, guys, it's not just $1 amount. We 15 super chats or any kind of donuts in total will count. So don't go broke. Thank you so very, very much. Aaron said, both my baby mamas left me after having my babies. Oh, women. All right. Shout out to George. Said it's almost always drugs that keep people poor and homeless. I disagree. I think that there is a correlation, but I would think that which keeps people poor and homeless is also which keeps people on drugs. I think it's the other way around. Because, again, I was just talking about how I used to be a drug addict, and I was, I was not doing great, but it was a confluence of a bunch of other things going off, in my life. So it's definitely a lot of connectivity, but I don't know if we could pinpoint it to that one. Shout out to Box in the building. Welcome. It just showed up. So Charlie is sitting on a stool under a hut, and it put a pit in my stomach. I'm sorry, brother, but 6 months we will never forget. Welcome. Amazing that the party of slavery, anti-civil rights, and the KKK couldn't get in black votes to vote for them. Well, no, I think it's amazing that the party of anti-civil rights and the KKK could get black people to vote for them for so long. Right, that's the crazy part. Black concerning now, fair enough. Nah, I'm good. Let's dive back in.
Because in all of my social work classes right now, they're talking about all of those things. And
they're wrong.
So what do I do? I'm trying to learn about what I want to do.
You just learn that they want you to know that, pass the class, and understand that you were taught a bunch of bullshit. And not even just throw it away, but understand why it was wrong.
I think you need to stay in social work because you're called to do it. But there's an amazing amount of literature from Thomas Sowell to Shelby Steele to Theodore Dalrymple that get down to actual root causes of poverty, which is not lack of stuff, but is worldview. And I think that'd be super helpful.
Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Trump 2024.
Yes, that you want to have.
Let's go. And it really does come down to what's called locus of control. We have what's called if you have an internal locus of control, then it means your mindset is typically going to be the things that happen, I have control over it. So if something goes wrong, then I have at least some control versus where, and therefore accountability versus the external locus of control means that, the world is just happening to me and I can't help it. And poor me. Leave I'm gonna call you Lee. Lee said, I'm a Democrat. Welcome. We got a couple of those in here. Vivek was deported. What you talk about, Willis? He said social work pays nothing and you do so much BS paperwork. Yeah, I was potentially going to go into that, because I went to school for psychology and I was going to go there, and then I realized it's just not right. It's just not right. Gondik said, learn the rules so you can know what rules are worth breaking to succeed even more. Bingo. Exactly. And we got more God's Hammer over on Rumble. Welcome to the party again. Said, liked, and shared. Very, very much appreciated. Again, that stuff is free. It's easy. It helps out so much. It does not even matter. If you think anybody's going to click on the link, just blast it out there, and they will show it to more people. Before we dive back in, 100% of you, 100% of you said a full B cup is better than fake double Ds. Agreed. All right.
That's great. Thank you. According to the way that the asylum laws
Number
are
9.
The entire nation of Mexico applies under asylum. Do you think that you have a right to immigrate to America? Is diversity and inclusion really an American ideal?
I knew
Are you okay with deporting every illegal person that's here? Do you think that the American government should first have an obligation to citizens before foreigners? Nobody is asking these questions. We're just saying, if you want to come in, you can come in. Do you see anything wrong with, I don't know, taking in 5% of the population of Haiti? If someone comes into your dorm room uninvited and they do the dishes and laundry, they can say,
Boobs.
okay?
If I'm not gonna do my own dishes, heck yeah. Hi. All right.
Hello.
Oh, we get a full trailer for this one.
Hi.
Okay.
I'm gonna start off by saying I'm a political science student. I'm a second year here at K-State, and I'm a first generation student.
Try to turn it up a
little bit.
Yeah, perfect. Great. Thank you. And what's your name again?
Alondra.
Nice to meet
Alvarez. Yeah. So I just had a question because you talk a lot about like protecting and securing our southern borders. But as
Well, not the fake ones. Not the fake ones. That's how you know they're fake, because they're old. They're 60 years old and they're still up here. I'll take a little bit of sag over very clearly. That ain't it, Lee. We can, we can make little jokes, but if you're gonna be outwardly disrespectful, like, come on, it's always the Democrats. It's always the Democrats.
I had a question because you talk a lot about like protecting and securing our southern borders. But
Exactly,
as the
Aaron.
granddaughter of immigrants, I think that we get into a lot of complicated disputes with the idea that immigrants are criminals or drug dealers and things like that. So I just want to hear what your opinion is on
No.
those.
Illegal immigrants can be those things because we don't know who they are. Immigrants who are vetted, like my parents and her grandparents, we know are not those things because they were vetted.
Expectations or those what do you call it, those stereotypes that are put on Hispanic communities, Latino communities, and how they change the way people perceive immigration.
Latinos have got to be so fucking happy with the Somali shit. They're like, Nick Shirley, let's go. Oh yes, now immigration's about them and not us.
Sure. So thank you for the question. So you said you're the first generation
Yes,
student
I am.
or first generation American?
I'm a first generation student.
Cool, great. Second generation American? Did I hear that right? Or-
Third generation
Cool.
American on my mom's side.
Great.
Second on my dad's.
When your grandparents then, is that right, came
Yes.
to this country, did they do so through the legal process that was in front of them?
So my father got
Maybe.
married to my mother. So he's a legal resident of the United States. She's been here her entire life.
But did she enter legally?
She did.
Okay.
She's born here. Yeah.
Got it.
My grandpa on my dad's side entered in illegally.
Okay. So I'm not here to like insult your grandpa, right? But
Yeah.
but we must be very clear that the type of immigration that we support is when you follow our rules and you come on our terms, and that you do not.
I mean, the other one was, she wasn't like a model, but I mean, I wouldn't kick that one out of bed. This looks like the girl. Oh, see, this is, I hate that you guys don't use TikTok. There's a trend. There's a video that's viral as fuck right now. This mid-ass normie looking kind of chubby Indian girl is taking a video in her car. And it's like, I think this guy that I'm dating, like, I think I might be the first baddie that he's ever been with because he can't handle it. Like, that's essentially the whole video. And everybody's like, honey, oh, honey, no. But yeah, the other one was all right.
Support is when you follow our rules and you come on our terms, and that you do not break into a country uninvited and you try to cut.
Can I add something to that? The reason why he left, and a lot of people in Mexico do, is because of the political state, especially in the 70s and 80s, when they decided to move. They have a government that isn't supportive of their constituents, and because of drug problems, their only choice was to move.
Yeah, I totally sympathize. That's not true. It's never the only choice to commit a crime, and we should not put up with it. And so it is an insult to other immigrants from Vietnam and Laos and Pakistan that have to wait decades in line to morally equivalate people that come in and just break in. Oh, I have an unstable country. Like half of the world's countries are unstable.
Yeah, but that's why we have the asylum seekers program,
which is heavily abused. And we're talking two different things. Asylum seekers and walking into the country illegally are
Only the absolute best social media platform in existence, but you wouldn't know that.
similar but different things. Right. And so so we have millions of gotaways of people that we have no idea who they are. They're not declaring asylum. They just run across the border.
well, because they
Yep, and this should show you. CRXR is saying when someone breaks into your house, you don't say, "Hey, come on, sit down. I'll make you some dinner." And they obviously understand that. But this shows how strong the propaganda is that they can twist such a basic notion to oh no, well we just have to be nice to them because reasons. Like what? Why? Well, because it would be mean. Like, shut up.
are similar but different things, right? And so we have millions of gotaways of people that we have no idea who they are. They're not declaring asylum. They just run across the border.
Well, because they can't. The system doesn't allow other people to, from Mexico specifically, to assign themselves
who they are the last couple of years. So look, we just have to be very clear with this: is that if you come into the country uninvited, you have committed a crime and you are a criminal. And we could decide that we're not going to enforce our laws, or we can say that when you are a criminal, you should then be punished for that crime, aka sent back to your country of origin.
Interesting, Box. So again, CRXR said when someone breaks into your house, you don't say, hey, come in and sit down and we'll make you some dinner. And Box says sometimes people come into your house out of a great reasonable fear not to cause harm. You have to be able to tell the difference. No, the fuck I don't. Get out of my house. I never agreed to let anybody take haven from anything in my home. So now, if someone comes and knocks on my door and said, hey, I'm trying to get away from something that will not put you in danger, can I hide out here? Then maybe we can have a conversation. But whatever reasonable fear they have, why would I want to bring that into my home? I'm in my home right now and there's no reasonable fear. Why would I invite that into my home? Right. So, okay. 10-year ago, 10-year ago. No, definitely not. Hell no. Hell no. Dad's graping her. Dad's beating her where she's like bloody. Maybe. But I'm not letting a 10-year-old girl into my house because she said her daddy's mean. What are you talking about, bro? Yeah, right. But he didn't. To be fair, he didn't say. He did say come into your house. He didn't say necessarily break in. But I assume, Box, that you're talking about the DoorDash driver, or at least thinking of the DoorDash driver who was running away from ICE and ran into those people's homes. And then the white people were like, oh my God, their fucking children were home. So I'm sure that DoorDash lady was, yeah, exactly. Exactly. You need to wait the fuck outside. And especially, Box, if you got guns, you can put them on the porch and you can be watching from the window. I absolutely. Fair enough. But again, the situation Box is pointing out is that that is a situation where you would be more likely. Because again, yes, if a little girl came up to my door and was like bleeding and shit, then yes, I would let her into my house. Let her into my home. But A, that's my choice. And B, that still is inviting whatever reasonable fear she has into my home. And again, I can make a decision to say, okay, because this 10-year-old girl is so helpless, then I'm willing to take that on. But that is absolutely not my responsibility. Hell no.
Oh,
Forget I have that button. Do you guys have any topics to link into? Also, you're trying to get me in trouble, brother. You're trying to get me in trouble. Quality said, also notice how these tender, loving, orgasmically empathetic Democrats don't want the sainted illegals in their neighborhoods. 2 buses of brown people freaked out the Martha's Vineyard people out. 50. Not 500. Not 5,000. 50. And it was the end of we don't have the space. Okay. Anyway.
And we could decide that we're not going to enforce our laws, or
nope. How am I to determine that he really needs help? Nope. I got the camera. I could talk to him from outside. Like, bro, what do you need? I'll call the cops. I'll tell them to come to come here. I'll record everything so that anything else happens. No, some 17-year-old kid is not coming into my home.
And you are a criminal. And we could decide that we're not going to enforce our laws, or we could say that when you are a criminal, you should then be punished for that crime, aka sent back to your country of origin, because you were not invited. And it is an insult, again, to the Poles and to the Czechoslovakians and from the Senegalese and people all across the world that don't have the proximity, the luxury just to waltz into America.
You call it a luxury to leave a country that has political tyranny and
when other people have it and you don't, then comparatively, yes, it's a luxury.
Come into a country with opportunity?
Yes, to live in Mexico, to be able to go 100 miles north and break into America. Do you know how many people in Pakistan would kill to be on that border?
That's why we bring them in.
Well, we shouldn't, right? That's the point. And secondly, do you think that...
What is an honor box store? I've never heard of that.
You have a right to immigrate to America?
I think that I didn't have a choice. My grandparents made that decision
Okay,
for
I mean,
me.
I'm not trying to attack your grandparents, but no one has a right to go to anybody else's country. You are invited. It is a privilege, not a right, to come into America.
So it's a privilege to live a life that requires
Yes.
you to have.
Yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. And thank you to all of the people who fought to be able to give me the privilege that I can sit in my chair and not worry about all the things that those people worry about. It absolutely is a privilege. But what does the left say? Privilege is invisible to those who experience it.
Have clean water, clean food, clean
Yes,
air.
of course it is.
And you have to fight for that?
Yes, it is not.
But we didn't.
Hold on a sec. Well,
Born here,
hold
we
on a
didn't
second.
fight for that?
Well, my ancestors did fight for that, actually, and I'm a very thankful recipient of many generations of Americans that fought for the greatest nation ever to
Like
exist.
what?
Exactly. Shout out to Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. CRXR said, without borders, we have no sovereignty. Without sovereignty, we have no control. Our country will become something else, something that the taxpayers don't agree with, perhaps. Yeah, I mean, and we're already on that road. And I'm not about it. Jason said, Democrats in Congress want to hide illegals in schools, hospitals, churches, and polling areas. To them, the ends justify the means. Box it is where you put things for sale into a box outside, and people come. I have heard of these. Yeah, that's cool. But like, you must live in an area where there's a lot of, wait for it, honor. Unfortunately, when you live among a bunch of thieves, what is the famous thing that thieves don't have? Honor. And so before Kirk died, I always kind of scoffed at him and considered him a prude. But now in hindsight, I see he was the spiritual leader we needed. Yep. And again, this is saying this as a non-believer. Is that I brought the Martha's Vineyard thing up to a friend of mine in Atlanta, and he told me they took the migrants in and didn't bust them right back out. Then what happened, bro? Then what happened, David's friend? Come on. Charlie Kirk was the voice of reason. When the voice of reason becomes the most opposed voice, you know that society is at its end. Indeed. Original Prop said, except this is what the country has been doing long before you were born. You kids are so over the top. What are we talking about? Anyway,
Recipient of many generations of Americans that fought for the greatest nation ever
By
to
doing
exist.
what? Coming here?
Well,
Illegally?
Wait, what did my
What?
ancestors do?
Like in
Coming
the
here
worst?
They
illegally.
came over here in 1620, fought in the Revolutionary War, fought in the Civil War, fought in
So
World War
because
I,
my grandpa
fought in
didn't
World War
come here in
II.
1620, it gives him no right to have
Well,
a good
no,
life.
he can fill out paperwork and wait in line like the rest of the world, and then we can see whether or not it's in our best interest to allow him to come in. And so we have
like I said, I'm trying to get Jesse on Fire on the channel. I gotta hit him up again. I forgot. But he's been going like on the deep dives with Candace, and he believes that I'm not exactly sure, but that Charlie might not be dead. I don't know, but I'm trying to get him on and explore that whole conspiracy. Because I mean, did we get any real information? And I mean, for a while, it was definitely like, oh, Erica Kirk is just, dealing with this and grieving and also trying to run a company. But she was also doing some weird shit too. So I don't know.
and then we can see whether or not it's in our best interest to allow him to come in. And so we have to weigh costs and benefits. I'm not saying we should have no immigrants, but immigration must be a net benefit for the American homeland and for the American citizen. We have brought in 10 million people in these last couple of years. We have now brought in 5% of the population of Haiti. Nobody is asking these questions. We're just saying, if you want to come in, you can come in. Do you see anything wrong with, taking in 5% of the population of Haiti?
Not necessarily, no. If we have the land.
Resources. Okay, we have the land specifically where like we won't run out of physical space. But as we can see, if you look, 10 years ahead of what this would bring, look in the UK, we don't have the resources for this. Morgan's Hammer said, Candace is crazy. Well, that's what I was thinking, but apparently he has a different way to see it, and I'm open to anybody's perspective. Just those evil-looking eyes. Jason said, I live in Massachusetts. They shipped the Martha's Vineyards immigrants out the next day, bro. Yep. Wait. It was the next day, or was it either way? Yeah, it was. They did not last long. We got plenty of people to process. I say no more till we get through the current list. Yeah, we got lots of space, but space is not the only thing. But I'm with you, Bucks. There we go. Dilly dilly to that. This used to be the bipartisan opinion. I mean,
and the resources to house them. It shouldn't be that big deal to bring in immigrants.
Really? So
it shouldn't be that big of a deal. It shouldn't, but it is. Shout out to Glow and Dark. Welcome to the party. Say, what's up, my dilly dillies? Welcome. David said, Charlie Kirk isn't dead, then he isn't the man everyone thought he was, because he would not perpetuate this great deception on people. I agree. I don't think it makes much sense, but again, I'm here to listen.
Haiti. We have brought in 10 million people in these last couple of years. We have now brought in 5% of the population of Haiti. Nobody is asking these questions. We're just saying, if you want to come in, you can come in. Do you see anything wrong with, I don't know, taking in 5% of the population of Haiti?
Not necessarily, no. If we have the land and the resources to house them, it shouldn't be that big deal to bring in immigrants.
Really? So do you think that the American...
Wait, if you want to pretend like everyone watching this show is a rightful citizen, aside from the Native Americans, none of us belong here by your own definition. Deport everyone. We're all illegal on stolen land! That's an organic one. I mean, he didn't say it specifically, but that's an organic one.
The American government should first have an obligation to citizens before foreigners.
Okay, I think we have an obligation. Here's the thing.
Wait, Glow and Dark, are you a girl? Because you're the second. This is the second time I've seen you say Queen Bey. So if you're a girl, that's fine. But if you're a dude, then that's a little gay coded.
Yeah, we're obligated because we're citizens to have the rights that we have, but that doesn't mean we can't open up our borders
when
we have the process to do so.
You, being a younger American, and everyone in the audience, is the first generation in American history to have it be worse off than your parents. So the social, and you agree with that, social contract, poor, more expensive. So wouldn't it be rational for the American government to say,
just kidding, between you, of course, I was just going to say, between you and Box, or between Box with the icky and you with the Queen Bey, what the fuck is going on here? This is the Macho Man Show, okay? The Macho Man Show. Only macho men.
Social contract, poor, more expensive. So wouldn't it be rational for the American government to say, we're going to prioritize younger generation Americans that are American passport holders and citizens before those in another nation?
Well, I'm an agnostic, so I would vote against that. And let's put it to a poll. Would you support all non-Christians being deported? Yes or no? Let's see what the people say.
I don't want to say anything that offends people, but
go ahead.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
I said it, right? I've already said it. Whatever. I think that the way we're going about it is wrong. And that if we don't have a clear path to citizenship, we won't open up those opportunities.
Okay, if you're gay, then that's fine. Then you get to say gay shit if you're gay. But Box is not gay, and he says icky, so that's gay. If you're gay and you say Queen Bey, that's not gay because you are actually gay. Make sense?
It is wrong.
Ironically, everybody understood that.
And that if we don't have a clear path to citizenship, we won't open up those opportunities for people to come and seek a good life. But I also think we are required to have those rights ourselves.
Seeking a good life is fine. It's a nice added benefit. Our government does not exist to improve the life of foreign citizens.
We got 2 more no's on the poll over from Rumble. More God's Hammer and Equality said, fuck no, and not a chance. The poll is icky. Yeah, well, you're icky. You're icky. What about that?
Benefit. Our government does not exist to improve the life of foreign citizens.
But we should be open to the idea of accepting that.
Of course we are, if we have our own house in order. We are in chaos right now. We have the most depressed, suicidal, anxious generation in history. Our birth rate is collapsing. Kids can't afford homes. Yeah. You guys are drowning in debt. You
must be super MAGA, right, Box?
Compete against jobs. You have to compete for jobs against foreigners. Our country is a mess right now. And so when your country's a mess and your home is in disarray and bedlam, your own government should say, time out. I have a heart for the people of Haiti. I have a heart for the people of every country. But you're not coming here until this generation at least has it as good as their parents.
Yep.
But it's the stereotype that I'm given as a Mexican American to fulfill those standards that people.
Nobody cares how many fucking people do you see in my chat every single stream that come in? Hello, 7-Eleven. You probably smell Jeep. This, that. People are stereotypical and racial and racist. Get over it.
Type that I'm given as a Mexican American to fulfill those standards that people have on immigration
I
as
don't
well.
share that. I haven't said that here today. There's people from all over the world that enter the southern border now. There's 118 countries that come across the southern border. But I don't care if you enter illegally from Bulgaria
So do I.
or from Laos or from Mexico or from Nicaragua. Someone who does not have their paperwork when they come in is by definition breaking federal law.
Yeah,
And
but,
so then what should we do with someone who breaks with federal law?
but does that mean that people, including
Notice how she didn't answer the question.
their children, their grandchildren, including myself,
not
have
you.
to live with the stereotype or the standard set upon me that I am a criminal, I
I'm
am
not
a drug dealer, I am a
Prove it. Prove it. So Dick Johnson. So right now we've got 8 votes. We'll put it there. 8 votes. 75% of you. 75% of you said no. We don't want to do. What exactly was it that? Yeah. So MAGA creates a law tomorrow. Unless you're a Christian, you don't belong here. Laws are laws. People, laws. People. Yeah. How do laws get enacted? The people enact their will. The will is not there to deport non-Christians. So you're just saying things.
I see.
Okay, so I played into that stereotype.
I've heard it many, many times, not from you specifically today.
Okay, but then it's a little bit of a red herring, right? Because we're not even talking about it. I'm not.
Well, my original question was, what do you think about it?
What do I think about stereotypes?
About the stereotype given to immigrants right now and children of immigrants and people of color here.
Well, I can't talk about something I don't believe in. So, I mean, I don't want people to be stereotyped. No different than when you look at a young white man on campus, you think he's a rapist, right? Which is.
I don't.
Well, that's good. No, but that is a stereotype that is pushed sometimes.
Wait,
Like,
she's saying she doesn't do that, or she doesn't think that's the same thing because she does look at every white man and think rapist.
want people to be stereotyped. No different than when you look at a young white man on campus, you think he's a rapist, right? Which is.
I don't.
So again, she doesn't agree, or she doesn't do that. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt and say that she's saying I don't assume that every white man is a rapist.
Well, that's good. No, but that is a stereotype that is pushed sometimes. Like, oh, if you see a young man on campus, it's campus rape culture. Stereotyping is wrong. It should not occur. But we also must understand that the way that we constitute our immigration policy.
All right, new super chat thing. $2 for a poll. Send in a super chat with $2 and give me the poll question and the responses that you want, up to 4, obviously. And we'll do whatever poll you want.
Also must understand
Obviously, we all hate commies.
that
Commies.
the way that we constitute our immigration policy right now in this country is not in the benefit of the American citizen, and we're acting much more like a colony than a country.
Mm-hmm.
And where a country is where you have ties that bind you together, you have a shared history, hopefully a shared language.
She actually does look a lot like the girl who was like, I might be the first baddie. She looks very similar.
You have a shared culture. Where in colonies, you come from anywhere across the world, and so be it.
Yeah, but isn't that like the point of America?
Ah,
Diversity and
so-
inclusion and
Hold-
belonging.
Where
Yup.
I'm so glad you brought that up. Where is that in the Constitution or the Declaration that diversity and inclusion? These are false ideals that are taught in school. They're, I guess, nice, but is diversity and inclusion really an American ideal?
I think so.
Where does it say that?
I think that everyone has the right to live out their own individuality, their own lives, in
No,
their own
I know,
way.
but
What exactly does that mean? We all have the right to live out our own individuality in our lives in their own way. To what extent? If my own, I mean, this is, it's cliche, but at this point, what if my, the attack helicopter thing? What if that's my own individuality? We have to, yes, have the value of individual liberty is the highest, in my personal opinion. I guess underneath the basic shared reality that we have.
But you say the American ideal. Where do you get that from? Yeah, pursuit of happiness for Americans. You're right, because that's what the Declaration
I'm an
was written
American.
for. No, that's fine.
Does that mean I'm not valid here for
No,
having
no,
a diverse background?
No, of course you are, but I'm saying
Yeah.
that what?
So can I not express that?
No, don't change the topic. You said we should be able to open up the country for people from all across the world.
Yeah.
Why do we believe that is a core belief?
So you are just saying things, but fine. If you don't trust MAGA, that's fair. Don't trust the MAGA movement. The waters have been muddied, and as a result, the youth is being persuaded to vote against their own self-interests. It's exactly what they told me to get me to vote for Hillary Clinton. Democrat playbook, it does not change. Consistency is key.
Country for people from all across the world.
Yeah.
Why do we believe that is a core belief?
Because we want to help people. That's the point. We came here a
Got
long,
it.
long time ago. We established a
Come on,
country
bro,
a
what are
long,
you
long time ago, and we want to have other people come in. I think to live in the luxury that we live
Got
in
it.
now.
Last question.
I knew
Are
you
you
were,
okay with deporting every illegal person that's here?
No.
Why?
because there's some people here that are not represented well by the media. There's a lot of illegal immigrants here that are working their butts off for the life that they want.
I don't care if they're working hard. But the point is, what should the punishment be for breaking into a country?
Depends on the crime you commit after you break into it.
Okay.
Did I ever say you were a Democrat? When did I say you were a Democrat?
No, that's it. I'm talking about just the crime is breaking in. What should the punishment be? I break into somebody's home. What should their punishment be?
What does somebody else think? Let me take your thoughts and repeat them as my own. See, the irony here. Oh my goodness. Projection. You're the one who came in here talking about MAGA this, MAGA that. You guys are retards. I did not ever say that you were a Democrat. I said your opinion. I specifically addressed what you said. Oops.
Can you repeat that?
Oh, so if you behave after you get here, that's fine. So to play that out, if
I rob a bank, but then I don't rob a bank after that, then I should be allowed to rob that bank?
What? Comes into your dorm room uninvited and they do the dishes and laundry, they can stay?
If I'm not going to do my own dishes, heck yeah. They're doing my
And this is where we leave good faith. This is where we leave good faith.
dishes for me. Cool. If they don't kill
But also, I would choose the bear in the woods.
me, I'm not dead. It is what it is, man.
Well, they are killing a lot of Americans, but...
You say they. Like, they are?
Yes,
like,
they are.
Hey.
All
Were they
illegal
not?
immigrants killed people?
Nobody's
That's crazy.
many
no. See, they is a generalization. All means all of them. Words have meanings.
Illegals do. Actually,
First of all, she kind of is, but also, yeah.
crime rate for illegals is far above that of native-born Americans. And even if it wasn't, it would not be there. No, but it's just interesting. The punishment for the crime of breaking into a nation should be what it is in Switzerland and Israel and Hungary.
I thought you were saying deport an illegal, even if it's a single white woman over age 45, which I agree. But, the awfuls are awful.
Every person who breaks into a nation uninvited goes back to their country of origin, period.
So why
End
is
of
there an
story.
emphasis on the southern border?
Because most people come illegally through the southern border. 10 million people have come across the southern border. And by the way, do you have any concern for the 320,000 missing kids that have also been sex trafficked across the southern border?
I do. I bet you that didn't happen.
Of course I do.
But
okay, then why are you voting for more of it?
Who's doing the sex trafficking?
A handful of people, not everybody else.
Right, a handful of the illegal immigrants. So maybe we should stop all the illegal immigrants to make sure that none of them can traffic children.
120,000, that's a lot.
The children.
Yeah, but each one of them has a handler.
I'm just...
So, and that means that 320,000 sex pimps are bringing in sex slaves to this country.
The point I'm trying to make is that we categorize all illegal immigrants under the same thing. Sex traffickers, drug...
Nope. We are establishing the true fact that under the umbrella of illegal immigrants, it includes just like in the category of Americans, just like in the category of Englishmen, there are people who are going to be drug dealers and rapists and all those things. And if we have to, hold on, side quest. Actually, I was worried. I was a little worried about this, and I want to make sure that if I ever, if I actually was, committing blasphemy or not. And so I asked the good ChatGPT. I have a YouTube channel where I call myself the Indian Jesus, despite the fact that I'm an atheist. This is somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but also to filter out the people who are going to get triggered at a simple joke like that. I'm often being accused of being blasphemous or using blasphemy, as year 2026 is saying right now. But am I correct in saying that calling myself the Indian Jesus is not, in fact, blasphemy because I'm not claiming to be the Messiah? Yes! Says the AI overlords. You have a solid point. Blasphemy in a religious sense generally refers to showing disrespect or contempt for something sacred or claiming divine authority or status in a way that's considered offensive to believers. By calling yourself the Indian Jesus as a satirical or symbolic nickname, rather than making any messianic or divine claims, you're not engaging in any kind of religious offense traditionally considered with blasphemy. Thank you. Come again.
That we categorize all illegal immigrants.
Oh, wait, let's see who we got. We got a couple newbies. Shout out to Dietrich. Welcome to the party. Isn't it funny how sacrifices of the selfless were used to pay for entitlement? Weird. Indeed. Welcome to the party. Democrats offered a candidate that said freedom of speech is a privilege, not a right. Well, in every other country, but not in America. And consistently, less rights every year. Comparing ourselves to the other nations is stupid. We should be comparing ourselves to 1776 America. I like that. Angry said, even the people on the deportation list should be mad because these illegals will cut in line since they're already here. That's a good point. If I was a legal immigrant and I made it into America, I would definitely want to pull the ladder up behind me. Just like, yo, I'm gonna assimilate. I'm gonna get a job. I'm gonna do this, that, and whatever. If you guys keep coming in, you're gonna fuck it up for all of us. Good point. I already did, and you are wrong. CR said, well, talking to each other. Yo, come again. Class D amplification is what? What's that mean? Jim Borghini, welcome, said, I'm mad at Daddy Trump. Well, I am too. That's why I would not call him Daddy Trump. But why specifically are you mad at Trump?
Slaves to this country.
The point I'm trying to make
Clip
is that
it.
we categorize all illegal immigrants under this.
I say that because they do the StreamYard will hopefully automatically do it. When you say clip, then they know to clip it. But.
Same thing. Sex traffickers,
No, I'm
drug
not.
dealers.
Am I
and
doing
by
that?
you saying all illegal immigrants
No.
have to be deported.
She keeps smuggling that in. She keeps smuggling. Well, you're saying that because some people do the thing that you're saying all of the things. What do you guys think about the short-term pain for long-term gain? That's what he said about the tariffs, and that turned out not to be true. No pun intended, but yeah, I agree. Gas prices are gonna keep going up too.
Sex traffickers,
No, I'm
drug
not.
dealers.
Am I
and
doing
by
that?
you saying all illegal immigrants
No,
have
no,
to
no.
be deported,
Yes.
you're implying that all of
I'm not
them
implying
are
anything.
doing these
I'm being
terrible.
No, two different points. A, all illegal immigrants need to be deported because they are here illegally. B, it is even more important that all of the illegal immigrants get out because some of them are gang members, rapists, and so on and so forth. Still on the tubby taco bender? What the fuck does that mean?
Things,
Super
and not a
clear.
small percentage of them.
Well, it's not small, actually. 320,000 out of 10 million is
Oh.
not small, actually. That's a serious number. That's 3.2% of all people that came into the country are connected to sex slavery in some way. That's insane, actually. 3.2% are connected to sex slavery. That's like a lot. But anyway, so let's just I want to make clear. If you come into a country uninvited, definitionally you are a criminal.
We're just not going to agree.
It's fine.
What do you mean we're not going to agree? Did you break the law or did you not break the law? So then the next question should be, is there such a thing? Is there such a thing as an illegal immigrant? That should be the next question.
Then
That's
final
okay.
question. What is a criminal?
What is a criminal?
No. What is it? Would you agree with the definition that a criminal is someone who breaks the law?
Maybe.
Here's where I'm thinking.
Right. You're thinking because you know that you know the answer and you know that it knocks down everything that you've been saying.
I don't. Here's the
Again,
thing.
looking to other people.
I
Can
don't-
anybody help me?
I feel like
Anybody?
he's gonna turn it. and I
Anybody
don't
has
think
It's not a
any-
matter of turning it. It's a very ABC sequence.
She is the one twisting his words. She's the one twisting his words. And yet she's like, what should I say? What talking point? Anybody got talking points? Projection. Insane.
Turn it, and I don't fully.
It's not a matter of turning it. It's a very ABC sequence. If they're not criminals, then tell me what a criminal is. And a criminal is obviously someone who breaks the law. Someone who comes across the southern border broke federal law. Therefore, they are a criminal.
Okay, then we can just disagree.
But you have to tell me
Which part of that do you disagree with?
what a criminal is, though.
Trump.
Oh, Trump. Yeah.
Yo.
You got to come up.
Yo, based. Oh, Trump bad. Oh, based. That was pathetic. Let's watch her feel like she just did a thing.
Trump.
Oh, Trump. Yeah.
She was embarrassed the moment it came out of her mouth. She knew what a stupid thing to say that was. Watch her face again.
Southern border broke federal law. Therefore, they are a criminal.
Oh, the eye roll. Oh my God. They broke a law, therefore they are all criminal. Oh my God. How dare you? It makes sense.
Okay, then we can just disagree.
But you have to tell me what a criminal is, though.
And that little smile, and now she's going up. She's like, oh, I got it.
Trump.
And then look at that face. Oh, I wish I wouldn't have said that. Yikes. Guys, do remember that once the chats show up in StreamYard, I will try to make sure if you delete them that I won't pull them up, but I can't see. And Glowing Dark, you're making me uncomfortable when you're deleting a bunch of stuff. Please don't be doing that. I don't know what that's all about. And guys, also, please do not be advertising other people's shows in my chat, especially if you're a mod. Thank you very much.
Someone who comes across the southern border broke federal law. Therefore, they are a criminal.
Okay, then we can just disagree.
But you have to tell me what a criminal is, though.
Trump.
Oh, Trump. Yeah.
Yo.
You got to come up to the mic.
Shout out to Jake. Go Texas. Welcome. So to ignore laws you don't agree with is a slippery slope that erodes any civilized society. Laws are real and borders matter. Yeah, and I think that you make a good point. And the other side of that is like when you choose to speed in your car, or if weed isn't legal and you decide to do that or whatever it is, then there are situations where I think it is not immoral to break laws, but there has to be an understanding that that is in fact the law. And so if I believe I am justified in breaking this law, then I'm going to break the I might be willing to break the law, but that doesn't mean I feel I should be immune to the consequences. I should say, like, especially with these protesters, they think because they don't like the law that when they break it, that they have no punishment. Whereas before, protesters had an understanding that, like, oh, I really believe in this shit. So even though I'm going to get arrested, I'm going to go out there and protest. Not anymore. Yeah, I just broke one law, but a dumb one. Teacher, because she's so oblivious and apparently coddled, I bet her Hispanic parents have an illegal housekeeper. I would not be surprised. You think that's smug? I don't know.
No.
Okay, then we can just disagree.
But you have to tell me what a criminal is, though.
Trump.
Oh, Trump. Yeah.
That's proud. I don't know. I think she was embarrassed. As soon as she said it.
Yo.
You got to come up to the mic. Okay.
She's right behind me.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Can't tell me what a criminal is.
Oh, man.
It's so sad. It's because if you want to really get down to it at the core, and she's a very sweet person who was there.
Drop the link.
The left cannot define core terms. Criminal, woman, racist, democracy.
Do you feel
Oh, we all remember this chick. And you're good, just for future reference. We all remember this chick. I'll ask after. Okay, because I think that everybody was unfair to her. I think everybody was unfair to her. But we'll see what you guys said. Quality said, what is a criminal? Someone who breaks the law for 500, Alex. Well, I said, amazing how you actually have to tell these people not to advertise. Yeah, well, Morgan Sammer said, is it possible to be smug and embarrassed at the same time? You just seen it. You just seen it. Where are we at? Speeding when you poop should definitely not be illegal. No, and that's. But I mean, I know you're kind of saying that tongue in cheek, but that's a perfect example. They're like, okay, I've got to shit, especially if you got a nice car, you got leather seats. Well, actually, leather would probably be easier to clean up. But so let's say you don't have leather seats, and you're going in, and that you're speeding. If you get pulled over, then you're not going to be angry at the cop for pulling you over because you know that you were speeding. You're just like, please, man, I'm gonna explode, and he might let you off. He might let you off. Sea Striker, welcome to the party. Says smugness is usually a cover for embarrassment and insecurity. There you go. There you go. Ah, you remember. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna ask the poll. I'll put up. Jesus Christ. I will put up the poll after the segment. But I think that she was treated unfairly, and they probably edited it for this segment because this is a repost. But if you know, you know.
Core terms: criminal, woman, racist, democracy.
Do you feel proud of yourself for debating college kids who are unprepared to speak in front of an audience like yourself? Hold on. You're 30 years old. We can agree you're 30 years old, right? Do you think that's a little bit silly?
Are you a voter?
I am a voter. I'm a
so
registered
I
voter.
vote and you vote. So I'm talking to voters of this country that will determine the future of Western civilization. That's what I'm doing here today. Yeah?
Dilly fucking dilly. We got the oh man. Ah, see, angry said she did it on purpose. Okay, we'll see. Let's see that.
Years old, right? Hold on. You're 30 years old. We can
This is such a TikTok argument. Yo, you're too old, Unc.
agree you're 30 years old, right? Do you think that's a little bit silly?
Are you a voter?
I am a voter. I'm a
So
registered
I
voter.
vote and you vote. So I'm talking to voters of this country that will determine the future of Western civilization. That's what I'm doing here today. Yeah? Wait, hold on. How is it any different than a professor talking to you?
Then a professor talking to you? Who are you?
Well, important enough for you to come up to a microphone.
Oh,
Actually, when I first saw this ad, I thought it was like an improv comedy thing. It looked so ridiculous that I didn't even think it was real.
oh, I'm so stupid, and that means that you're stupid.
Well, no, you can see. Look how popular Trump is on your campus. How does that make you feel? That's not comedy. That is a 5-alarm fire for Kamala Harris because she's probably going to lose Pennsylvania.
Now that is comedy.
Look,
But no, I just want to be clear. Is there something wrong with talking to voters?
no, there's nothing
Yes, you're making them think different things than me.
wrong with talking.
Well, that's
to
what we're
voters.
doing here today. It's an open
I
mic,
think that you push a dangerous agenda.
such as.
Okay, so then that should be what you're talking about. Instead of complaining, why are you should be locked in. Okay, you do this, and why do you do that?
Your stance on abortion rights, for example.
Notice the energy shift. Notice the energy shift. From your stance on abortion.
Your stance on abortion rights, for example.
I think you might be right, actually.
Okay, so
So let me ask a question. What is your name?
Gene.
Gene, and what is your understanding of the current Republican Party's stance on federal intervention in abortion?
Well, I know that they want to bring it back to the states, right?
So it sounds like you do know that the Republican Party's current stance on abortion is they're against a federal ban on abortion.
I do
We're
understand
talking about
that,
a
yes.
presidential election as the
Yes.
important election that we're talking about here.
I understand that, yes.
Great. So again, I think this open dialogue is great. I think it's great you're here challenging Charlie, and I think it's great that he's willing to travel campuses across this country to talk to the next generation. We need more conversation. Now, where's the disagreement, though, on content? Because you could criticize style or why you're talking to people
Listen,
or dunk on someone personally, but where do you actually disagree
I
with
agree
substance?
with the
It's just icky. Charlie, you're icky.
way that you edit content and specifically frame it so that people look bad talking to you.
Oh, honey, sweetie, baby, you need not help looking bad. This is uncut. And you look retarded.
and specifically frame it so that people look bad talking to you. The way that you edit your content.
We post unedited content.
Let me just ask you one thing though, because personal insults can fly in all directions. Where is an area where you have a disagreement with the conservative movement, with Donald Trump, with Charlie Kirk, perhaps with myself? I was a presidential candidate last year. I think we need to talk about that more in the open. And the more we do, the stronger our country is going to be. We got a long line of people, but I want to hear from you one substantive area where you have an authentic disagreement, and I'd be glad to address it. I'm sure Charlie would too.
You understand that one of the big theories as to why he was killed is because he was no longer supporting Israel, right? Just saying. Just
in
anything
political
relating to any political topic where you have a disagreement. Let's air it.
Okay. I disagree.
You don't know shit
with,
about Jack.
Some of the laws that are being pushed in Congress,
such as
that are against the LGBTQ community and the trans community.
Okay, so let's talk about that. I'm going to give you my view, and then I want to hear yours.
Okay.
My view is that if you're a fully grown adult, 18 or above, you're free to live how you want, dress how you want, marry who you want if you want, if you're over the age of 18.
I agree.
But you are not free to indoctrinate children in schools who are not yet of the age of consent. You are not free, just as you're a 17-year-old or a 15-year-old can't get a tattoo on their own, I don't think that you should be able to go or until the age of 18. And so I'm
going to assume they were talking about trans surgeries. Glowdark said Charlie Kirk was controlled opposition psyop. Nah, probably not.
Lines that I draw here is that men are free to claim to be women and swim in swimming pools. You're not free to claim trophies in a women's sports competition.
Some of you know why this is funnier than it actually is.
You're not free to enter a women's locker room. You're not free to change a language, and you're not free to actually indoctrinate our children who
it's improv, but you don't have to yes and.
Or under the age of 5 in schools. Do we agree on the fact that adults should be able to live freely while still treating children differently? If so, we're on the same side of this issue.
Listen, I agree.
Listen. I wasn't paying attention to what you just said. I'm too hot to have to listen to people, okay? I know I'm not that hot, but they'll still fuck me.
With the majority of what you said. However, I don't think that you're understanding the implications of the laws that are trying to be passed.
Look.
Okay, what are the implications? Okay, what are the implications of the laws that are being passed? Vague maxing. She's vague maxing.
Trying to be passed.
Look, we got a head start in the conversation. We got a long line behind you. But my only ask is, forget the personal attacks or the stylistic attacks.
He's like, bitch, you're too stupid for this. I'm sorry. So now, if I'm, they edited it out. But if you remember, this was the girl that there
Focus
was a
on
part
substance. The more we debate that, the stronger we're going to be as a country.
Where her shirt either slipped or she pulled it down to show her nipple. And some people were saying that she did it on purpose to try to fuck with the stream. And I didn't see that. I think the fact that she was, specifically like caught aback, taken aback. That's what I'm saying. I mean, she got them DSLs, bruh. She got them DSLs. The fact that, she was in that moment, I don't think that she would have had the brain power to think about what was going on and also be like, oh, I'm going to take down the stream by showing my nipple. I don't think that, is reasonable. It means they just lost the argument and don't have a good comeback. Yep. I found it ironic that people complain about the baby boomers stealing everything when they were the last generation that didn't vote against their own interests. Gen X and on its half and half to worse. I had you, but you lost me. What's it called? Punctuation is good, guys. Punctuation helps.
Attacks or the stylistic attacks. Focus on substance. The more we debate that.
Yeah, the girl, and then the girl's gone. Oh, I thought you were. Mark, I thought you were making a girls gone wild joke, but yeah, she like her nipple was visible for a second. They edited it by the time they put it out, but they didn't see it at the time. Actually, I don't remember exactly how it worked. They edited out of this part, but whore.
the stronger we're going to be as a country. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
I don't think you're focusing on substance, though. That's the issue.
Hold on. Look, he intentionally tried to provoke substance out of you. And you said, well, I'm worried about some laws Congress should pass. I have to ask, what laws are you talking about? Can you be specific?
The ones, the bad ones. See, oh, there you go. There we go. There we go. So the question is, did she do this on purpose? Or is she just a dumb, not self-aware? Oh, you don't know about them DSLs, bro. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. Somebody in the chat tell him. It was there. Well, it cut away from
Substance out of you. And you said, well, I'm worried about some laws Congress should pass. I have to ask, what laws are you talking about?
So that's what I'm saying. That doesn't look like that looks like she's uncomfortable when she's shifting. I'm trying to be fair. I don't think she's smart enough. I don't think she's smart enough to think about that. And I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna say that if you say it's on purpose that you're wrong. I don't know. I disagree. That was her natural position. She was already had her arms crossed. And I mean, we saw the first girl with her fucking nipples like that. You know, sometimes you get like that. And you know, it looks like she went back to do that. It got caught on her thumb, and she pulled it down. Again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you guys are right. But again, I mean, she's that dumb, and you think that she's that smart to not only do this, but to understand the ramifications of a live or a video that somebody was going to edit that wouldn't see. I don't think you're right, bro. I don't think you're right with these thin ass shirts that are flapping in the wind. I don't think you're right about that. Yeah, like I said, I watched live and she knowingly pulled her shirt down for sure. Again, I'm not saying I know for sure either way. I'm saying that I think it is absolutely fair to assume that it was just a thing that happened. I mean, I don't know what kind of fucking star power you think I have, but Morgoth's Hammer said, look deliberate, but she is pretty dumb. So let's put it to a poll. Was the nip slip? I'm purposely spelling that wrong because I have gotten a channel strike for the word dick in a poll. So was the nip slip on purpose? Yes or no? What do you guys think? That's what I'm saying. It takes a lot of thought to be in the moment, thinking about what you're thinking about, being on your back foot, and also be aware of the fact that not only are people watching, but that it's being recorded and going onto the internet. That's just a lot to think about for somebody who clearly doesn't do this. I don't know, but look at it again.
And you said, well, I'm worried about some laws Congress should pass. I have to ask, what laws are you talking about? Can you be specific?
She clearly pulled, but I think I don't know because it's like right underneath. I could see that she was uncomfortable and she pulled it thinking that it was still covering. But it does kind of look deliberate. That's at the forefront of my mind. I think she's too stupid for that.
I'm sorry, I'm very nervous, but this is what you do. This is what you do. You take people.
See that? And see, look how she's grabbing the bottom of her shirt. I think that also speaks to the fact that she's just fiddling and fidgeting. She hasn't been grabbing on her shirt like that the whole time. But now that it's out, I don't know. I think if she wasn't so cute, you would agree with me sooner. I mean, I don't really give a shit either way, whether she's cute or not. I mean, we got a nice little nip slip here. I'm happy either way. But aside from that, it is a legitimate question. And a lot of people said that she was doing it on purpose, and I don't see the I don't see the proof there. Again, I'm not saying that it can't be that. I'm just saying reasonable doubt. Oh my goodness.
And you put them under the spotlight, and you.
Well, hold on. I didn't ask.
Okay, wait. Okay, this might be the answer here. So now that it's uncovered, this is going to show the elasticity and the shape of the shirt. And so there might be a thing that might not be obvious where there's a little bit under the boob, there's more elastic to make the boobs look bigger and give a little bit of support. And so if she was there, then let's see how it pops back up.
You take people and you put them on.
See, it naturally comes back up once she is. So it wasn't it was the fact that she's holding down on her shirt. And I think that she was doing that as a fidgety, nervous thing. Look, I have nothing to gain. I have nothing to gain from defending this dumb bitch. I don't know her. I don't think I'm ever going to meet her. I don't care about a thing she says. But I mean, hey, it's an interesting conversation. So again, look how when it comes back up,
this is what you.
As soon as she lets go. So I'm thinking that she's under the impression right now that she's covered. Because otherwise, like Angry was saying, she felt that you could feel the air. Then you would feel at this point.
This is what you do. You take people and you put them
When
under the spotlight.
And when she moves her hand, then she then would have noticed, would have been like, oh, that's what I would expect if she did it. If she did it on purpose. I don't know. No. I mean, hey, link in the description if you care that much. Shout out to New Dodge. Welcome to the party. We have spent way too much time talking about this chick's tits.
Well, hold on. I didn't ask you to come up here. You voluntarily came to the front of the line. You didn't have to do that.
You're purposely antagonizing people on campus, asking people to come
He's just sitting there
up by spreading your weird agenda.
You literally walked up to him.
How? What agenda is that? I'm confused though.
So Charlie, I'll say this. We'll end on this and we'll go to the next question. When I was 18, I'm not going to blame you for this. I also took for granted a lot of the stuff that the media force-fed me, because that's what you know at the age of 18. You say there's some vague laws making their way through Congress that are hostile to trans community.
Do you know how?
I disagree. The way that we use to determine these things are the same mechanisms, the same mental mechanisms that we use to determine other things. So I'm judging you based on how you came to the conclusion on this particular thing than that particular thing.
Those
Do you
laws
know
actually
about?
exist, but I don't blame you if
Listen to
that's
me.
what the cable media is feeding you. But let's get to the specifics, and then we're able to actually have an open dialogue. That's one of the things I've learned over the last 20 years.
I think that the
that's
issue
part
is
of-
we're getting our
of
media
owning
from
our
different
country.
sources. Both people are getting media from these skewed sources. The facts that you're presenting are not always correct.
And you're not presenting any facts at all. So where does that leave us?
And that's why we're here with no TV screens between us. So people who have policy-based substantive disagreements, we invite those. I think that's how we're going to get our country back. And as it relates to trans, which you brought up, 18 or above, you're free to live how you want. You're not free to force that onto somebody else.
Leave the
especially
kids
If we agree on that,
Thank you
we're
very
making
much.
progress.
Thank you. Disagreements, yep. Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, number 7. Number 7, guys. This is Charlie Kirk's top 10 moments on the 6-day anniversary of his passing. Let's give him one more dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Damn, 83% of you said it was on purpose. All right, I'm in the minority, but hey, whatever. All right, what is homeboy? Oh man. I tend to lean liberal, and he's got the chain, and he's got the Gen Z haircut. All right.
But specifically on immigration, when I hear about like the Haitians in Ohio, closer. Yeah.
We're all on each other titties on stolen land. Dilly fucking dilly.
Taking over cities, and the thing about eating people's pets, I don't know if that's true.
It is true.
But I was
They're eating the dogs.
wondering if you could speak a little bit on that specifically, and I'm kind of torn on the election, so if you could also speak on if we have more instances like that in the future, if Kamala Harris gets voted.
Yeah, it's great. First of all, thank you for coming up to the mic. And I want to try to win you over as a liberal for Donald Trump. So you're going to give me a chance, okay?
I will, sir.
All right.
Hey, shout out to New Dodge with the $5. Thank you so very, very much. Morty's taking a little nap. Wake up, bitch. We got food for you from New Dodge. I can't reach any further, buddy. You gotta do it. You gotta go on your own. There you go. You okay? What's the matter? You not eating your treat? Uh-oh, he's not feeling well. We'll see if it's still there. We'll give him a minute. Oh, there it is. I knew you'd take it. I knew you'd take it. I don't know how, but he has an understanding of when the camera is on him, and he doesn't like it. I don't understand. I don't understand. Thank you again, New Dodge, for adding to the stream goal. Very, very much appreciated.
And I want to try to win you over as a liberal for Donald Trump. So you're going to give me a chance, okay?
I will, sir.
All right, okay. That is a true open mind, so I appreciate that. Number one, we have accepted 5% of the Haitian population in this country in the last couple of years. I have nothing against Haitians. I know some Haitians. We can all agree when you accept 5% of any country's population, in addition to all the other mass migration we have, it's too much, it's unsustainable, and a government must start from this core premise. It must have an obligation to fulfill a better life for its own citizens before it opens its border to non-citizens. It's a very, very basic, fundamental thing. And as I said earlier, everybody in this audience is seeing their future worse off than their parents for the first time since George Washington. That's a big deal. Usually, at least kids are as good, if not better, than their parents, and we have that broken. As far as
Is it New Doge or New Dodge?
Donald Trump goes, there are three things I want you to think about when voting for Trump. Number one, home ownership. I imagine you want to own a home sometime in your life, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. In order to own a home, you would have to make $125,000 a year right now just to be able to get the mortgage. That doesn't count your medical expenses, your student debt expenses, your credit card expenses. When Trump was president,
That's the red pill. All right, New Doge. Shout out to New Doge. Thank you. My apologies.
it was $75,000 a year. We were building millions of new homes. Incomes were going up. Why is it that the housing prices have gone up so much? Because Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have spent $6 to $7 trillion of unnecessary federal spending, flooded the zone with these trillions of dollars, which have inflated asset prices. Number two, as a liberal, I imagine you don't like war, right? You don't like endless war. Under Donald Trump, it was the first president in 40 years where we had no new wars.
Remember that? Remember no new wars. Remember no new wars. We had a no new wars president. We still have that president. But he's not a no new wars president. Should he be? Maybe, maybe not. But he's not.
No Iraq war, no Syrian war, no Russian-Ukraine war. Under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we have the Russian-Ukrainian war that we spent $250 billion on. We have the terrible situation in Israel and Gaza. I'm very pro-Israel. We can all agree that not a good situation, right? Not favorable. It's just bad. A lot of human suffering, not good to witness. Under Donald Trump, none of that happened. In fact, he brought peace to the Middle East. We had the Abraham Accords, and we had a stable international circumstance. The final thing is the border. Under Donald
Taco Bell used to be like, yo, you got 90 a year, broke as fuck. You got 98 cents. You can get 2 tacos. You're good for a little snack.
Trump, the southern border was the most secure it was in American history, with border crossings at an all-time low. Under Kamala Harris, 10 million people have come across the southern border into this country. We have no idea who they are. They're coming into our communities. Crime is increasing. They're eating ducks and geese and cats in Springfield, Ohio. And that's just like a silly example. It's totally true, by the way.
Why?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0, not the same guy.
When I looked it up, because the reason I'm asking you is because there's a lot of misinformation. I feel like there's, when I first heard about your side of the story is what I heard. And then after that, I was hearing that there's no proof of that. So why is that?
Well, there is proof. I mean, we have tons of video I could show you of residents saying that my cat was taken by a Haitian yesterday morning and was grilled on an open fire. They won't accept it as a police report. I know way too much about Springfield, Ohio police reports right now, but they won't accept it as a police report because it's an animal control problem. It's just, again, you have to just look at the residents. Either they're all lying and they're all in on it, or there's something to this. I'm not asking you to vote for Trump based on,
or the propaganda is really strong. Just saying.
You know, cats being kidnapped and grilled and barbecued. I am saying, though, that it begs the question of, can we sustain 10 million people? I want you guys to understand how many 10 million people is. We have 10 million illegals that have come to the country, which is the population of New Jersey. Okay, that is an unsustainable amount. Under Donald Trump, we had the border secure and will stay secure. So those three things. We had a great economy under Trump, and it was easier for you guys to own homes. We had no war.
Yeah, that I understand it's always going to happen. A lot of people are saying that, and I'm starting to have that understanding. And it was really easy to be a lowercase L libertarian-minded person for Trump before all this, and having to not pick a side, but to determine like, okay, am I going to say that military action that is not a direct result of an attack is always bad? I don't necessarily believe that. Of course, we all remember the Forever Wars. But as DJ was saying before, if there's anybody who's going to do this kind of shit, I'd rather him than anybody else. I'd rather we don't have to do it at all. But if it is inevitable, and I mean, again, Trump is the one to do it. I have no idea, but I am super fucking puny, which is why you should donate. We are 4 out of 15 donos and $19 out of 75, where I gotta do push-ups for every $2. Help bulk me up.
Wars, and you guys are closer to World War III than ever before. You guys that are all, by the way, military age, I hope you don't get into World War III because you might be drafted under the current circumstance.
That was
And you guys might laugh, but think about who is endorsing Kamala Harris. Dick Cheney, Leon Panetta, Liz Cheney. These are the warmongers of 20 years ago.
That was an American citizen. So I mean, we don't have real. That was some methed out fucking crazy lady. That specific video. They do say that it is happening or was happening in Springfield, Ohio. I think it was. I don't think we have anybody. Should we try to find it? Let's try to find it. Let's see. Because it was going around woman eating cat. Yeah. This was going around, and people were saying that this was connected.
In Springfield,
so this was September 11th.
they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Now back to our other top story. Last night, President Trump doubled down on claims that Haitian immigrants are eating pets in Springfield, Ohio. Our verified team confirmed with the Springfield mayor that these claims are false. We will talk more on this in just a moment.
But first, here's the thing. The claims stem
There's a video in here.
August 16th, Canton police responded to disturbing 911 calls.
She killed the cat and is eating it.
Multiple people reported 27-year-old Alexis Farrell was eating a cat on the 1100 block of 13th Street Southeast in Canton.
Stand up.
Officers on scene placed Farrell in handcuffs as a crowd of onlookers watched.
Put your hands behind your back. Someone got rubber gloves. She's covered in blood.
Police believe she killed the cat before eating it. One writing they saw.
Is that better or worse? Is that better or worse that she killed the cat before eating it? I don't really know.
Blood on Alexis's feet, hands, and fur on her lips.
But the people around here knew her. They like, Alexis, get up. Like, what are you doing? Like, da-da-da-da. Like, they know for sure that wasn't her right mind.
Neighbors recall it as a deeply unsettling night for their neighborhood, speculating Farrell may have been on drugs or experiencing a mental health crisis. Now, Alexis Farrell is in jail today.
So that was, that was not Haitian. But again, I do believe that it was happening. I don't think we have any hard proof, but what proof do you want? They're eating the evidence.
Got us into these wars. So I am not fear-mongering here, guys. The people that got us into these failed wars, by the way, this is 9/11 today, and we remember what happened on 9/11, and then we remember our terrible reaction on 9/11 when we decided to invade Iraq and Afghanistan. Let us never do that again. Let us never invade sovereign countries. Amen. And I think you would sympathize with that.
And here we are.
And
now again, if we are in a situation where it's not a war, it was a surgical strike type of thing, then I don't like it. But it's not a forever war. It's not a regime change. Well, I mean, I guess it's a regime change war. But, it's not the type of regime change war that was so detrimental to America. But if it goes further, I was trying to think, because, when he tried to cover up the Epstein stuff, that's when I took the MAGA hat out of my frame. But if he keeps going, I don't know. I might. I'm trying to think of a way to be like, I don't know, because that's gonna look like I'm anti. I don't know. Whatever.
Never invade sovereign countries.
Amen.
And I think you would sympathize with that.
I agree.
And this is why we're seeing Bobby Kennedy, Elon Musk, Tulsi Gabbard, people that are card-carrying Democrats, vote for Trump and voice support for Trump, because what's happening at the Democrat Party is this very sinister combination. It's a party of censorship, it's a party of war, a party of open borders that is against actual traditional liberal values.
I agree.
So which way are you leaning?
Can I get a hat?
That's a good answer.
There we go.
God bless.
One vote at a time, baby.
Thank you.
Hi, Charlie.
All right, I think this is number 6. Number 6 out of 10. The top 10 Charlie Kirk moments. One more time. Probably not the last time. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. 6 months gone.
I will. 1 sec. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I just have a question kind of based on affirmative action. I'm a computer engineer here at UW-Madison. I'm about to graduate. And there's a lot that I've found through research and just general, I guess, my studies. Not only does affirmative action like help, minorities, people of color, but also women in general. And there's a lot of facets of engineering, the medical system, and other factors that, because of affirmative action, have helped. I'll just go into something. For example, let's say like in the medical field, endometriosis, something like that has not been studied in women due to so little women being in the medical field. Also, for example, like cars, the seatbelt is made specifically for the male body. They're only tested with male mannequins. So a lot of women are in risk of dying in car crashes at a higher rate. There's a lot of things that benefit from a diverse group of people, both in engineering and medical fields and education and other facets of the systems. And I was just wondering, without affirmative action, how do you think we can bring these people in to bring a variety of opinions?
Yeah, no, I mean,
views?
just
Freshman 115. She was likely fatter before as well.
have a meritocracy, right? So you have 3 white men around you. You can see 1 through 3. So if one supports affirmative, no, it's okay. If one supports affirmative action,
right,
it would mean that you would be okay turning to those 3 men and saying, I deserve the position more than you based on something that doesn't matter more than something that does
necessarily.
matter.
I feel like
Yes, necessarily.
that's one facet of it that we're not also paying attention to, is that people that are graduating from the same schools. They're graduating with the same degrees.
With lower test scores, though, much lower. Every study of affirmative action, for example, the Harvard case showed that it was nearly 40% lower test scores for people of color versus their white male counterparts and Asian counterparts.
And so how
at
can
some point,
is that like why would that happen? Do you think
why?
it's yeah?
Why?
What causes that? Do you think it's just because like people of color are more like stupid?
No,
or,
of
like,
course not.
Right.
I mean, people of color come from lower socioeconomic backgrounds that don't prioritize education.
So
as much,
how do we
but
fix
that's
those
not-
socioeconomic statuses?
Right, that's an interesting point. Not should we try to penalize white males that are competent
Right.
to go run our systems and our institutions.
And so what you see is very often the issues that the right and the left have are not all that different. It's the solutions that are that different. And so if we can agree that we all think that bad schools are bad, that we want education to be good, then that's at least a bedrock. And then from there, we can argue, okay, what is good education? Do we need to have kink education in 5th grade? But it's when they think that we don't even want kids to be well educated or whatever it is that they fucking think. That's why they're so fucking antagonistic. Because they think we're evil.
So those are 2 different things.
Right.
So what we're doing is our institutions are now becoming less excellent. Our country is not working like it used to because we basically told people that are very qualified and very competent that, sorry, we're not going to put a position for you here. For example, the U.S. Secret Service. Let me just give you one example, okay? We can all agree that protecting a president, whether it's Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, is super important, right? But now the Secret Service has said that we want to have 30% of all our agents be women, which, by the way, they have lower fitness criteria. So they have less pull-ups, less push-ups, slower mile time.
yeah, that's something that's due to like your
Hold on.
like,
Exactly. Yeah, no, but this is affirmative action, right? And so therefore, when
well, there's like fields like I don't think that's a good. One second. I just don't think that's a good example because like women will never be as strong as men, at least genetically.
So that's an interesting
question. I think it should be something that's more like endologically based.
Will women be as good at engineering as men, person for person?
not necessarily, but
Okay, well then, how is that different than
There
the
you
Circus
go.
example?
well, the problem is that
Because
for
the male mind is wired different than the female mind. By the way, men will never be as good. Hold on, I'll prove it to you.
See, and like again, male minds and female minds are wired differently. You believe this because you think that a man can be in the wrong body and have a female brain. But when it's presented to you in a different context, if men and women don't have different brains at all, then trans does not make sense.
Mind is wired
I mean, she's wearing a MAGA hat, so maybe I'm being a little bit assumptive, but still.
different than the female mind. By the way, men will never be as good. Hold on, I'll prove it to you. Men will never be as good at counseling or psychology sessions as women. Men will never be good at nursing or elementary school education as women. We have certain giftings because our brain is wired a certain way. Women are far better gifted at micro topics, so individual connection, empathetic type conversations, healing people that past trauma and wound. Men are much better at macro topics, right? Trying to build a building, put a skyscraper up, trying to talk geopolitics. And I'll prove it to you. When you go and you see 5 women eating lunch, they're probably talking about micro topics, conversations they had, relationships, friendships. Men.
Go stop chasing people the fuck away. I'm trying to get people to watch the show. Why are you calling them gay and fucking all that shit? Chill out. I'm trying to get more people to watch, not less people to watch.
They're talking about politics, sports, or the stock market.
that's not necessarily
Oh,
true.
yes. You guys all agree, right?
I mean, there's a reason.
No,
I'm
these
here,
are these are bimodal general truths, right? Of course there's exceptions, but
it's not
if you,
a general truth, though. I
The exception makes the rule.
feel like women have the capability of
course they do,
having
but it's
political
not-
conversations.
Of course they do, but it's not the general wiring or nature of
It's
women.
not. There's no wiring for your brain to like Donald Trump. Like that's not a real thing.
Like maybe not specifically, but if your brain is wired a certain way, that's going to have you have this value and that belief and so on and so forth, and that aligns with what Donald Trump is saying, then yes, it will. So if you are on the landscape stream, we are about to shut it down. I dropped the link in the chat if you can get it there. Sometimes it doesn't work, so it is in the description. Come on over. The landscape stream is done. Come on over to the landscape. Again, I just dropped the link. Link is in the description. Come on over. The party rages on. And we are done with the birdies. Bye. Come on over. But yeah, guys, like, come on. I know it's a fun little, like, hey, yeah, let's go. But don't, like, be fucking pestering people. Because then they're going to fucking leave. We're trying to get more people.
General wiring or nature of
It's
women.
not. There's no wiring for your brain to like Donald Trump. Like that's not a real thing. I feel
Hold
like.
on, but wait a second. But do you think that men and women are made different in our brains? And our
Certain things, but not necessarily. It doesn't like
Like
channel
what-
you
like
to be
what
a
things?
specific thing.
like
Huh?
what things?
Well, like there's like specific wirings to like produce certain types of hormones, and that's like differences that are genetically.
So you don't think that men are more likely to like contact sports, more likely to enjoy football, UFC, hunting?
I think that's because of a societal norm in general. Like over
you
a lot
really
of
no,
time.
come on, you're smarter than that. That's not true.
Well,
Hold on. So why is it
There's
that
women that play football, so like you can't just say that.
Again, every single point. Well, there's an exception. We're not talking about the exception. We're talking about the rule.
and there
so
are
that's
men
an
that dress
example
in
of women
drag,
that
but
don't
those
do
those are not the general truth of it. So let me just be clear. You think that there's
How would you feel if you didn't eat yesterday? Oh, okay. Yeah, why not? Why not? Let's take a little side quest. This is why I hate X. This is why I hate X. But usually I just go over there to what am I doing? Usually I go over there just to post the TikToks that I see that I want to show you guys because you guys are okay and don't have TikTok. So I have to download the video and upload it to X so you guys can see it. So I uploaded this video and a calamity ensued. Actually, there's a couple things I want to show you. So we'll start here.
If you're pro-abortion, I have a genuine question
I really, really, really like this. I was saying we should bring this up more.
for you. Because I imagine that you believe that if you had lived 200 years ago, that you would have been against slavery. But here's my question. If you had lived 200 years ago, how would you have argued against slavery? What would you have possibly said to a slave owner? Because if you walked up to a slave owner 200 years ago and said, slavery is wrong, they probably would have said something like, why don't you mind your own business? They probably would have asked you how them owning a slave affected your life. They probably would have reminded you that you didn't have to own a slave, but that doesn't mean that they couldn't own a slave. They probably would have asked you why you were trying to take away their rights. And they would have told you that they didn't consider black people to be humans. So again, I know you believe you would have
Persons. Persons. They didn't believe them to be persons.
been against slavery, but have you ever noticed that the arguments that slave owners would have used to justify slavery are the same arguments that pro-abortion people use to justify abortion?
And so the point of the video being very clearly that to say that, oh, a fetus is not a person, it's okay to do, you're making the same argument. And so if the argument doesn't fit for slaves, then why does it fit, which are human beings, and why doesn't it fit for fetuses, which are human beings? So first you get to the person to agree that they are in fact humans, and then you're saying, oh, okay, I am a person who deserves to diminish the personhood of other human beings. So then Estefan, come on, where do I click that? Just zoom in. Okay. Esteban, Stefan said, I think this is a pretty flimsy argument. How so? The issues are certainly different, but the mindset is the same. Unless you have an argument as to why slavery is bad, but abortion is okay or good, that doesn't contradict itself or take the cop-out of saying that they're not actually persons. We said slavery is bad because you shouldn't have control over somebody else's body. Abortion is okay because that choice is up to the mother, and hopefully and potentially save her life. So where did, oh god damn it. Hold on. So then I had to retweet that. Be like, oh, got him. So wait, not that one. All right. So yeah, slavery is bad because you should have control over somebody else's body. Abortion is okay because that choice is up to the mother, hopefully, and can potentially save her life. So exactly like I said, you can't make an argument against slavery and for abortion without contradicting yourself or claiming that a human being is not a person. This argument assumes that the fetus is not a person, and thus the choice to live, for it to live or die, lies with the mother, the only person in the situation. This is, oh, what the fuck? This is precisely the argument used for owning and beating slaves, as the original video said. The slaves are not persons, and according to the video, and this decision lies with the slave owner. Why should abortion be up to the mother if the fetus is a person? When did it become the mother's privilege to murder their child? Does that hold true for when they're outside the womb or only inside? So, wait, what do you mean? Slaves are people. Fetuses aren't. That's the argument. Can you not read? The problem is you gatekeeping personhood from humans, quite obviously. For the third time, you can only make this argument if you assume that the subject human, whether that be the fetus or the slave, is not a person deserving of the same rights as everyone else. The slave masters didn't view slaves as persons, just like you don't view babies as persons until they leave the womb or for some arbitrary reason that you think is rational, but just isn't. You are the modern-day slave owner in terms of who has personhood. Hence the series of questions at the end that you conveniently ignored. Yeah, fetuses don't deserve the same rights. We have established this already. And then, hold on, there was one more. We've established this. So then, okay, if you agree with me that you can't make this argument unless you say that a fetus is not a person, and then you go and say a fetus is not a person, what's the issue? What is your issue with my statement? The video says, bring this up because it will highlight the similarity, implying that we all obviously agree that slavery is wrong, but for some reason, you've decided abortion is different when it's not, and arguably worse, certainly by sheer numbers. So I bring it up, and you highlight the similarities in the way that you think like a slave master, and you verify that it's true. What part of this are you not getting? And this is when I was trying to get over to Discord. I was like, maybe I could be, I think we're talking past each other. Maybe we can be clear on Discord. I'm like, no, you're just confused. You said the video makes a weak argument and then proceed to show how it is perfect argument that will get baby murderers to admit that they are like slave owners by showing that you do, in fact, think like a slave owner. That's the long and short of it. If you don't understand, then you're dumber than I thought. Like, no, you're not getting what I'm saying then. And unfortunately, then I realized I got a DM on Discord. You guys remember the last time I was on Horseradish doing the debates? That's the one where we go to Discord. The judge who never ever votes for me, even though I fucking crush. It was that guy. I didn't realize it when he was on Twitter, but sorry. But that's why I don't like. That's why. And now he DM'd me. We had a little bit more of a reasonable conversation. I'm not gonna share, but essentially I was just spelling that out. But yeah, X just brings out the darkest. And you said slavery was normal then, and in some places it is now. Only 2% of people owned slaves. 3,000 plus black people owned slaves. Yep. We're all aborted fetuses on stolen land. There we go. I think slavery is more moral than abortion. Yep. I that's why I said, at least by the sheer numbers, it's way worse. I don't know. That's the next poll. Ooh, that's the next poll. Which is morally worse? Slavery or abortion? What do you think? Slavery's bad. Slavery's bad then and now, but still happening. More sex slavery than you would imagine. Yep. Yeah, that's why it's tough. It's tough. Don't eat the babies. Don't shake the baby. Make fetuses great again. All right, make your argument, Aaron. I'm interested to hear how you don't think that slavery, Aaron says, is wrong, or necessarily is wrong. Glow in dark. I don't. You're not being serious, but Aaron, lay out your argument, sir.
Those are not.
You can't just say
course,
that.
And there
so
are
that's
men
an
that dress
example
in
of women
drag,
that
but
don't
those
do
are
that.
those are not the general truth of it. So let me just be clear. You think that there's nothing within the female brain in its constitution that makes young ladies more likely?
I mean, being that I'm an engineer, I don't think so.
Okay, why?
No. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I feel like there's.
So you think if you pick a random lady here that they'd be just as comfortable sitting and watching a 4-hour football game than they were to go get their hair done with their best girlfriend?
Well, I feel like that's kind of diminishing to say, oh, because you're a woman, you will not be able to sit through a.
Nope. See, she's going back to the all. Just because you're a woman, you will definitely do this. That's not the argument. That's not what is being presented. On a balance of probabilities, if there's a 4-hour, and this is why you really have to boil it down. You have to boil it down because it makes sense to you and me. And so we think, oh, well, that makes sense. Therefore, we can go on our lives believing this. But that's not how it works. We've got people like this who are on our side. She's wearing the MAGA hat and still are fucking retarded. So you have to create a situation where they can't misconstrue it. So you would say if there was a 4-hour football game and we had one woman, or let's say we had 100 women and 100 men, which of those groups do you think would have a higher percentage of enjoyment of that 4-hour football game? Well, there's going to be women. Yep. Well, some men don't like yep. So which one? Very obviously, the men. Hey, shout out to the sugar daddy. Funk Master General. We getting a fatty. A fatty for the fatty. There you go. There you go. He's like, I'll take that. Thank you very, very much. Oh, there we go. Thank you. With the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. Oh, thank you so very, very much, guys. Remember, if you were just gifted a membership and you are not already in the Discord, you definitely should, because if one of the mods could drop the link, please because not only is it free for everybody to join, but the members get extra special features, including our after party. As soon as we are done here, we are headed right over there where we don't have to worry about any TOS or anything. You are not stuck behind your keyboard. You're actually on screen with me and everybody else, whether you want to cam up or not. It is a good time. Come on through. If one of the mods could drop the link to the Discord.
Or
Best girl.
Now that we got Nightbot, guys.
To say, oh, because you're a woman, you will not be able to sit through a 4-hour
But
football
is it,
field.
is it diminishing to say a man wouldn't want to go get his hair done? No,
No, I'm sure you get your hair done, right?
not really. It's like 10 minutes in and out, like barbershop.
Okay, but you still do it. It's
But the point, again,
I mean, I get a hair. Well, I don't anymore, but men get haircuts. They don't get their hair done.
There are certain things that women will take more seriously. For example, women will take a lot longer getting ready for the day than men.
Yeah.
Right? Why?
because we're held to higher standards to
No,
look pretty.
no.
For example, your hair. How short is your hair? Super short. Mine, it's gonna take longer to dry.
Do you wear
right?
makeup?
Yeah.
Why?
Because you want to look pretty, and it takes.
For who?
Yeah, that's not important to me because I'm a man.
Well, right. But who made you
but
feel
there's
that
something
way?
in your
but you
wiring.
feel comfortable
No,
not
no,
wearing
it's not
makeup
a-
because of a certain reason.
Well, but you wouldn't feel comfortable wearing makeup?
I can not wear makeup.
But why do you do it?
I mean, like right now, I'm not wearing like anything really.
No, I know, but that's the point, is that at some point you wear makeup because there's something within your wiring that says, I want to be presentable to the world. And that wiring, honestly, is I want to find a mate to have
I mean,
children.
this question was about affirmative action. I think we're
No,
getting
it's not. It's actually really important because I don't think there's any differences.
It's all directly connected. Shout out again to the sugar daddy. Very much appreciated. But yeah, this is all connected because it all highlights the same fucking mentality. This is how you think, and that is why you end up with the wrong opinions. Because all of these things, you keep going back to the same fucking conflation.
Between race.
Question was about affirmative action. I think
Ooh, guys, the poll. Which is morally worse, slavery or abortion? It is tied 50-50. We got to break that tie.
No, it's not actually really important because I don't think there's any differences between races, but I think that when it comes to affirmative action, we're saying that there are differences.
Right.
That we're trying to say that things that don't matter should matter. So I don't think race matters. Affirmative
Right.
action says race
What
does
about
matter.
like women also in fields like that? Like what I
Well,
explained
I
earlier.
think that's even more dangerous, to be honest with you. If like we're going to say that women should be Secret Service agents protecting Trump.
Not Secret Service. I'm talking about medicine, engineering, that type of
Well,
thing.
hold on. Okay, so should we try to have the same amount of female to
In what case? Lean left on what?
male OBGYNs?
I think it should
Hold
be
on.
similar to the amount of like
OBGYNs, though.
like the general population.
So hold on, 85% of all OBGYNs are female.
Yeah.
So now should we have parity so that men?
I have an OBGYN that's a man. That's not a problem.
That's not the point. The point is, should we have parity?
I think it should be similar to like whatever the
Got it. Okay. So you're consistent. So women studying in the OBGYN field will be actively discriminated against. So a man can, because we must have parity.
It's not about people in the OBGYN specifically. It's about people in general. Men were, like, for example, women were not able to vote until like less than 100 years ago, basically, right?
What does that have to do with?
One second.
field?
So because of that, a lot of the laws, a lot of everything that's set in place was made by men, was excluding women, was creating like reforms and like certain
The patriarchy. All right, so I want to address Aaron here. Said that I don't necessarily think that slavery is wrong as a punishment, and so I asked for elaboration. So I think the context of breaking the the state would benefit from prison labor, which is basically slave labor, in my opinion. True, and that is that's the 13th Amendment, right? But why is that? You're not giving me. You're just telling me what it is. So I'm asking you why you think that's okay. Because I don't think we should be allowed to do that. I mean, yeah, it's cheap labor, but that's the same argument they make for the fucking illegals. Aaron said, say I catch a couple of home invaders. Instead of sending them to prison, make them my slaves for the duration of their sentence. Okay, but you're giving me the idea. I'm asking you, why is your idea okay? I'm understanding what your idea is. You're not giving me a moral reason why that is okay. I'm saying I don't think that's okay because you shouldn't have that type of control over someone. Let's just start it there. So why am I incorrect and you are correct? Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Again! The sugar daddy comes through. My goodness, out sponsoring himself. There we go. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So very, very much. If we do it that way, does it look better? Oh, there we go. He's so fucking cute. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So very, very much. Is that the goal? Is that the goal? Hold on. I'm really bad at math. Let's see. That is a 6 out of 15. And 79 out of 75. That means the stream goal has been met. Come on. There. Boom, 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 boom. And y'all know what that means. Y'all know what that means. We got to get Morty up for this. Oh. The extra special treat. Surprised this isn't empty yet. Now I don't need to worry about the birdies for this. Let's go!
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants to fire, a light on this dawn. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the flare. The faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the judge to bring the faith.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Real quick, guys, remember to make sure you have gifts turned on. So you got to go to, I always forget how to do this. Let's, real quick. Let's pull up a chat GPT. We could keep this playing.
The fallout of a world misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising thought from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command, a beast of judgment, the Lord will give his man.
Okay, so make sure where the subscribe button was, since you are, of course, subscribed to the channel, go to join, and then you click 3 dots, go gift settings, and allow gifts during, open channel with memberships, that's mine. Click join, click gift settings, allow gifts. So that is how you can get a gifted membership from our sugar daddy, the Funk Master General. Close, motherfucker. Close. Okay, whatever. Thank you. Oh my goodness. It's for push-ups. Oh man, 8 votes, and we are still 50-50 on the poll. Guys, get your votes in. Which is morally worse, slavery or abortion? Let's party on.
Excluding women was creating like reforms and.
Oh, wait. Sorry, we were in the middle of this. Okay. No, yeah, okay. So I'm still with you, Aaron. We're looking for why. It's used to be as a disincentive. We live in a savage world where savage tactics can be necessary, and what is okay is relatively subjective. My 10 Commandments don't say nothing about slaves. Well, actually, maybe the 10 Commandments don't, but the Bible certainly does. And it said it's okay to beat them as long as they don't die in a few days. So that's not really a strong argument for modern day America.
Like certain legislations that would specifically, support men rather than women, because women don't have that ability.
Support society. I don't think it was always about supporting.
Well, for example, like what about what I brought up, endometriosis, or like the Seabill accident, like all this stuff is due because we tend to favor men in specific.
Well, so I just don't believe that. First of all, because research will go where the money is, and so if there was money in endometriosis research.
Not much, because
Well,
men
that's
don't
why.
care.
So maybe it wasn't sexism. Maybe it was a monetary explanation.
Well, who has the money in a society?
Well, actually, women control more money than men in the country.
But men, women weren't able, women weren't able.
Yeah, but
to have bank accounts until like less than 100 years ago.
and society was fantastic then. How about now?
So they can't really build that generational wealth.
Do you think it's been a better thing with women's liberation in the last 20, 30 years?
Yeah, I would.
Do you think?
Do you though? Actually, she probably does. So yeah, she probably does. But yikes. Yeah, we live in a much better society. Our culture is much stronger now. I mean, but we have iPhones.
That's interesting. Do you think women are happier in America today than they were 30 years ago?
Yeah.
Wrong.
Then why are they
objectively wrong?
Most depressed group in the history of the species? Women are the most miserable they've ever been. Like, why is that?
I don't think that's I don't think.
Oh, it's true.
That's because we're allowed to have money.
No,
now,
I'm asking that. But it's like more liberation, more college degrees, more birth control, less
I
marriage.
would
less
argue
kids.
otherwise. I don't know where you got that data.
No, everybody agrees that women are super miserable. As far as versus 30 years ago.
Well, it could be the fact that because women weren't able to go to a psychologist or
or maybe it's because they're not doing the one thing that.
And hey, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I would what's the word I'm looking for? I would not caution. I would suggest that if you have this edgy as an opinion, that in order to be taken seriously, then think about that and make that argument, because just saying it seems like it's just being edgy for being edgy. But if you really believe it, then there should be a good reason why, even if other people don't agree with it. That's, the whole Nick Fuentes thing is that a lot of his opinions are unpopular to the mainstream, but because he is able to back them up with some type of logic, whether you agree or disagree, there's only so much you can hate him.
Or
maybe it's because they're not doing the one thing that they want to do, which is to get married and have children.
Yeah, she's saying that no, it's actually opposite. It's saying that women
Antidepressant use 2024.
There's more layers to it than that. It can't just be. Be that you have to look at why are women more likely to go and talk to a psychologist. There's the different. Look at why are women more likely to go and talk to a psychologist. There's the differences in that.
So, but I'm just curious. So, do you think women are generally happier in 2024 than they were in 1964?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
But I just had the question: how would you want to fix it?
A union, kids, it's a view of marriage. If you want an idea.
That question got me. First question: why can't marriage?
Testing. Are we good? Let me know. Testing. Good. Thank you. I don't know what is going on, and I don't know if you noticed, but the wires where I wrap around the arm were got undone somehow. How do wires do that? Whether you put your headphones in your pocket or your backpack or whatever, and you pull them out and they're all fucking tangled up. Or here, I literally have it wrapped around and plugged in. It's plugged into the computer. It doesn't unplug, and it stays wrapped around. How the fuck did it get tangled with the headphones and unwrapped on the microphone? I had a feeling because I unplugged it to fix it today. I had a feeling. But hey, the psyop. Shady. All right, let's back this up. See what it is, bitches. Saying
About that, well, first question, why can't marriage be allowed with 2 men or 2 women? That question got me.
Yeah, so
because that's what marriage is, according to the church. So once we bring it into the secular world by attaching legality to it, then it gets confusing. But if you understand that the civil union was all that people ever needed, all that people ever wanted was the same rights that Christians got from getting married, without and nobody cared about the title of marriage until you made it something specific. So the marriage should have never come with any kind of legal benefits at all. Marriage should merely, and I don't mean to downplay it, but it should be strictly a bond between a man and a woman and God or Christ or whatever, whatever. That's what marriage should be. It should have no other social implications. Then, if a married Christian couple or a boyfriend, a secular boyfriend and girlfriend, they can get the same rights, rights to see each other in the hospital, tax benefits, dependent, all that kind of stuff under the civil union. Christians, you fucked up. You fucked up. You could have had marriage all to yourselves, but you fucked up.
And why can't marriage be allowed with 2 men or 2 women? That question got me.
Yeah, so I mean, allowed and what it is are 2 different things. So again, just strictly from what marriage has always been is the idea of 2 separate parts coming in a union to be able to have, hopefully, a lifelong partnership to raise kids, adopt kids, or have kids, and to become better versions of themselves. It is the attraction of opposites. And so if you want to redefine marriage, that's fine. That's your contention. But I take a classical view of marriage.
Based on, what is that based on what?
The Bible.
Bible?
The natural law.
Is that the Bible?
Well, natural law is separate than the Bible, but it's harmonic with the Bible. That's correct.
Okay.
Because what would you say? What is the purpose of marriage?
Marriage is like, I love you, you love me.
Marriage.
Let's
Got it. So
let's get together.
Can a 25-year-old marry an 8-year-old?
No,
Why?
because that 8-year-old is not ready. Like they
Got it. So at
are
some
not
point,
adults.
so then let's build out your definition more then.
Mhm.
Love each other, but also what? What is the purpose? What is the destination of marriage?
We are 2 adults. We love each
See, I think he's doing much better in terms of walking along a dumb chick than he was with the last one. You have to understand that at a certain level, people need to be infantilized. And you could go the route of just getting a 10-minute clip where you're just dominating. Or you could change people's minds. And for the most part, I mean, we all love a good dunk. But for the most part, Charlie Kirk was getting people to understand.
other.
Fair enough. Okay, we love each other. End of story.
Well, let's give me another thing and maybe I'll add to it.
Okay, but is that it? Is it about union, partnership, friendship? What is
I think it's just like, let's get our taxes good. Like, let's just get married. Like,
But again, David is saying the only reason marriage should have tax incentives is to increase the population. Why does it need to be within marriage? Why does that need to be the marriage thing that has the tax incentives? That's the entire point. Because once you have the tax incentives, then you can no longer say it's only a Christian thing because America has a separation of church and state. So if you're getting tax incentives, then you don't get to say that other people don't. And I think it's fair that Christians don't want secular people getting married, except for the fact that there are tax incentives and other things tied to it. And so that should be the good reason to get a civil union. There should be no tax incentives tied to marriage, because it is just, and it is specifically rather a bond between 2 humans and their God. Why should that have tax incentives? If you want those tax incentives, then you go through the civil union. And now the civil union is the thing that most people do. And so marriage gets to stay a Christian sacrament. that secular people wouldn't even want to engage in. And so there shouldn't need to be tax breaks for our forefathers would be turning over in their graves. Yep. People definitely are cattle. Indeed. Sometimes I don't think the because the best way to raise a child in a two-parent household. Right. But again, you're missing my point. What does this have to do with the difference between a marriage and a civil union? How does that change what I said about civil union? I mean, yeah, but that's a whole other conversation, right? And what did I say? Right. So I'm saying that once you I agree with you that there should be tax incentives for people to have more children and better families. I agree with you. What I am saying is that for that incentive to specifically be called marriage, when marriage is supposed to be strictly a Christian sentiment, then you take it out of that category and now you force it into the secular legal context. You can have everything that you are saying. You don't mess up what the sacrament of marriage is. And also there's tax incentives for people to get together, stay together, and have families. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess I agree. Like that's the only reason that a secular person really should care about that is because you do get, it's not only tax incentive, but again, like a lot of people couldn't see their loved ones in the hospital and stuff. That stuff is important, and it should not be gatekept by only Christians. That being said, I understand why marriage specifically should be only for Christians, or at least religious people.
Like, let's get our taxes good. Like, let's just get married. Like, I don't think there needs to be some big, crazy reason.
No, I'm not attacking you. I think marriage is holy. And by holy, I don't just mean it in a religious sense. Holy means separate, meaning it should be elevated. It should be celebrated. It's something that is so above the rest. And you just think it's like a tax advantage. And it's fine, because actually most Americans agree with you.
Yeah.
I think marriage is something where we should drop everything, like, wow, two separate parts have just made a lifelong covenant with one another.
I thought he was going to say what I was saying.
To learn about the other and to grow with each other, and it's difficult. And I think that we've lost that.
I mean, I'm Jewish, and like in Judaism, there's the when you get married, the religious marriage, and then there's the government marriage. Like you have to get married twice, basically.
Right. So instead of calling them both marriage, call one of them the civil union and put all the legal secular stuff on that. Am I wrong? Udo said lawyers did this. Well, a lot of lawyers and politicians, same, different, but same. It's it's a legal civil union that the government calls marriage. But if you're wondering why I'm not pulling up a lot of what you're saying, Glow in Dark.
So I think what you're talking about is probably the religious marriage, like with a priest. I'm talking about governmental marriage.
I'm even talking about government. I'm just saying traditionally our governmental marriage, again, I'm in the vast minority of opinion in the country, this has been the classical view that it's a man and a woman coming together in something sacred and something holy or elevated. Again, that's not...
I would say that's just a Christian marriage.
It's not necessarily Christian. Right. In Judaism, in traditional...
Religious.
Traditional rabbinical Judaism, Orthodox, homosexual marriage is not recognized.
That is true.
So it's not Christian. In Islam, homosexual marriage is not recognized.
Okay.
So it's not just Christian.
Okay.
So it's Abrahamic. All right, we agree.
I'm gonna come.
Why do we care if there's no father? I grew up without a father. I feel like I'm doing fine. I'm doing great.
How many? Oh God. This is unironically, this is the same argument. When you Gen Xers and Boomers are like, well, we gotta beat our children. I'm like, okay, well, maybe there are some instances, but I think rule of thumb should be that corporal punishment is not the most effective way to teach your children. Like, well, I got beat and I'm fine. Like, okay. Could you be more fine? Or are you perfect? Is it possible that despite you being fine right now, that your life would be better if you weren't beat? Similarly, you might be fine, but don't you think if you had a father around, you might be more fine?
I'm in college. Like, why are we so towards the father? Why does he need to be there so much?
Because you think it's fine that you don't have a father and that you're in college.
So just looking at, try to answer my question for me. Do you think what kind of is there any time, and you're being very vulnerable, and I appreciate that, when you were growing up, and maybe not, where you said, I wish I had a dad around?
What? We don't have a Trump soundbite. Which one are you talking about? This one's Biden.
Come on, man. My mom says I did wish for that once. Wishing well. But my mom was great. She supported me, provided me.
No, I'm not. There's not a knock on single moms.
Right.
But was there ever a time maybe where a more masculine figure would have been helpful?
I can't.
No, never.
Really, not off the top of my head.
Okay.
Like
Exactly. You can't think of it because you don't understand.
what? Can you give me an example of
Yes.
when a masculine figure would be helpful in my
A
life?
I'm gonna come.
Friend might have broke up with you.
See, that happens all the time. I say shit, and then I'm in the moment, and I'm like 2 seconds later, be like, oh, and I'm just like, no idea what you're talking about. That's me, not you guys.
Can you give me an example of
Yes.
when a masculine figure would be helpful
Ideas
in my
not
life?
coming on
Friend might have
anything.
broke up with you, and you didn't want to talk to your mom because she just didn't get it, and you wanted a strong, stable man to say you're beautiful.
I had my stepdad, and I never told him, well, you're not my dad.
I think, I mean, I have, if my father was like, you're beautiful, I
probably want to get railed by those 6 dudes who told me I was beautiful.
That'd be cool. But like, if my mom was also like, you're beautiful, I don't really see a difference between like my mom saying it and my.
Exactly, because there is a difference, as Charlie can clearly point out, and the fact that you can't see it is the problem.
My father saying
Wow.
it.
Okay. Yeah, that's. I don't see the world that way, because there's being a father to a daughter. There's a very unique bond between a father and a daughter, where it's you fall in love again, but not romantic love. You fall in a different type of Greek love, which is called storge, which is a father-daughter love, where you have such affection for this incredible being, and your task is to shepherd.
Shout out to the Thorpes. If you know, you know.
That vulnerable, innocent.
Actually, I'm gonna check if the Thorpes are on Confluence. We're going over there. I need some fucking content. Where is he? You take the night off? Oh, there you go. Wait, what? Well, hold on. Let me just, I don't know where the other one is. Hold on.
Evangelicals or whoever that want to bring about the coming of the Antichrist or some bullshit, but it's
God
like
damn it.
I care more.
There you go. I just want to see.
Care more about like the
Thorpe,
material facts that are
It
happening.
is spooky if it's
crazy,
someone. It's someone like Mike Huckabee, who is the ambassador.
No Thorpes. All right. We're good. If you know, I mean, yeah, bro. They were up all. Yikes. Anyway. What were we talking about? Okay, let's back this up. Oh yeah, she ain't got no daddy.
And your task is to shepherd that vulnerable, innocent girl through life all the way up until the marriage aisle to kind of connect the two topics together, right?
Wow.
Where then you hand it off to another man, because women are worthy of protection.
So you're saying like there has to be a man in the woman's life.
Not
the
has
woman
to.
can't be
Not-
like alone.
No,
not has to, but it's better.
There are exceptions, but it is a beautiful ideal. And when that ideal falls apart, now let's talk about the technical side. In the Black community, when fathers are no longer around, crime goes up, poverty goes up. Because
now I haven't checked. It was okay, so it would be 2 nights ago, about 4 hours in. If you guys want, so I guess I'm ending this poll at 50-50. I did not expect that, but I'll put up another poll. So basically, the Thorpes are seemingly an incestuous family where the dad and the 20-ish-year-old girl seem to get into it. And they were on the panel a few nights ago, and apparently it got wild. So do you want to check out the Thorpe drama? Yes or no, stick with Charlie. Let me know. It is gross, but I mean...
Side. In the black community, when father's no longer around, crime goes up, poverty goes up. Because you'll understand this less, and a man in the audience who grew up without a father will totally get this. If it's just a mom in the house, the dad should come in and discipline the 14-year-old for acting like a brat. The dad comes in and he says, stop doing this. You need to be able to outrank the 14-year-old brat.
You're not my dad!
With another masculine figure.
But don't you think that like there's a reason that a lot of the black community doesn't have a father, and it's because of systemic racism. It's because like black men are more likely to be in prison.
Oh yeah, so why do people go to prison?
For like a lot of the time it's because they're in poverty and they have no other way to get.
Okay, so they commit crimes.
Because there's
Yeah, but it's okay because they're poor. So if you don't have money, it's okay to do crime.
So wait. So wait.
Why do they
So wait, if you're
commit crimes?
So in poverty, we should give excuses for committing crime?
Yes, because if they have no
like murder?
I did not say murder. I said like I'm saying like if someone is stealing something because they have no money and there's no job.
That's so interesting. So you think most crimes are crimes of necessity in the black community?
I'm not saying most.
So like gangbanging is like a crime of necessity?
That I literally never said that. I'm saying
but
like
you're making an argument of crimes of necessity. Like they're so hungry they can't handle it.
I'm talking about like crime that has to do with like getting food, getting stuff that you need to live.
Right, but we have food stamps for anyone that needs it. So that doesn't exist. We have subsidized housing for anyone that needs it. So that doesn't exist. We have free healthcare for any poor person that wants to call Medicaid. That doesn't exist. We also have welfare, cash for anyone that wants it. That doesn't exist. So what is it they're missing that they need to go? Sorry about that.
Well, the food, like a lot of food stamps might not cover all of what they need, and also housing is like there's not unlimited housing.
All right, I found it.
People who are unhoused have to like go to shelters, and then they get kicked out of shelters because there's a mandatory stay limit. So it's not like you just get a house.
It's not a stuff thing though, right? It's like if you need stuff, there's also tons of charities out there that can provide assistance. Churches, you will not go hungry in this country. You will not starve in this country.
Yes, you will. There's like,
no, we have an
been on
obesity
State
problem.
Street?
We have an obesity.
Now, I since this talking point has come up, we do have like there is a little bit of a bait and switch with starving to death and what they call food insecurity. And so, no, nobody is dying of starvation in America. But there is a legitimate portion of people who have a very difficult time making sure that their family is fed week to week. They might not be starving to death, but even with assistance, there is issues, and especially depending on where you live, then, you know, you could get into where you have to travel and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So, you know, just to say. So you ain't gotta look anything up. I found it. What's this sports civic? I drove one in high school. Does that count? David said the poll about slavery versus abortion should not be 50-50. Abortion is worse because I hit the wrong one. Well, unfortunately, I can't verify that, so I gotta go by the numbers. So you guys gotta make sure you are hitting the right button. As of right now, it is 50-50 amongst you. All right, let's see what we got. So this is right as...
Hey, yeah. Recognize Bear. I like the...
Job.
So
is everyone prepared?
I'm prepared.
So this
Welcome,
is the dad.
Ben
Hey, guys.
This is the dad.
Thank you. Good.
Oh, no caption.
I've seen a lot of you. You probably have no idea who I am, but you found the panel, so good job.
Yeah, I like the title. It's usually either...
I have not seen this.
You know, everyone agrees about one thing or the other. So I like the concept, religious chaos.
So the man who birthed Grace is going to supersede my ability to answer the question on panel?
Do you think that men bear...
So I'm just excited to see Ben Thorpe in the flesh. I mean, that's crazy.
Ben's an interesting guy. We've spoken a few times, I think, on Chaotic Truth. And
Yes.
You remember me?
I recognize your voice. Yeah.
This this guy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Grace is going to come on, too.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, God. Okay.
So I agree with the Catholic Church.
So this is the daughter. This is the daughter, and supposedly they are fucking.
Teaching on incest, which is common. But from the kind of debate sphere point of view, like, what is the argument against it?
None of these people had a right to be morally outraged.
If a dude can stick his dick into the butt of another
Clockwise,
dude,
clockwise.
that's cool. Like, why would where's
Smart
the
move, Confluence. Smart
what
move.
is the argument? There is no argument.
I mean, Destiny himself argued for incest.
Clockwise,
consensually.
Back in the day.
But let's say, you know, I have an, and I'm not trying to flex, but like,
says Thorpe. Fuck my daughter, says Thorpe, millions of times. I'm not trying to flex.
Young women are super interested in guys like me. It's not, they are. It's just this daddy thing. A lot of girls don't have a close relationship with their daddy. So it's like, it's crazy, the interest. So this idea, like, guys like me are predators. Like, I don't think so. I think there's a huge amount of interest coming from Zoomer girls towards guys like me for obvious reasons. Look at Zoomer guys.
Incest is not bae. Dick, did you make sure your gifts are turned on before Funkmaster Sugar Daddy's all over the place and you don't get one? Oh, there it is. There it is. Valquest, Kevin Knox, Leland, Xander, Alicia, Jason, Angie, Repentant, Lenore, Manigan, and not Dick Johnson. Thank you. So very, very much. Oh wait, I'm gonna move this shit. You guys are all in the view. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Thank you. So very, very much out sponsoring your goddamn selves and put me in an awkward position where I've got to do a lot of push-ups. Yikes. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. If you're just joining us, we've got Ben and Grace Thorpe arguing for incest.
They're pathetic, you know? No offense to OS8KAL over there, but like, I mean,
real.
So
there, Ben.
So wait, are you asking about incest or asking about age gap relations? I feel like those are different things.
Well, so I mean, so in a certain sense, like what is the problem? What is the problem? And people will say
which one?
That it's your daughter.
With both of them, or?
Well, it's a form of the age gap relationship, but like, what is the actual problem? And people will say, people will say it's eugenics, right? Like, so, okay, as long as there's not reproduction, because reproduction causes like genetic problems, but like that's true of any number of sexual relationships, like dwarves, you know, people with recessive genes, people with Tay-Sachs, older women, they're all taking a higher risk. So like, what really is the
like to be clear with incest is what we're talking about?
Yeah,
not just.
But, I mean, I would say the same thing. I would say the same thing, like in terms of like casual bestiality. Like I agree with the tab.
Hey yo,
like, really, if
what?
you're like a shepherd and you're banging a sheep. Does the sheep give a fuck? Really, honestly, like, do we really?
I guess,
we're gonna cut the.
We don't know. That's the fucking problem. The sheep can't consent. What the fuck is happening? Sugar Daddy, leave it, Funkmaster. Thank you. So very, very much. I don't know how you're jumping out at this point, but you have a fantastic night, brother. Thank you so very, very much. A fucking legend, if there ever was one. Very much appreciated.
Does the sheep give a fuck? Really, honestly? Like, do we really?
I guess,
we're gonna cut the fucking sheep up. We're gonna murder the sheep and take all.
Look, I get that. You know? I'm sure you guys have had this conversation a million times. So, but I guess I'm just gonna ask, like, are you guys?
We've never actually had it.
Are you guys Christian? Like, is there a religious leaning there?
No, we're Catholic. Yeah.
Okay, so then is it not enough just to know that the Catholic Church says, hey, if you meet a sheep, it doesn't matter if that sheep is looking extra fluffy, you're not supposed to do something towards that sheep.
They were there for a minute.
Like, I'm just saying, like,
4.
If I had I think if like I don't know how it works. I didn't grow up
6 hours.
But if a 13-year-old kid is like just like doing what 13-year-old boys do, stick their dick into everything, I wouldn't want the kid to feel like he's definitely going to hell and it's a really big deal. But also, I wouldn't want him saying like, "Hey, Dad, look, I'm fucking the sheep." Like, it's gross. I admit it, but like, it's kind of like
you want to de-incentivize that behavior, probably.
They did when they were 13. Like, I tried to have sex with a vacuum cleaner once. I don't think that's a good idea. It gets really dangerous.
It's better than a sheep, though, right? It's better than a sheep, surely.
I'm just going to go.
In one sense, yes. In another sense, no.
I'm just not going to let Ben die on this hill alone. I'm pretty sure that every guy who was born before the boom of the internet, an inanimate object or two has probably sang a Marvin Gaye ballad to him, if you can kind of read between the lines there. You're not alone, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, you're 13. I remember once I was in a pool and I was all by myself. It was in an apartment, and it's like that.
I guess that we are all chicken fuckers. I'm so Ellen. Don't kill the meme. If you kill the meme, it will no longer be funny.
That warm jet comes out, and like I was like, yeah, I'll put my penis in front of the warm jet and see if I can do it hands free. I did accomplish the
I did do that
mission, but then you get this kind of
original hands
leg in the water that you feel like some Mexican guy's gonna have to skim this off tomorrow morning. But
dude, I did the same.
I did not do that.
Same fucking shit. I stuck mine in a vacuum cleaner, bro. I know exactly what you're fucking talking
yeah, you got to be careful because when you get full suction, you can like do damage.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I was
right. So let's jump ahead a little bit to see where this goes. Oh, Avarice. Let's see where Avarice comes in. Avarice is going to cause some trouble.
It's a lot to deal with at once.
The ideal
it's a lot to deal with at once.
The ideal,
no offense, Avarice. No offense.
The ideal person to like unload a girl into womanhood is her mother, of course, but also sometimes an aunt who's like a little more honest. You know what I mean? But like when you don't have that, it then falls on the male side of things, and that can work. But I agree with you. The ideal is that Grace can tell you some hair-raising stories about when she hit puberty because her mother was just like, "Fuck you on every level." I'm not fucking dealing with it,
dude.
And you were like, "I'm going to fuck you."
Wait, okay, you just unlocked an ancient memory from when I was watching all this fucking nonsense. So, right, Grace had said, I think that her mom wanted you, Grace, to unalive yourself because she thought that you were trying to steal Ben away from her. Do I have that right? Is this and is that a correct? Is that a true story?
That was sort of,
or is that kind of the part of the?
No, it was a true story. It was kind of.
So it is true that you were stealing your father away from your mother.
Like a subconscious.
Oh my fucking god!
Here we go. Here we go. Shout out to Avarice.
Can you just go away? No, go away, woman! Oh my god, the bitch is speaking. Oh my god. Look at just go away!
No, say Marilyn.
Okay.
We want to hear Marilyn.
What the fuck is that?
I like to hear Marilyn.
Marilyn next to me, please. I want to pet
This is about
no, you don't get to pet Marilyn. Marilyn
go ahead.
goes over here.
Marilyn loves fucking attention. She'll take the pats all fucking day. Trust me. That bitch loves attention.
I love giving it to her. She's a beautiful woman.
Am I not normally Confluence? Am I not normally here? Am I not?
You are normally here. You're not there at the connection.
This is not where I am. Am I somewhere new? Where am I?
Guys, we don't want to be incels on the internet. If good pussy arrives,
talking about your daughter.
Let's roll out
that's not good pussy, bro.
I mean,
that's used up roast beef.
You're pointing to Grace right now.
She's got those kind of bedroom eyes.
I don't know, Marilyn. It seems like you're obsessed with him. You followed him onto this panel.
Yeah.
Hey, Marilyn, this is my panel.
Oh, Marilyn's there. Shout out to
Marilyn makes Arby's look good. You know what I'm saying?
That is a better looking woman than any of us.
Oh, Avarice shouldn't be here.
I want to know the Marilyn and Thorpe's history. How do you guys know each other? Fill me in on.
Good job, Confluence. Good job. Sometimes Confluence lets it go a little bit too much. I like when Confluence takes. They're like, all right, we're gonna talk about this. So now we're just jumping around. We're all a little confused, but now he's like, okay, what's the story from the beginning? Shout out to Marilyn. Shout out to Marilyn.
On that.
That's a funny story. That's Toilet Bowl Earth.
Yeah, that's true.
That?
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
I got his guy to say he was going to kill me because I was lying to him that Marilyn was sending me nudes, and he saw her as like.
Are you another one? Hold on. Are you another one? Do we have a third?
Wait, Marilyn
sending nudes? No,
Marilyn!
Oh my god! Now, not only
open to it.
Marilyn sent him nudes. Why?
Not only do we have Ancient Waves and James Coates. Oh yeah, now we got. Mr. Ben Thorpe. All right, dude. I'm adding names to the dartboard, bitch.
Avarice, shut up.
I was
adding names.
That's who he's talking about.
Wacky.
That's who he's talking about, Avarice.
Yeah,
look at that. That's fantastic. Just adding names.
Listen, Avarice, she's trying to explain it. You might learn something if you stop talking for a second.
Yeah, you might learn something.
I would love to be on that list. Yeah.
Who's this?
History. What happened here?
Who wouldn't want a Marilyn nude?
Yeah, I mean, how's that down?
I don't want one. My wife is way hotter than this ugly bitch.
Okay, Marilyn's not going to be doing that.
She's fucking fine as hell.
Let's skip ahead a little bit and get into
3 drinks in. I mean, you're going to have a great night.
No, I'm just gonna use her face as my fucking cleaning.
She's saucy.
She's spicy. You know what I mean? Just some
Yeah.
fucking water.
You're obsessed.
All right, we'll do a couple more jumps, see if we can find something worth getting into.
She was making a cogent point.
Stop
Shut the fuck
casting
up.
spells, Avarice.
Stop casting spells,
She doesn't
Average.
believe.
Yeah.
She doesn't believe we die.
Stop
Ask her.
casting spells.
That's God. That's God. This is Marilyn, who believes that she and all of us are God.
Average, you serve a death cult. Why do you
serve a death cult, Average?
See, there we go. She
Why do you
doesn't
serve
believe
a
we
death
die.
cult?
So I don't know why she's even contending this. I'm trying to get some back and
Life,
forth here
Average.
with Mr. Thorpe. All right, while we're trying to figure out a
Exactly.
neutral beneficial for heaven maxing, and you're over here talking about things that you don't even believe in.
Life is more precious
All
than
right, we're gonna
death.
jump ahead again. Because Marilyn be taking over some shit sometimes.
You don't have to work
You
as hard.
totally had an opportunity for setup there. You could have said, "What are you doing on the panel here?" If you don't have time, so that would have been the setup. You screwed that over. Second note.
I don't want to have a gotcha moment. I like the
beating you
kid. He
with
has good
rhetoric,
points.
though, so don't fight him with looks because he's beating you in rhetoric, right? Now, Thorpe, you're playing good with the rhetoric, so continue back and forth. But fucking strong arm down
that's what we
there.
want.
Don't just go to the ad homs, all right?
Confluence. I just
Ben, do you wish you were going to shake
not
Ben?
the brains.
Yeah,
I agree with you. Debate with Andrew.
All right,
Ben,
I don't know if we're gonna get anything just from skipping around, but we'll give it another. Yep, that's fair. We'll give it a couple more skips and see if we got anything.
Notice your
I'm going to
camera.
take pictures of you, but don't
Definitely
worry.
is a
It's
weird
all going to be AI when I'm done.
All right, girls. So how about Sear Kirk? Because I find him fascinating. Because as a guy, I could see he's a sweetheart of a guy, but like he seems to have super low self-esteem. Does that make your pussies wet, dry, or what? Am I wrong?
Is that a question?
He has low self-esteem.
I think he looks like a sweetheart, super nice
Everyone
guy. He's the nicest guy in the
picks
world.
on
He's
him.
kind of
I
nervous.
think most people on this panel will probably tell you that's not true, but
Well, what do you rate yourself out of 10, Sear Car?
Picks on him so hard.
If you had to give a number.
Like, is that cute? He's doing like the cute kind of shy guy. Is that
I am not dilly-dilling that.
at work? Or is
no,
it
I
too
just
much?
don't
Give
trust
yourself
him.
a number, you
All right, new poll. It doesn't seem like we're getting much out of this. I'm gonna let it play while you guys hit the poll. But would you like to go back to Charlie Kirk, or would you like for us to go and join Confluence's stream that's going on right now? This one's obviously from before, but he is live every day, so we can go hang out if you like. Tell me what you prefer.
Stupid fuck.
I don't think about it.
Keep in mind, though, we are past the 3-hour mark, so
Number yourself.
No.
You'll be a
beaten as a
woman.
child? Were you
You
just like-
fucking
You seem,
child.
yeah, he seems kind of
What do you want to
traumatized.
whenever
I kind of,
podcast
it's kind of
is
cute.
He
Yeah,
acts
come
like a
on.
woman. He's super metro.
He's sweet. I
He
like
looks like a soccer player.
No, he
I know
acts
this
like
is
he
not
acts like
being
a
called
woman.
nice on this
That's the
stream. I'll
problem.
take it. That's all I'm saying.
He's feminine.
And Nicole Kidman is hot, yes.
Okay. I was thinking of women that are obscurely attractive.
I'm gonna go, but I'm listening.
No.
Good.
I think that's
Right,
coke.
but-
I think that's coke, Ben. I think that's coke.
Yeah.
okay, we're getting into cope. All right. Are we finding something?
Sure.
It's the
No.
it's this guy under me. He's like just like dying inside.
That
the
passive
baby
aggression,
was-
and Sirkar, when he said passive aggressive,
Yeah.
whenever
No, I mean,
somebody's
going
being a
down
jerk with good manners,
If the poll ends in 50-50, I'm just ending the stream.
that's basically passive aggressive, because it's like you're trying to tell someone go fuck yourself, but you're holding enough decorum where it looks like you're maintaining composure. I would agree with Ben, and I don't really have a dog in this fight.
Like I
It's
respect
passive.
Avery. He's just openly saying I fucking hate
Right,
you.
Avery's saying it with his chest. He's standing on bisexual business. I respect Avery.
Yeah, notice how Avery's never in the chat anymore? That's him.
Thanks, Ben.
That's why I'm worried about going over. And you guys, well, I'm going to go check this out. Well, I want to talk. And
Thanks, I appreciate it, bro.
I'm not
Hey,
talking
do me a
about
favor,
her.
Grace. Don't laugh at me. You said I have box hair dye, and you said I had weird feminine energy. Go kiss your dad and go
You're
fuck
funny.
all the way
I
off.
said you're a really nice guy.
No, that dude, you look like a guy we know who's Irish, and so she's just seeing him in you. That's it.
Wait, which
She
guy?
was right about the Irish.
I think that's
story.
coke.
All right. We're not getting anything here. You guys are saying go to Confluence's stream, and we will do that. I am just going to take a little piss, and we'll see what they're talking about. Is Trump the Messiah, and Christians summoning, and are Christians trying to summon the apocalypse?
go, there's a nature orgasm all around you if you're into that thing, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
doesn't that sound appealing?
yeah, it's fucking awesome. I actually like
It's
Greenland.
freezing.
Canada, send them to Mexico.
Canada, it's free. Like, wasn't it like fucking minus 20?
No, no. Send the Canadians to Mexico. They don't deserve Greenland. I want that too.
Bro, did you just say you jerk off to rivers?
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
That was not what I meant, you asshat. You know better.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically jerking off the river.
Yeah, hypothetically.
You know, I mean, it's like some of the most aesthetically pleasing countryside, right next to a fucking airport. Like the airport stops, the grass is there, there's rocks a couple of feet more, and a mountain right fucking, and it's all of it just right there. And anywhere you go, it's like that. I don't want them to have Greenland. I want Greenland.
Yes.
Fuck that. They can have Mexico.
Fuck yes. I just realized that I already know what we're doing for Friday.
Dude, I want to take over Mexico too and push our border all the way to Panama Canal.
Yeah, the Western Hemisphere, right?
Exactly.
And when we do that, we can push them across the canal.
Did he
to,
finally go to
now you're thinking.
America? Yeah, I like it. See, we're working together
Across
now.
the Darien Gap. Just
I'm good with this. Yes.
Well,
Yes,
it's the Canadians.
Right. And then when we're on my PC, then I can pop out because you know when he does the both streams, it shows the main one and then it shows the vertical. When I'm upstairs just on my phone, you just got to deal with it. But when I'm up here, I'll pull out the chat and we'll hop in. So pop out chat. Let's move that over. Meow. Go in. Meow. Lutch. That's me.
influence over the cartels now. I know they
think
did,
there's
but
Canadian cartel members down there, like the
one.
Canadian cartel member? What? Canadians?
Yeah,
meant
there
to be
was a
violent?
snowboarder. There was a snowboarder that was a cartel leader. Look him up.
There's no
Look him
way.
up, Cleaner. Yeah, look him up. I forget his name, but look him
Yeah,
up.
heard his name was Confluence.
What's
There's-
up,
I just like
Cartel
I see,
fluence.
I see the Canadians. I see the Canadians as like an extension of France. And I mean, we all know
France?
what most of the world thinks
Come
about
on.
France. So
Do
I
you,
just
do you
think
know what the
Canada
Canadians are like in
fucking
World War
you know?
One? Canadians were
Just
freaking
saying.
crazy in World War One. Okay?
We were
We had a
sitting down and talking to
reputation
him.
going.
Yeah, we were just
we did some
they've
untoward.
gone
We did some
cockish.
untoward shit. Okay.
What?
They got
Reputation got off
cockish
quick, dude.
What did
Why'd you get so?
lately.
What happened to you since then, Confluence? Why are you all so gay now?
Yeah.
Well, look, a lot. Okay, a a if you think
I don't
about
know,
it.
man.
You're a lot gay? Is that what you're saying?
It's the
Come-
Forbes.
In
It's the
Canada,
Forbes.
you know.
It's the Forbes. We try. I just tried to go through the stream and see if we could find some goodies, but they were there for like 7 hours. So
Oh yeah, I think it's the longest I've ever streamed. There's like 12-hour stream in total. So
and you got to keep it going.
yeah, and there's no. I tried to even use a transcript tool for some reason. When I checked, I couldn't even see the like it wasn't loading a transcript at all. So I was like, I can't find anything. I'd have to watch this whole thing to
Yeah.
find any moments.
Yeah, I was like, oh, no
Hey,
captions. God damn it.
Yeah, YouTube's got one that happens after the fact by one of their algorithms that does the TOS search.
Let's see how
And
long
it
it takes
puts out a
them to put me
transcript
on the
that
top
then
row.
They'll go and update the live video with if you select that you want it to have transcripts.
Yeah, but that's the thing. This one is supposed to because it is select, but it doesn't for some reason. I don't know if it's just too long because it's
Yeah,
like
it-
over
it
12
might-
hours. I don't know
yeah,
if there's
it
like a
might just not
limit
be
where
ready
YouTube's
yet.
like, fuck that shit.
Oh yeah, if you
maybe
stream more
still
than
processing.
yeah, they
It
punish
may
you
not
if you
be
stream
ready
more
yet.
than 12 hours.
Yeah, it may not be ready yet. 'cause
Is that a
when-
real thing, Anson?
Yeah, that is a real thing. You can look it up. Look it up on.
Oh.
There's all, like they do more than just like the transcript stuff. They do other stuff to you to punish you for because they don't want you to stream more than 12 hours.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
shit.
really don't. There's a lot of little idiomic things that they do, and
You gotta
idiotic
split-
things that they do.
You got to start a new video before the 12 hours if you want to keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then just raid people over to your own second feed.
That's what
I
IJ
ain't
tells
doing
me to
that
do when I switch topics. You've suggested that to me, but I'm like, oh,
Well, no, that was for the specific thing where like there was a specific video where I was like, you and I should cover this video, and then it can lead right into that. But you know,
Right.
oh no,
But,
no. I mean, well, maybe it wasn't you. Someone told me this ages ago. They're like, if you're covering one thing and then you like go off the rails into a different thing, then you should make a new video and then raid your audience to it. Maybe that was someone else that told me that, but I was like, then I have to make a new thumbnail and a new title
and that's the thing. Confluence, that's the thing, is like some people go down that route, and so they develop the skills, you know, to make it easier to do. They get tools and things like that will make that easier to do.
Hey,
but it's all based on like how you want to present the show and what you want to do. For sure, you know?
Yeah, and plus you're really lazy.
Hello.
Well, it also is unwieldy to do it live too. Or I had to switch this thumbnail, right? So then I was quiet for like, you know, how long, because I'm changing the thumbnail, changing the title, and I got the vertical stream going and the horizontal stream, you know.
Confluence, I got a question.
It's a sign of the apocalypse.
I have an
right?
answer for you, K2.
All right, how's the car fluence fun going?
I mean, it's building.
Thank you,
it's building. Okay.
Did you get the whiteboard to keep track? Did you get the whiteboard?
I did not yet. I did not.
Do you have a trade-in? Do you have a trade-in estimate for your scooter?
Actually, yeah, I mean, it's probably is worth like something. It's probably like $1,000 or something like that. So.
But no, I want to, before you guys switch the subject too much, I want to go back to something Anson said, calling you a bitch for your foreign policy stance. At the end of the day, you have the most Chad foreign policy stance because you're Daniel Penny on the world stage. You see injustice, you go and solve it. Anson's policy for foreign policy would be stare at your cell phone while a woman gets raped on a bus in front of you. So,
Based.
You know what? We're good.
Based. I'm staring at my cell phone right now.
That's what I was thinking too. That is kind of like Anson's position. Yeah.
I'm
very untoward.
Like, let's blow up a city block to kill 2 terrorists.
I'm assuming this is related to Iran.
Or it'd be like, let's cause a problem, wait 20 years, and then fix the problem.
Yeah, then we'll go back in and then rinse and repeat.
I mean, I don't blame Anson on that mentality though. Women wanted equality. If you want to be treated like men, then all right, that's what we do to another man.
Yeah,
I don't know. Look at like.
Yeah, I don't. On the bus, or
I like to know how can we can't talk about the fraud?
That's not what I do to other men.
If you're walking down the street in a fucking ghetto and you see one dude jacking another guy for his wallet, you're probably just going to keep fucking walking by.
Why would he be jacking him? Why doesn't he just ask him for it?
I'm just saying this isn't like this isn't something that's a behavior that's restricted to genders or races or religions or creeds or any of this shit, right? Like there are people that'll do this within all of our people groups. So just pointing that out by itself isn't really like saying.
Why were you using real bullets?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Tyler, Confluence got really upset with me because he didn't know that I was anti-war for some reason, and he accused me of making up my anti-war positions.
And you also think you're I just think you're unprincipled. I just think you're unprincipled.
That's wild to me. Still, I can't believe
that bro. That bro's gonna donate to the Democrats and pull a Nick Fuentes-esque accelerationist take over this. After everything's Trump's done, like Trump can do everything else, and then Anson's like defending all of it, and then Trump does one thing that Anson doesn't like, and Anson's like, "Fuck it, I'm
I'll tell you what,
things I didn't like.
Confluence, I'll donate $1,000 to a Democrat right now on stream, and I'll print out the receipt, and you can show it as proof that I am maxing my accelerationism.
Feminist energy.
Hey, Anson, you don't got to prove that you're unprincipled to me. I already said it. I mean, if you want to prove it with $1,000, you can. Sure.
This is actually a good panel because I'm kind of trying to, I've talked to Tyler about this a little bit, but trying to kind of circle the square of being happy that Trump was the no new wars president and coming to terms with the fact that isolationism is not really a tenable situation, and I don't know how to circle that square. I don't want wars, but like,
well, that's what I was saying. That's
going to go down anyway.
Stances when Anson was complaining about it. I think it's like, yeah, you can't be fully. It's like trying to be like a free speech absolutist. There's certain things that, you're going to be pushed eventually in a direction where you can't.
Doing it just fine. Spain's like, fuck this war because they actually have principles. Unlike Trump, who's like, I don't believe in war. I don't believe in war. Oh shit, the Jews want me to go to war. Let's go to war.
Yeah,
like, he's the one that's not fucking principled.
You're a crap hole like Spain, you know.
He's been saying bomb the shit out of them. He got in trouble for saying bomb the shit out of them.
He's been saying for years that Iran, that going into Iran will be stupid. There's all kinds of video of him saying that getting bogged down in a war in Iran is a bad idea, right?
That
He
is
said
true.
that
That's
multiple
totally
times, and just because he acknowledged that Iran was a bad country doesn't mean he's like at any point in time before, like, the Jews decided it was time to go in. Did he say he was going to do that?
We called off.
I think Iran sees the last stronghold with the boomers of this generation because their support's dying.
I don't think the boomers.
So is that
boomers hate
Anthony or-
Iran more than anybody.
I'm just being facetious with the boomers.
Oh, okay, my bad.
So, because like the how, let me put it this way: how much better is it that we struck Iran when we did? If it is the case that if we didn't do that, they would have either gotten nukes or been bombing American bases around. Is that a legitimate thing to say? Well, that's why we should have done this.
No, the reason Rubio gave was that they were starting to work on they're working on their defensive military capabilities so that we can't go in and mow the lawn anymore. So Israel can't go in and kill their scientists and bomb their facilities anymore. They're working on missile deflection and air defense for their country, and that's what we needed to stop, were these short range, smaller missiles that they were producing at massive rates.
So Tally,
Iran stopped their nuclear program in like 2003 or 2004.
Yeah,
and they did not continue proliferations until after Trump broke the pact that was made with the JCPOA, and then they started enriching their uranium, but they stopped at a point where it would take them several months to get to a point where they could put it in a bomb because it was against their religion to make a bomb. They said that multiple times. They were showing restraint. They did not want the nuclear weapon.
Even if we trust several months, that's not a long time.
Hold on. They broke that deal in two ways. They were still funding terrorism, and they were still doing research offsite. We can see the pipeline of them funding terrorism with the JCPOA money, the $1.9 million.
Land with fire.
Was that a condition in the treaty that they to stop funding terrorists?
Yes, that was.
Okay.
Okay. What about the United States? Is the United States going to stop funding Kurdish terrorists in the region? Because we fund terrorists over there too. We're not any fucking better. Stop when you're moralizing where you think we're any fucking better than they are.
On the Kurds.
Just suck the warmonger dick is all you're doing.
The Kurds are heroes. The Kurds are our allies.
They're fucking terrorists.
So this is terrorists.
The whole group of Kurds aren't terrorists, but there are terrorists.
Yeah, but the ones we paid for to shoot to kill people are.
Not all.
Yeah, the ones we paid to fight ISIS. Yeah, the literal counter terrorists are terrorists.
The ones that Turkey are blowing up, the ones that we paid that Turkey is also blowing up because they're terrorists in their country. They're considered terrorist confluence. Look at the fuck up, you fucking idiot.
They are considered
by Turkey. Yeah, I give a fuck who Turkey.
Our fucking NATO ally. Yes, by our NATO ally, they're considered terrorists.
Like I give a fuck what Erdogan fucking thinks. They shouldn't even be in NATO.
Yeah, also fuck whatever NATO says.
They're like,
my point is that calling Iran terrorists is rich. That's what I'm saying.
Well, they should be.
That's crazy.
Well, all right, look, Anson, aside from all of that, right? Like, we can really only judge people by the actions we've seen so far, and their actions haven't shown them to not be stepping towards getting nukes. In fact, their actions have shown that they really seem to want to get there. So, like, we can only go off of what we have available as far as what the information is. We can't ever necessarily know their actual intent.
They've had the technology for 20 years to do it, and they chose not to.
They can rebuild it stronger, faster.
Yeah, but it wasn't because we stopped them. It was because they stopped themselves.
No, it was because Israel went to their country over a dozen times in 20 years and blew up facilities, killed scientists over and over and over. It's well documented that they were.
So if we're going over there and killing all of their people, don't you think that they have a right to self-defense? Are they not sovereign? Are the Jews the only one that are allowed to be sovereign?
Somewhat relevant to what they're talking about. So here's a different conversation.
They're not breaking international law. They have not made
Israel not breaking international law with their news.
Israel's breaking
law. Their bombing of them is illegal entirely.
Yeah, they're repeatedly murdering people for no fucking reason other than they want to control the region because they're zealots.
Bro, they were attacked by Iran
for no reason.
Israel is the largest state sponsor of terror in the Middle East.
Okay, so who's the most anti-war person on the panel?
Probably Anson.
Okay, I said who's the
I'm
most.
pretty. I'm not as much as Anson. I'm probably pretty close
Okay,
in terms
so,
of.
I'm probably less than Testy.
I'm a neocon, so I'm kind of probably between Testy and Anson.
Okay, so
I'm an authoritarian. Bomb them all.
I still couldn't hear the question.
So I'm just trying to get I just want the most the argument from the most anti-war person as to why we shouldn't be messing with Iran, and the most neocon war hawk person to tell me why we should.
I think it'd be Anson and Tyler.
Probably, yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, I'll tell you why we shouldn't.
Hey, put my screen up so anyone can watch me die.
Also, Confluence didn't want to bring up my link. It's not a coincidence.
Your war game? Oh no, I did have it up, but it's not. I didn't feel
It's
it was
relevant.
super relevant.
It is relevant.
Trump said,
they already
this was
destroyed
after the bunker busters. You know what? Yeah, well, sometimes we
Any
gotta
suggestion
mow the
otherwise
lawn,
is
right?
fake news.
Sometimes we gotta mow the lawn, and you
You're
know.
telling me that they destroyed their nuclear facilities and they obliterated them entirely, and within 6-7 months somehow they just sprung up again. It's
No,
crazy.
they already had the material. They've had it for a very long time because they built it up and opted not to build a bomb because they have restraint, because it's against their religion to build a bomb. They just wanted the ability to do it so that they could use it in a negotiation with the United States as leverage.
Yes, it was for leverage.
Of course, you're playing a war game, Tyler. Of course you are.
Okay, my argument for not going in and doing this war is that we were in active negotiations with the Iranians where we were getting concessions from them that were better than what Obama got in the JCPOA. And because we were in active negotiations, we were indicating to them that we felt that the negotiations were going well and that they would continue. And therefore, when we gave that indication to them the next day, we, without announcement, launched a war and assassinated their head of state. That is the definition of cowardice and also unjust war. If you look up the definition of just war, it is not a surprise attack when you're in active negotiations. That is one of the most immoral ways that you could actually start a war. It's worse than what the Japanese did to us in World War II.
It is not. Fuck off.
This is their equivalent of Pearl Harbor, and everything that they do to us after this point is legitimate and just.
Hold on, let him finish.
So retarded, anti-American.
No, it's not anti-American.
Quisling behavior.
Let him finish. This is for educational purposes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get educated.
So, because we started this war in an unjust manner, everything that they do is legitimate, and we knew from starting that in Trump's initial announcement that he wanted this to be a regime change war, right? So he's gone in and he said, "Look, all the people in Iran, you need to rise up." And over the last 12 days, what's happened is the reality is that we weren't as strong as
right
we
now.
thought we
This
were.
guy's talking.
That's why we haven't actually seen the regime change war, because it's not going to happen.
Here.
This is just going to be
this is a guy with
hedge
a deep
and cut our losses, because
So I'll
that's
try
the
to
only way to get
cover
out of
over
this
you.
is if we just fucking leave.
Yeah, fucking annoying.
Right? Because they're going to continue to bloody us, because unless we put 1 million troops in that country, we're not going to take it, and we don't have 1 million troops. When we went into Iraq in 2003, we had, I think, 400-something thousand troops, something like that. We have way less than that total.
Well,
I know. I think it was 750,000 total in the entire army. We have way less than that now. It's more like 400,000. So we don't have the resources to be able to fight a ground war there, to be able to hold any ground, to be able to do what we need to do a regime change. And in addition to that, we don't even have the resources to go in there and take their nuclear material by force, because if we don't take it, they're just going to rebuild and do the same shit over again. So this entire adventure will be for absolutely nothing.
What makes you say we don't have the resources?
Because
if you want,
in order to take we could hypothetically take their nuclear material, but we don't know where it is anymore.
Okay, and so then,
in order to take it, we would have to take the entire country by force, right? It's not a situation where they're having their locations inspected now by International Atomic Agency, right? Where they're going in there because we've done the surprise attack. They've diffused their nuclear material and put it somewhere else. right? So it could be in like 10 dirty bombs by now, and we would have no fucking way to stop it. Right, we took a situation where we had concessions by them, and we turned it into an extraordinarily dangerous situation where they could retaliate justly on us, and lots of people could die. This is
Tyler beat his ass. Come on,
the worst tactical decision.
She's rambling.
Why is that not? Wait, sorry, you throw to someone else.
Oh, I want to throw one.
I think I'm done.
I just wanted clarification.
They have. Oh, sorry. Yeah. There's like one thing I'll throw in. I'll let you guys go. But they have 2 massive mountain ranges on either side of their country.
Guys, we also
2 deserts.
We also did hit the goal.
So, like, historically,
it is only $5 to change the
even
subject.
The Greeks couldn't like conquer them.
So
right?
if we
like,
have,
their landscape and everything, it's very difficult for an actual ground force to invade.
We can change the subject. If you give me a subject,
we got a lot of planes now, Testy. Okay, we got a lot of planes.
Obviously,
I did a lot of points, so I'm going to try to take them down.
If you give me a good issue, we could
I'm sorry, Cleaner, go real quick, and then I'll go.
I was just trying to clarify if I understood what he was saying correctly about the people. What, Anson, were you saying like the people can't rise up and build their own government now, or they won't? Or
I'm saying that they're rallying around the flag because we assassinated their leader, and
Right.
everyone who thinks that the Iranians are anti-government have been drinking a lot of propaganda level Kool-Aid.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Such as.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't doubt that. Everybody's got to be like about their government to some degree in order for it to be established and all of that, right?
What's the propaganda that people are eating up?
Lutch, no matter how much we hate our president, if some other country comes in and assassinates our president and then attacks us, don't you think that all of the people that hated that president would say, "Oh shit, we got to fight these people"?
Yeah, but our president isn't. We like soy out because like 2 people died with ice raids. We're talking like 2,000 being like mowed down.
We took a situation where we had a people who didn't like their government, and we converted them into people who love their government and want to kick the United States' ass.
What's the evidence of that? What's the fucking evidence of that? You're gonna say that everyone's brainwashed.
Every other time we've gone into a country and done this
every
shit.
other time. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Vietnam, Iraq.
But I'm also saying I'm willing, since you guys donated a lot, I'm willing to spend my $5 if you guys give me a good topic.
Like, all we're doing is radicalizing
out of the
people
100,
against us.
and we'll still do the push-up. So, I mean, if you want to change
not
the conversation,
necessarily
go
wrong.
ahead.
There's a small amount of people that will be radicalized because of that, and over time they'll convert others, right? Like we see that is what terrorism seems to be foundational on. So,
but Iran is just not historically that like Islam coded, right?
Okay.
Like compared to the other nations you mentioned.
Well, the thing I point out here is just that of all of the terrorism we see all over the world, it happens for a fuck ton of different reasons.
Okay.
And like
Well,
the weight that gets added to one side or another based on their metric of good, like their societal metric of good. Anson's going down this route because there's one link in that whole chain that could happen differently and had a 93% chance of happening differently, but he bet on the 7% chance of the worst, most horrible outcomes. And that's the only way everything else he says makes sense.
That does seem to make sense, where it is that it's not impossible that this happens and that happens and then that happens and that happens, but that seems to be the same type of argument that got us into Iraq and Afghanistan, which does not mean that it's incorrect now, but it should give us pause to say, okay, if that is the case, that we're laying out that this may happen, that and that, why is this plan different from what they told us about Iraq and Afghanistan?
Unilateralism, baby.
Fair.
And
can you elaborate? I'm not smart enough to know what that means.
I have a point for that, but it's like 0.4 in what I'm responding to Anson about, so I got to go through the whole spiel. So put a pin in it while you guys finish.
It's fair to ask questions. I think that the government does have a certain necessity to national security, and so you may not get an answer to your questions in a manner that you feel is timely, but the government has a different playing field that they have to worry about. That's the nation itself, not just you, the person. So,
all right, you ready? Yeah. I'm about to fucking exposit some information here. We're getting my talking point. I got to debate Dylan Burns tomorrow on this, so I'm fucking ready to go. All right, so This is a long time coming. As Marco Rubio said, this is bound to happen at some point. Over the last 45 years, Iran has been causing chaos to the United States. The 1979 hostage crisis. Oh my fucking God, I'm going to punch my dog. They have been the top sponsor of state terrorism, arming proxies, Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas, and several others. They fueled attacks against Israel, the United States, and a bunch of other Western countries, Argentina as well. There's been all sorts of Palestinian and Hamas action
picture.
all
You got to
over
be a
the world
member
prior to
for
this.
pictures, but you can DM it to me. Sure, send a join it and
minuscule
add me
amount
as a
compared
friend.
to what it used to be. They used to
and I'll
hijack
repost it for you.
planes and shit and take out whole groups of people. Now they're relegated to the fucking tiny bombings in this small area of the world. We are absolutely crushing terrorism in this manner. We are winning this war, even if there's some downsides to it. Now, this is old scores to settle, but this war did not start a couple of days ago. This war started when Iran and 6 of its proxies attacked Israel on October 7th. And since then, they've been working with the leaders of those countries because they're all terrorists. So they've been working with the leaders of Lebanon to disarm Hezbollah after completely decimating their army. They've been working with the Yemenis to completely decimate the Houthis, as well as us bombing both of them as well. And now that all of these little proxies have fallen, it's time to go for the head of the snake. The people that attacked Israel first, Iran, the people that funded it, trained and backed the attacks, Iran, that started this war against them, the main head of the snake. It is now their turn to catch these hands. Israel's destroyed 70% of their long-range missile capabilities. We've destroyed 80% of their drone and missile manufacturing facilities. We've destroyed almost all their stockpiles in the country. 2 days ago, they were only able to fire out 10 long-range rockets. Last time we hit the bunker busters, they were firing hundreds a day at Israel. Now they're only able to fire 10 in total at all the countries they're shooting at. And they're aiming at civilians and missing. They're all getting shot down. We have completely decimated them. They have no more Navy. Every single ship is sunk. They have no Air Force. Every single plane is blown up. Every long-range missile launcher, for the most part, is defective now. They are completely debilitated. We don't need to put boots on the ground, and unilateralists do not do that. What he's doing as president is he's hiring other willing armies to go and fight for us. Ukraine is currently depleting Russia because all we're doing is pumping weapons and money into it. And this tiny country is standing up to a country 4 times its size. Israel is 1/10 the size of Iran and completely dominating them in this war. They have 200 planes going in and bombing 500 targets at a time, coming back, refueling, rebombing, and going out again. They haven't lost a single fucking plane because they have nothing to shoot at them with. They're getting decimated. Now, most of their economic capacity is on an island outside of Iran. We're currently taking that island away from them, so they have no way to make money. With the sanctions that are on them, their fucking currency is in the toilet. That's why we've seen protesting out of their regime. They had to kill 30,000 of their own people to suppress an uprising just a few weeks ago.
It means you're a moderator.
Want them out. We have polling.
You were welcoming people and doing all that good stuff.
But the polling says it's 70 to 30 to get that motherfucker
so that you keep doing that.
Iranians all over the world are cheering for it.
So like when I'm saying, hey, mods, can you drop a link?
We're not bombing their government. They have a government independent of the Ayatollah and the IRGC. The IRGC are a separate army, a revolutionary guard that was made after they overthrew the government. They made a second army loyal to the clerics. That's who we're killing. We're killing the terrorist army that took over the country. It's just wild to me that this isn't like more globally accepted by everybody, because this is the funder of all the Middle Eastern shit. We get this done right. Get the fuck out of there and let Israel or whomever, the Arab nations.
But that's the issue. That's the issue. If it gets done right.
Yeah, look what we did with Gaza. Gaza's not being run by the United States. Gaza's not being run by Israel. We don't have any troops there. Israel's pulling their troops out. What's happening is the Saudis and the 60 Arab nations are coming together, forming coalition, working with the United States to have a peaceful government oversee their transition into a modern country. We could do the same thing with Iran, have the Saudis oversee it. They're a close ally. UAE, Egypt, Saudi, Jordan, very close allies to us. We're giving Egypt almost as much money as we're giving fucking Israel, and no one talks about it. They can go in there and do that shit for us.
But Tyler, at least for me, the question isn't, can this be done well? The question is, should we be putting all these resources to do that? And I'm hearing a lot of, well, this will go well, this will do all these things if this happens. And that implies a risk. which obviously we with the fog of war, we can't know exactly what is going to happen, even if we have the greatest plans. And so I'm trying to determine why this risk is worthwhile. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just trying to determine.
There's a lot to do with OPEC, OPEC Plus, the Strait of Hormuz, two other important water channels in that area of the world. Having somebody that's friendly with us controlling it as opposed to somebody that can use it against us. All those arguments can be summed up with, look how much gas prices have spiked just because we bombed Iran. It's like a 40% increase based off of almost all the cuts Trump has gotten since 2024. He's pretty much reversed himself. We're back to like mid-2023 numbers in gas prices right now, just from bombing Iran, just from them bombing ships in the Strait of Hormuz. So that's why it's important. We need to control this area. It needs to be something that can't be used against us because they can crash our economy. If they were holding up all ships, they're letting allied ships through. They're letting other BRICS members through. They're shooting at U.S.-backed ships or Israel-backed ships to not allow commerce through. These are civilians delivering goods. So if they decide to do that on a whole level, they could completely cut us off from half the world. And that's why it's very important.
You're not like explaining why they ought not have control over their own strait and why we ought not have just taken the mediated
let this roll
solution that
out,
had
and
nothing
then
to
we
do
gonna
with
do it.
violence, right? Because they were offering us an off ramp, and there's no legitimate reason to not have normalized relations with Iran. All they want is relief from the sanctions, because we've been basically trying to destroy them economically through our economic terrorism for quite a long time, which we have no moral authority to do. We're not any better than any other country. We can manipulate and control people.
So postmodern, Anson.
They did offer that off ramp right between.
Shout out to Say Anything.
Death to America, the Great Satan. Hey, we'll give you guys an off ramp and not promise we won't break it this time. And then Death to America, the Great Satan. They've been calling to destroy us for decades. They've been calling to build a nuke to destroy Israel. That's literally what they say. They're still saying it. I don't know where you get this idea that they're not going to build a nuke. Their president and their clerics, the two people that lead the country, are both saying we need to build a nuke and use it to destroy Israel. We need to kill all the Jews worldwide. That's why they bombed Argentina. That's why they hijacked planes in Europe, was to kill all the Jews. So,
what's the Houthi flag again that they fund? Right, Death to America, a curse on the Jews, something else. It's wild.
I don't think you're worried about
the Indian Jesus. New topic-ish. Is war basically over? And does that help or harm Trump in the voters' eyes?
With his own voters, absolutely.
Clockwise, snakewise.
Support in his own party right now, especially with veterans. What it hurts him with is moderates. There was a poll that came out last week that said if the war ends in just like a couple of weeks, most people approve of it. If it goes on for months or years, the support for it falls down to like 20-30%.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I think that the reason I ask is because I think that I am one of those moderates who is if this war it's not going to be months, it's not going to be this, it's not going to be that. If it turns into anything they said it's not going to be, I'm fucking done. I'm fucking done. Every campaign, that doesn't mean that Trump has not been the best president of my lifetime. But the threshold for me to actively support a fucking politician, you've got to be Trump pre-2024 election. That doesn't mean I don't think that the Republicans right now are better than or any of that bullshit. But I agree with a lot of the chat. This is not doing well, and that's why with the if everything works out as planned, then I think it will be good for Trump. But that is the question: how likely is it that this all works out the way that they plan?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point to point out too, though. Like you said, it's their understanding, and there's the feels understanding of this feels like a bad thing just happened somewhere, and then there's the prodigal type thinking where it's like, okay, I understand why we did this thing. And so you're saying the voter base. I'd say right now, I think we still have a much more logical and rational voter base. And so there's a smaller percentage that may be more emotionally swayed by the here and now. And yeah, this war feels bad. We did bad things. But the prodigious side is we did it for the right reasons, right? Like whether the top reason was oil or whether the top reason was to help those people. There were a multitude of reasons why different people got on board and made this thing happen. And all of those reasons culminated in us going over there and wiping the floor with an enemy in 10 days, what we had planned to take a month. I think it's going to go quick.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right. But then let's say that it's quick, but it takes like 6 months. And they said it's not going to take months. Let's say or I'm going to say 7 months, just so over the half a year part. Then that brings into question, as Angry Amputee is bringing up, does that hurt JD Vance's chances of running in 28 if this goes bad?
Yeah, well, I think that's why the two mentalities are key to point out, because
zoom out a little more, Confluence. Zoom out a little more.
the feels mentality will be changed later on by something else that they feels mentality, right? The side will look.
I like this layout.
The logical and prodigious side will understand, based on 4 years ago this happened. Yeah, okay, I understand why that happened, and we're at where we're at now because of that. So we're safer. You know, they'll see it in whatever way is most rational and logical to them.
All right, I gotta go to sleep, guys. Take it easy. Lutch, I sent you my Iran notes for the debate tomorrow, so give it 24 hours before you share or use them. But yeah, that'll fill you in on my whole perspective.
Nice, appreciate it. Appreciate it. You have a good one.
Take it easy.
Sevens, Tyler.
Stay safe, Tyler.
So I wanted to take a crack at your super chat there, Lutch. So from my perspective and like the reality of the situation, it's not even close to over, because Iran has repeatedly refused to engage in the talks that they've been asked to talk in for a ceasefire. Because after the first couple of days, Trump was like, all right, well, let's get, dialogue started, because they wanted to do another 12-day war. Because what happens is they have all these rockets that they're lobbing over there, and the Israelis and the United States have these really super expensive interceptors, and it's overwhelmed the systems. And if this war goes on another 2 weeks, Israel is going to start looking more like Gaza.
So
I am going to blast my fucking ass.
What do you mean?
Yeah, we'll see. Hit me up in 2 weeks. We'll see if the Iron Dome is stopped intercepting.
They're still launching lots of rockets, but the volume of rockets has decreased, because what they've done is they've destroyed the radar systems for the THAAD systems and the other systems that are basically creating the defensive network, and they're sending larger payload rockets that are more expensive now that they've created holes in the defensive structure. And so they don't have to send as many rockets over. And all of the information coming out of Israel has been stopped, because they don't want the people to know how bad they're taking the fucking L right now.
Stopped? Okay, so are you down in 2 weeks? I just want to know if Anson's down in 2 weeks to see if Tel Aviv is burning because the Iron Dome is out of the interceptors.
Real-time pictures out of those lion Jews, you tell me.
Real-time, yeah. You think Israel?
Right, so
Israel's not Iran. Join, shut off their fucking internet.
Drop the link
to
his stream, and the StreamYard link is pinned. So just,
it looks like
just come back. Just don't fucking leave like everybody else.
Yeah, I think he's talking to his stream.
Okay.
After cleaner, let me get in the clockwise, snakewise.
Some people were asking to join the conversation.
Yeah, send them over the link.
Indeed, I did.
It is.
Yeah, I mean,
you got it. You got it.
Yeah, I think it's for someone like me, it's frustrating, because I want to have a stronger position on, like, oh, this is good, this is bad. But as I'm coming to realize that, I mean, a typical Dunning-Kruger understanding, that when I was more libertarian minded, then it was just like, oh, war's bad, doing things is bad, American isolationism, this is based, da 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 da. And with the background, I'm 36, so like I was in 6th grade when 9/11 happened, and then we've been at war ever since, and that sticks with you. And so there's a reason to be like, I'm cautious here. Yet that doesn't mean that all wars are bad. That doesn't mean all regime change is inherently bad. But that also doesn't mean that just because I was scared of other things, that, you know, just like a girl hurt me in the past, that doesn't mean that the new girl is going to do it, but that also doesn't mean that the new girl can't do it.
Yeah. So, Lutch, do you know why Iran says death to America?
Because they're mean.
No, they have a reason. They're not irrational. It's because there's several reasons. I'll try and list a few of them. We had our CIA install a dictator called the Shah there, and he was oppressive. He had a secret police, and that's the reason why they revolted. That's why the IRGC exists, is to overthrow the puppet dictator that we had installed in their country. And then after that, very shortly after a couple of years, the Iraq-Iran war, where we had our proxy, Saddam Hussein, for 8 years, kill 400,000 of their population using all kinds of nefarious means, including gassing their population. So we had a proxy neighbor of theirs kill 400,000 of their people.
And we sold them the chemicals to the gas.
If they did that shit to me.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but like they CIA people, and CIA people be doing CIA shit.
Yeah, but that
So you're triggering me so hard with that. You're triggering me so hard.
You know it's the truth.
That's so stupid. That's so stupid.
It's
Because
the
like,
truth.
if you send a precursor over that could be used for a bunch of stuff, and someone changes it and mixes it and makes a chemical weapon, you're not on the hook for that. That's like saying that if you give steel to Gaza and they build guns out of it.
Donald Rumsfeld went over there several times.
I'm taking the issue with the chemical gas.
Well, hang on, Confluence. You don't think if our intelligence agencies were doing this, that they wouldn't try and hide the fact that they are selling chemical weapons by breaking it down into shipments of different chemicals and then saying,
it's a conspiracy theory, that's fine. You can have a conspiracy theory.
Oh no, because all the conspiracy theories.
I would say a theory. I wouldn't draw it a conspiracy theory. I would say it's a theory that has substantial evidence.
It could be right, but you're presenting it that we just sold them chemical weapons. That's not true.
No, I said I never said that. I never put
no,
words in my mouth. I said that
I said
that.
We were
I said we sold the war. Hang on, let me clear it up. I said they sold the. I said they sold them the chemicals to be able to do that. If that clears it up.
I don't think that's what you said, but
that's what I said.
Like what you're doing. What you're doing is assuming.
I don't think you said that.
So
I mean, we're welcome to check.
So I'll be open. The argument is we made the mess, so we should clean it up.
No, I mean
oversimplified, but
get the fuck out and leave them alone and stop fucking with them.
That's what I would like. I'm trying to come to an understanding as to why that is naive.
It's not.
It's naive because they're gonna fuck with us. That's why it's naive.
That's fucking insane.
Okay, wait. So
Yeah,
Confluence.
wait.
Yeah, Confluence. So what you say it's naive because they will mess with us. Okay.
Yes, like even I understand, obviously, yes, like we started a lot of this with the Shaw stuff, right? Like I don't deny that, right? But it's like the reality is they want death to America now. Now it could be our fault, that's fine, but they want death to America, right? And so that's the boots on the ground reality of the situation is they want to destroy Israel, they want to destroy us. And so it's like, so us just like sitting back and just like being hands off, that doesn't seem like the best strategy to me. Right. If we go back in time and not do the CIA, side quest that we did, then sure. But we can't go back in time. So now in reality, we have a massive terror state.
What are you talking about?
So wait. So then what is...
in what way?
If we... if we did
CIA,
not do...
side quest was the main quest, bro.
Let's say we didn't do the 12-day war and we didn't bomb them recently. What do you think would have happened? Why is that? Why are we in a better position now? Because those things were done versus if we hadn't done those.
I mean, it's hard to say. Like we don't know the future, so it could be that it ends up way worse. I mean, even Trump admitted that. Trump was asked what the worst case scenario is, and he said we could have a regime change, and the people are worse and that's happened before, obviously.
So regardless of your position on why we are there, understanding that it could go worse than we plan, shouldn't we all be a different level of cautious? Like, all right, I mean, some people are like, hell no, but I see the reasons why. And some people are like, all right, let's go, but this is risky. And I understand why you don't like it. It seems to be a very woke type of divide where it's like, oh, you either fucking hate them and love them and hate America, or you're a little bitch. And then the other side's, oh, you just want to kill everybody around the world and play world police. And very clearly, it's somewhere in the middle. But like,
well, sure. I mean, I'm not. Look, I've said this for the past how many streams that I'm unsure how I feel about it. There's some aspects that I'm like, okay, I get this, and some aspects I think are very untoward, like the school being hit. I think if that ends up being an American tomahawk, that's an insane level of fuck ups that I think is just going to be incredibly bad. And even the results, I don't know. So I'm not saying that. I'm not like deep throating on one side or the other. I'm not sure. I think there's good motives to go in and do what we're doing, but it could end up for the worst. It's possible. It could.
Could I ask you a question, Confluence?
It definitely sounds like you went and found like the Peter North of all, their Confluence with that. Just saying.
What does that mean?
Oh,
never mind.
So, do you think Iran being more stable with an Ayatollah is better than Iran that looks more like a Libya?
Yeah, if it ends up looking more like I don't know, because at least Libya, I don't think Libya's getting nukes anytime soon. I don't think Libya's gonna. So it's worse for Libya.
But more Iranians would be dying, correct?
Right. So So if it ends up in that direction, that maybe is morally worse. Is that probably safer for America? Yeah, it probably is. And then that's I guess an ethical conversation.
Well, if it's about what's safe for America, then why don't we just pull out and just leave Israel to fight its own battle? Because that would be safest for America.
I don't think it would be. I think Iran.
Yeah.
I think the Ayatollah has enough ire against America specifically. I don't think if we just
we could openly apologize and side with them instead. That seems like the more logical solution. If we get on Iran's side and just destroy Israel.
Tyler pointed out an important thing, right? That everyone acts like we send so much money to Israel, and it's like
we do.
It sounds like a big number. It sounds like a lot of big number. If you don't look up the amount of money we give to everybody else, like the amount of money we send to the Ukraine, like absolutely dwarfs it, right? The amount of money we send to Egypt is like I don't know 60% of what we send to Israel, but yet no one ever talks about the money
by the Egyptian government.
Okay, that's a different question now, but that's shifting the goalpost.
But that's the connection.
Are we talking about the money that we're sending to Israel, or are we talking about Israel?
We're talking about why the money is sent.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about why the money is sent. It seems, from my dumbass perspective, that money sent to other places seems to be a somewhat mutually beneficial thing to at least the ruling class, not us fucking lowly plebs. But when it comes to Israel, it's just paying off. Keeping them happy and letting them be like, all right, well, you got to do this, and you got to do that, and making us Israel's little bitch.
So, no, Lutch, you're the one that asked the question about the war basically being over, and I don't think that most Americans realize what happened, because we have like a low level understanding of the Middle East. So the Iraq war that ended, that George Bush started. Do you know who won the Iraq war? Iran won the Iraq war because their proxies and their militias beat us, and they're in charge of Iraq now. The Shias took over Iraq. So do you think that we're going to actually go in there and beat the people who beat us in Iraq?
I mean, I have no idea.
No, they've already beaten us once. It's just that our media doesn't frame it like that because we're pro propaganda.
So they beat us before, and so with all of our resources, we are not able to learn from the past. And
right, exactly, because we're fucking tards.
I mean, okay.
It's just such a. It's crazy that you say that. Yeah, that you have the best understanding of all this stuff. And it's like, yeah, I think you have a lot of historical knowledge.
Are you denying that the Shia? Wait, are you denying the Shia militias that were supported by Iran are in charge of Iraq now?
What I'm saying is that like millions of Iraqis died, right? And how many Americans died in Iraq, right? Like if you look at that,
I mean, it's a bunch of them, so that makes it even worse. So they also hate us just as much as Iran does. Thank you.
Right, but it's like it's not. That's what I mean. If we wanted to turn Iraq into glass, we absolutely could. If we want to turn Iran into glass, we absolutely could.
Why
this is what Cleaner was saying before. But it's not a means of we can't. I feel like we're confusing like the ethical conversation with the might makes right philosophy, and those two things are like separate things, right? We definitely have the ability and the military might.
Both are true. We can't.
Well,
and
see,
we
and I
shouldn't.
would disagree with that heavily. We definitely can.
We
It's just
have
at what
hubris.
cost?
We have
Moral
hubris
cost.
oozing out our asshole.
Right, because before, like Confluence, you were saying that this was going to happen anyway, or we needed to do this, or it was inevitable, something along those lines. And then now we're talking about, oh well, these people beat us before. What limitation of the U.S. military do you think is there that we can't win?
Are you asking me, or who are you asking?
Yeah, you or anybody who would.
I don't think we lost. I don't think we lost Iraq. I think we lost the motivation to continue a forever war, and we eventually just kind of we're like, okay, fuck this gay shit, and we left.
We just did that.
So the question being, how do we feel comfortable enough to trust the government to not get us in that exact same situation with Iran?
Well,
yeah, I mean, if we. Sorry,
I think that's a fair question. It's like basically what we're saying is, what should we do now, right? Like, what should we do about the situation that we are in right now? Because there could be a million different ways that X thing could play out or could have happened or whatnot, and all of the information might be this way. We might find out tomorrow it's all completely wrong. So what should we do with where we believe we're at right now? Should we pull out of there? Should we not be doing anything in that country? And
if I could tag on to that question, because that's a good question, I'd love to hear everybody's answer. But it's specifically in the context of the like the midterms coming up, people on the left being like, see, Trump did this, Trump did that, Trump did that. So even if we amongst ourselves can have those types of reasons, how then do we articulate that to people who are actively trying to misunderstand?
Well, that's why we have conversations like this, so we can hear other people articulate the argument.
Right. So I'm saying you have a really good question. I'm just adding a little bit of that context.
Sure.
So I wanted to throw out something else too, real quick. So in addition to Hezbollah in Lebanon, also joining this war and fighting against Israel, which they didn't expect because they thought they beat them down the last time, the Iraqi militias are also fighting against the United States now. And in addition to Iran. So if the Houthis join, this will be a four-front war where we're having to deal with all of that if we're actually going to try and win, right? It's not just isolated. And it's only a matter of time until the kingdoms in Arabia decide, you know what, maybe we shouldn't be hosting these people in our country because we're basically going against the population's wishes in our country, because all the population in the country don't want to take the Zionist line and attack other Muslims, right? So they run the risk in those Arabian countries of being deposed. Their kingdoms, right? They have to listen to what their people say, and their people hate Israel.
And you say so much crazy shit just in like a line.
What do you think we should do, though, Anson?
What I think we ought pack up all of our people and put them on the ships and march out just like we marched in.
What?
Bring everyone home.
Yeah, fuck yeah, right now. Bring it, and then on the way out, apologize to Iran for 40 years of fucking with them.
I mean,
well, I don't know about the apology,
like,
because
I think we were fucking with you, and we're gonna stop, and we're gonna make it cool, and we won't bomb the shit out of you. I think that's a better way.
Yeah, and stop paying the kingdom of Jordan and Egypt to not mow over Israel too, because I want to see Israel mowed over.
Well, I would include any of our economic support that our government gives to these places should just stop in that whole area. Yeah. And yeah, we should pull all of our assets, all of our people out of that area and leave them the fuck alone. But the thing is, I realistically understand that even if we do that, because of the place that we're in, we're going to have to be dealing with terroristic type threats constantly attacking our home soil. So what do we do about that?
They wouldn't do that if we left them alone.
Yeah, that I wanted to comment on that before because someone was saying like, "Oh, Iran did it or didn't do X, Y, and Z." Like again, going back to the resources that we have, it does seem like we like. Okay, so this is clearly proactive and preventative. We're trying to say, don't go any further. But my question, and again, this is coming from ignorance. Doesn't it seem like with all the resources and the fucking, sonic weapons and shit we don't even know about, don't we have a little bit more wiggle room to wait and see what exactly is going down? Are they actually enriching to, whatever level? Are they actually doing this? And if we can if we're watching that and we have an operation like Venezuela set up, and we're just waiting. Okay, if they enrich beyond 60% or whatever the line is, then we're going in. As long as you don't, then we're good.
So the agreement that we had with them the Friday before, when we were negotiating with them, included United States inspectors coming into Iran and inspecting their nuclear facility, which we've never had before, right? So we would have been able to have that reassurance had Trump not done this stupid war.
So how do you think the Iran nuclear deal went?
That would have been the Iran nuclear deal had Trump decided to actually do that.
No, I mean the
reason.
actual Iran nuclear deal, right? Like, do you think that was good?
Yeah, fuck yeah, that was awesome, and we should have stuck with it.
And you think it was stopping them from nuclearizing?
Yeah, as part of the deal, they were going to deliver their material to us. Yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm saying the one that went on for years.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the one that
they violated. Repeatedly.
No, wasn't that during Biden though? Wasn't that under Biden though?
That was under Trump.
Oh, okay.
I think it was under Obama.
Yeah, Obama made the deal and then Trump got out of it.
Trump ended it. Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were talking about what's the
pallet full of cash deal.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it's called.
Dropping those hot pallets.
And you know why they got the pallets full of cash, Confluence? Part of the deal was the assets that we froze when they overthrew the Shah had to be returned to them, and it was returned to them in the form of pallets of cash.
Yeah. We took off they got re-access to SWIFT.
No,
we unfroze
essentially
assets.
trying to
all that shit. Yeah,
determine.
Yeah, and then because Trump
Should
is
we
owned
be
by the state of Israel,
poking the
he backed
bear
out of
with
that deal.
Iran?
And it basically led to the problem we have now because he's owned by the state of Israel.
Just like, I guess, if it all comes down to the Jews, then fine. It's like,
yep.
Well, Marco Rubio had on like March
Lomo, you're
2nd
saying
had a
that
weird
they
statement where
the threshold
he kind of framed it
that
as
I
though
put
we
forth,
joined because
they
we knew
already
of
hit
the
that? Is that what you're
preeminent
saying?
strike, and so we kind of had to play a defensive role and help Israel in their preemptive strike. So I don't want to say there's 100% truth to what Anson's saying, but it does seem there's a high percentage of truth.
Anson thinks
war's
but
gay.
Anson's not just saying one thing. He's saying that all of this, like pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal, that's the Jews. Yep. And he also thinks that somehow Israel thinks that Hezbollah was gone, which is like so.
They did. They publicly said
I
that.
just meant in his last point.
That's so. It's like that's so
they said
retarded.
that during the start of the war, they thought that they had mowed them down the last time 6 months ago when they did the 12-day war. They thought they had them mowed down real good.
Yeah, mowed down real good. Yeah, I'd love to see what the quote is. Obviously, they've you can decimate a population. You still have these terror groups. Israel's under no illusion that Hezbollah was just gone from Lebanon. It's such like a fucking retarded thing. I don't know how to begin with that.
This time to launch
retarded.
They picked this time to launch the surprise attack because they didn't think it would be a multi-front battle. They thought that they could just focus on Iran only and that the proxies would stay the fuck out of it. And they were wrong because they've underestimated their enemy, just like we have. And that's why the Strait of Hormuz is going to stay closed for like 10 months because they have like 10 months of ammunition in terms of rockets that they can shoot at us. And we can't get because they have massive underground cities that they've constructed for these weapons, just like the fucking Viet Cong did, just like they did in Afghanistan where they have all these underground bunkers set up. Or cave system set up. We can't do shit unless we go in there with a million troops, and we're not going to do that.
How do you know that?
Because it's all fucking reported. If you go and talk to like actual,
were you aware of all the weaponry that was used in Venezuela?
No, I'm not. I didn't say anything about Venezuela.
I know. I'm asking you. Did you know about all the equipment and weaponry that was used in Venezuela?
I don't know what specifically was used in Venezuela.
Okay, then how can you say that we don't have the resources if you don't know what resources exist?
I want to know that we don't, because we don't have the troops in the army to be able to hold the ground.
But,
I think there's truth to that. I think we could decimate them, but I don't think we have the ability to control them.
We can't from the air do this war. And so they're going to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed because unless we go in there with troops and take land, the Strait of Hormuz will stay closed. And that will decimate our economy. And then we will cry uncle because all the fat, lazy Americans aren't going to put up with having to pay super high prices at the pump.
Okay, so can we back up a little bit? I've got David saying Obama sent them all money that they used to pay for terrorism and uranium enrichment. Then Biden unfroze those funds in his presidency.
That's propaganda.
Okay.
I mean, I think there's truth to it. Like the deal was done under Trump, or the deal was completed under Trump's term in like February 2016. But he was obligated to do it because like the treaty was already set in motion.
It wasn't a treaty; it was a multinational executive agreement. There was no treaty.
So I think
was it not approved by Congress?
No, there was not a signed treaty.
Right. Yeah. And so then the point then comes back to we are from again my understanding. It doesn't seem like we're locked into any specific road that we are in the driver's seat. We could choose how this proceeds, and we're choosing to be a little bit more antagonistic than maybe we need to.
Yeah, but we're locked in now. Like we can't get out, Lutch. We're stuck because they will not stop firing on our assets in the region, even if we say we want to stop and we want.
So why not? So
they
why
have
not
no
level the place? Why
they have no motivation to stop because
why not level
the last time we can continue shooting at them, but we're not going to stop them because of the way that they have their defenses structured.
Right. So then why not? I mean, whether it is fucking carpet bombing the whole thing, I'm specifically being extreme, but whether it's carpet bombing the entire thing or just killing leader after leader after leader after leader in surgical strikes, why is that not the right?
They have something called the mosaic system where they have independent autonomy for various groups within their military, so that if you kill the leadership, they will still continue to fight us. It's highly decentralized.
Right, but there is there not a certain point where it's like, okay, we've killed 7 different leaders who've stepped up, then the next person stepped up, like, oh fuck, if I don't go and do what America wants, then they're gonna blow me up, just like they blew up the last 7.
And they know that if they hand over power to the United States, whatever government comes in will kill them anyway. So they have no they have no reason to think.
Can you say more on
isn't
that?
Like,
what do you mean?
Okay, so if the United States comes in and gives power to the people that are their enemies, they will die. They have no motivation. They've done horrible things to their people.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that if they hand over power, that those people aren't going to kill them?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. What does that have to do with? What does that?
They have no motivation.
I don't give a shit.
There are 200,000 people that they would have to kill in order to make this stop.
I get what you're saying.
The
amount of people that are against America versus the amount of people that aren't against America that are there that would actually try to rise up to doing something government-wise, right?
So we're talking about insurgent math then.
Basically, yeah.
Because I mean, again, they
don't have to defeat us militarily to win. All they have to do is keep the Strait of Hormuz closed until the next election cycle.
Why is that?
Because oil will go up to like $200 a barrel.
I don't think it'll go that high, but I think it'll go pretty high.
Because we're already
200 is insane. Like we could all start releasing our reserves on oil, and it could stabilize us for a series of months. And then deals would probably be made with Russia to start taking over that bulk load and getting out of Iran. Worst case scenario.
25% of the world's liquid natural gas comes out of that area also.
I agree. It is a lot of.
and also about the same amount of urea, which is used for fertilizer. And so what's going to happen is that there's going to be mass reduction in crops, mass increases in energy, and it's all going to happen over the next 8 months, which they can keep that strait closed for about 10 more months before they run out of rockets.
Okay, well, do we not have oil in Alaska that we could drill into? I mean, I feel like that's probably something that people would be more in favor of than World War III.
That could happen, or you do Venezuela.
Or right, exactly.
But it's more about the price and the fact that like if the American economy totally collapses, which it will if we continue this because of the price of oil, like all the people that are in charge that made the decision to go in and fight this will no longer like be in office because they will get voted out in November. It's going to be a bloodbath in terms of like congressional turnover if the economy tanks at the rate that it will if oil gets as expensive as it does.
I mean, there is the potential of that.
Yeah.
We're talking
very
it just has to be over like $120, and that's where you start getting into the questionable like economy disruption.
Yeah, and I think it'll take like 2 or 3 more weeks, and it'll be there.
I mean, it did touch there once the news broke. Oil being a speculative market, like just news itself will cause it to spaz out.
We went through this in the Discord, right? With the US one never got over like 80, and then the other with the UK one got to like 100, and then they used the emergency, the thing you were talking about, Big Soda, the emergency where they can like release
the reserves.
Yeah,
because both right now Russia has agreed to if it continues that they would be interested in a deal with the EU and to kind of offset some of these prices, but it's all just talk right now. There's no plan to action. But this is what Russia wants. Russia wants this to happen because Europe suffers, and then they have to start buying their oil from Russia.
Oh, Russia's come out publicly in the past 24 hours and said that no matter what, they're going to stop selling all petroleum products to Europe. And they're going to start selling them to the people.
So give me some fucking talking points, bro.
Because we've done this.
I'm drowning here. I don't know about this shit.
So essentially, what happened is
I don't know jack shit about this.
Yeah,
they are super fucked because of our stupidity.
And I think that's why Venezuela happened the way it did. Because I think Trump, I guess people around Trump and Trump understand that we have to have some like over dominance in the oil or the petroleum industry. And with a place like Venezuela up under us, we could make that happen. And so we won't have to be so reliant on Russia or Iran to keep the market stable.
Yeah. I don't know. I this is a quagmire from my perspective. And I think that what y'all are going to hear and Confluence, if I'm wrong, I'm happy to be wrong. But I think what's going to happen is that like over the next few weeks, people are going to be like, so are we done yet? What's going on? And it's basically going to turn into oh shit, we can't get oil out of there. Gas is super fucking expensive. Let's impeach Trump.
I think like that. There's stuff you say, Anson, that I agree with. Like everything you just said, I think that's probably accurate. But the stuff of like, then you say other stuff that I think is just like not going to happen. Like that they're going to break through the Iron Dome's defense systems and the Sling of David and all this stuff. It's not going to happen. It's just not. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, have they not broken through it?
That's not. They got like what, like a couple of casualties or something, or you're like,
I mean, it's not crazy.
So if that's what we mean. But like Anson's talking about like Tel Aviv fucking burning and like and that's just
over the next couple of weeks.
Okay, so that's what I mean. So I'm interested to, I guess, rehash this in a couple of weeks and see if Tel Aviv is burning.
If you can get through the Israeli propaganda machine and censorship machine, then I'd be happy to share notes with you. Maybe we'll know in like 6 months the truth. Basically, after they totally decimated them.
And it's like again, like Israel. I don't like. It's crazy to me that you're like everyone in Israel has access to the internet and a smartphone. You don't think if there was just missiles flying and just Israelis dying, you think that the Israeli government could possibly cover that up?
Yeah, I've seen pictures of the ones that are coming out on some of the channels that I follow and the decimation and destruction that's going on there that's not being reported. So yeah, you're right. There are avenues that they get it out, but it's not through the mainstream. I'm sure that you can find it if you look hard enough, Confluence.
Yeah, I'm sure if I just fucking eat up all the propaganda. Sure,
Yeah,
it's like
that's what you do is you eat up the propaganda.
The
It's
fact
like
that
your
you
lube,
think
man.
that Tel Aviv could have like massive terror attacks and it's not reported on is fucking a level
it's
of
not terror attacks.
conspiratorial thinking.
It's retaliation for the
I know that's what I
unprovoked
mean.
war
Call
they
it,
started.
call it what you want. The fact that you think that you could have like 100 people in Tel Aviv die and that's just like not reported on by major news outlets is a level of like Zog-minded retardation that's like impossible to contend with. Because then even in 2 weeks, you're just going to say, hey, I saw some AI slop and actually Tel Aviv just, 1,000 people died, 1,000 Jews died. And I'm going to be like, well,
are we talking about
but
anything
no
else?
News outlets are reporting this.
'Cause
There's no
I'm
reliable
kinda
source. You're going to say, hey, you just have to
tapped
check
I
my
don't know what
sources. I
else to
found
say.
this weird guy on Twitter that posted a video. And it's like, okay, well, how am I supposed to debate that?
Back and forth?
I don't have Twitter.
Well, then however you're getting this, right? Like if you're saying it's not like you're making it impossible for me to possibly even, I guess, come out on top because in 2 weeks it'll say let's say
okay, you're right. In
three
2
people
weeks,
in Tel Aviv died. You're like, no, it's actually 3,000 if you really think about it. It's like, well, how am I
it
supposed to
is
prove
if
you
you
wrong?
really think about it, Confluence. You got to think
Right?
about it.
How am I supposed to prove that wrong?
Yeah,
Right?
how
You're
are
putting-
you? Prove it, Confluence. Prove it. If you really think
and that's
about
what I mean. So if we're not even willing to like acknowledge that we're following, like just
don't forget, you can,
I'll even trust Al Jazeera. Okay, I'll even go with your kind of slop. Okay,
I mean, one more
Al
super
Jazeera's
chat.
okay.
You guys have a really good topic.
They're not a free media.
I've
Yeah, he has India media.
So
yeah, you keep talking about the India media.
What?
It's just I don't know.
Thank you. Come
This is not a
again.
20. This is not a 20-plus-year-old channel. Kirk is welcome here. This is an 18-plus channel. Kirk is 18. Okay. Kirk hasn't said anything yet, by the way. How's it going, Kirk?
Yeah, it should be a 21+ channel. Kirk, talk, Kirk.
Right
Yeah,
now,
with
I'm worried
Stacey on,
that
we
a
have to make
hurricane
it
might hit
21
the
plus.
house. I'm in Mississippi and there's a hurricane watch.
Oh shit.
Oh, well, we hope you stay safe and everything.
You where?
Yeah, Rage Page said there's a tornado watch in Louisiana. I don't know what's freaking happening.
It's raining here in Alabama.
Weather is happening.
Based.
Now,
are we?
It's probably the Jewish weather machines,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them.
What? I'm not a fucking conspiracy theorist, Confluence.
Like
You're starting to sound like one though, low key.
That's what they said about every
have to be a
fucking thing
conspiracy?
over the last 5 years, and everything that was called a conspiracy over the last 5 years turned out to be true.
Well, that's
Nobody.
not true. That's
That
true
is
if you
true.
look at
Name a
if you
conspiracy.
look at
Name a
5%
mainstream
of
conspiracy that's not
conspiracy.
QAnon or some almost TOS.
Okay, so it's, again, this is kind of an ancestor. So it's not mainstream. Do you know how many people bought into QAnon? Do you know how many people?
Not
bought
many
into that?
at all. I'm talking about things like COVID and
Really?
6 feet. 6 feet.
Okay, COVID. Sure, COVID. One of the conspiracies, pretty mainstream, was that this was like an intentional Chinese leak, like intentional. I mean, has that been proven? No, that hasn't been proven, right?
No, but even it being a lab leak was
intentional.
a conspiracy theory.
Sure, but that's okay. Now we're one for one.
We were all
so,
so okay.
One, that's not
Confluence, do you
proven.
believe? Did you ever hear that it came from a bat?
I heard that. I thought the main thing was a civet, wasn't it?
I think so.
Did you hear something other than it came from a lab?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Were
But
you
it's not,
allowed
it's
to
not
say
like it's
that? Were you allowed to say that, or was it called a conspiracy?
No, but it's not like it's accepted now that it came from a lab. It's still like divided.
Yeah, because it was a conspiracy theory that was
By the
proven
people who
true.
don't fucking know what's going on, and the people who just,
I got
that's a
a con-
conspiracy. I'm not thinking about that. It
I
came
got a
from bat."
conspiracy for you,
Serious
Confluence.
much? You
So-
think that's just like accepted that
So
it came
to
from
the-
a lab? Like
yes,
I personally think it came from a lab.
By people, yes, by people who pay attention. I'm not saying that there aren't retarded people.
Okay,
out
people who pay. Well, that sounds
So,
like
Okay, so
you're
then
kind of
let's go with
sounding
that.
a little
Let's go with the jab.
conspiracy minded.
Did you ever hear that the jab would stop? It would stop the virus with you.
Good, Alex is here. Alex, I need you on this one, okay?
I don't know
You
if that
guys
was
are
a
you're fucking,
conspiracy.
you're
No, you
fucking
didn't hear
dumb.
that.
They did not come from a stupid ass lab. Just you guys are fucking weird.
Well, I think it came
Did
from
you
a
hear that,
lab.
or you didn't hear that?
I think that's dumb. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, that's right. You're dumb, Alex. You can be dumb, Alex.
Oh, I don't believe it. I'm fairly certain in it, but sure.
There were statements that happened. I obviously with the COVID messaging was bad. Like a lot of it was bad, right?
Okay, what about the Somali daycares? That's a
Which ones?
conspiracy.
Which ones? Which ones?
The ones
That-
that were defrauding.
Which
the
ones?
government.
Yeah, which ones?
Leering Center.
Yeah, the Leering Center, Alex.
Leering Center. Okay, has it been proven in any way?
Yeah, it has been. pretty well.
Why do you
it
think
hasn't.
Wait.
What evidence has been presented of this?
It's been totally proven.
What do
And if you don't believe it,
true?
you're a conspiracy theorist, Alex.
Why do you think that Tim Walz and is it Ellison?
I'm asking. I asked
was
a
in front of the
question,
House
and you're
Oversight Committee.
jumping
Why did that
to
happen?
whataboutism
Why did that happen?
or to whatifism or whyism. Just tell me, has there been any actual evidence or proof that this is actually a daycare fraud? I'm asking you.
Yes.
What? What is the evidence?
The
What is
money
the proof?
and the lack of children. They
Where
got
is the
money
lack of children?
and no.
What,
didn't
how do you
get
know there was a
children.
lack of children?
They had the
There's so many
transportation
mistakes in that
for-
Nick Shirley video.
They had
Hold
the
on. How do you know they
transportation
didn't have
for
children?
more than could exist in a day.
How do you know?
Because I looked at the documents that are readily available on the internet
What?
from
What
the government.
documents?
Why do you think that? Why do you think that Tim Walz was before the House Oversight Committee? Just for
Because they called him in to
for what?
shit on him for something.
For what?
Why? For whatever the fuck it is they want to shit on him
What?
for.
That's what I'm asking.
You
don't
acted
know?
as somebody
You
being
don't know?
called
Do you
before
not
the
know?
House
Do you not
Oversight
know?
Committee.
Do you not know?
No, I do know why.
So
but
then
the
question
point
was,
is, it
why was
doesn't
Walz
matter
before the House Oversight
because
Committee?
unless that's come out with some sort of evidence that he's
Why
engaged
was
in
he in
conspiracy,
front of the House Oversight Committee?
you tell me. Go ahead.
Because of the fraud.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Did you watch
And what
the hearing?
came of that?
Did you
What
watch
came
the
of
hearing?
that? What came of that? What came of that?
I mean, what is that? That's a non sequitur. Did you watch the hearing?
Yes.
Oh,
I
because
watched the hearing.
politicians don't go to jail. That means they don't do anything wrong.
Not at all. That's not what was
Okay,
said.
so then what's the
in the
implication?
slightest.
Well, what happened?
Yeah.
What happened
came
is
of
that it was proven
What-
that this motherfucker doesn't know
what-
shit about
what
jack or
is the
lying
proof?
about his own fucking state. A governor doesn't
What
know
is
what
the proof?
the fuck is going on.
Yes, the government doesn't know what's going on. Okay.
Yeah,
And?
that's incompetence.
Okay, that's a
He
that's
didn't
a
say
far
this
stretch from
fraud isn't
that is
happening.
a far
He said,
stretch
I
from
didn't know
billions
about
of
it.
dollars worth of fraud
That's
in
fraud
Somalian
and
daycares.
incompetence.
You're
And I think
giving me
he's
something that
lying.
has nothing to
It would
do with
be
the
fraud,
thing.
incompetence, and lying under oath.
This has nothing to do with what you just mentioned. You're jumping to different things, trying to trying to create this web.
No.
It's called a conspiracy for a reason. It's because there's no fucking evidence for
And
it.
I'm establishing that everything in the, or not everything, so many of the biggest stories that were called conspiracy theories over the last 5 to 7, 10 years, so many of them have come true.
Sure, because people preemptively called it a conspiracy theory because it was usually come up with for no fucking reason other than because
But it was
people wanted
true.
it to be true.
But if it was true,
Yeah.
then it
Sure,
doesn't
it
need a
came out to
reason
be
to come
true.
up because the truth.
How did people get to the theory?
We don't need
How
to
did-
come up with a
hold
reason
on,
as
hold
to
on.
why the
Hold
fucking
on.
thing
How
came
did
from a
people
lab.
come up with a
It came from a
theory?
lab because it came from a lab.
How did they come up with a theory? How did they come up with a theory? What was the evidence that led them to that belief in the first place?
The fact that they were doing gain of function research in a lab specifically.
They didn't know that at the
drivers.
time. They had no fucking clue about that at the time.
Says
All
who?
they saw was there's
You
a
don't know what
lab
you're
near
talking about,
Wuhan.
Senator Paul. It's not.
All they saw was there was a lab near Wuhan, and that's it.
Therefore, you don't
That's
know what
all
you're
they knew.
I am.
That's
the
all they
science.
knew.
Oh my God! This is the most genetic code I've heard in the last 7 years.
IJ, your timeline is way off. Like the stuff that
Yeah.
you're talking about that happened like years
I'm not giving you
after
a
people
timeline. I'm
started
giving you
saying
individual examples. I'm not
that
giving
are
you
that
a
are
timeline.
separated by years though. So
Okay,
what Alex
and-
is saying
and
is
yet
true.
in all of those cases, they were
the
all
original
called
lab-
conspiracies, and they were
the
all
original
correct.
lab leak theory is based on just the proximity that it happened so close to the Wuhan lab. Right,
Okay.
like that.
Yes,
that is true.
correct.
Then later on, we find out that the U.S. is,
Wait,
but the
let's
initial
take one at a time
conspiracy
then.
theory is
You're
not
getting mad-
based
You're
on
getting
that.
mad that I'm going over and over and over. So let's take that one. So the lab leak conspiracy. The lab leak conspiracy. Are you? Was there a time where you could get your channel or video taken down for saying that?
Sure, of course.
Okay, now is it way more likely, if not completely proven by the
It's not proven in
testimony?
the slightest, but sure.
Yeah, I don't know how. Like, I think it is a lab
I
leak.
just want to make sure. Wait.
It's not
Wait. I just want to
proven.
make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. That you don't believe there's any more legitimacy that COVID-19 came from a lab today than in 2019 when all this started. You think there's an equal?
No, I really don't think there's any more.
Well, then you're fucking
legitimacy to
retarded, and that
theory.
makes a lot of sense.
Okay, well, thanks for the wonderful argument of actual
I gave
don't
you
know,
the
evidence or
argument. You
anything
just
else.
didn't. You're like, no.
You've given me absolutely nothing. Go rewatch what you just said. You've given me nothing. There's not a single argument you've given me other than calling to something else that has nothing to do with this.
I gave you plenty of examples. You just don't like what I said.
What's the
you're arguing
example?
that
What's the
because it's
example?
Not
Give me one.
100% certain that.
Remind me of one.
The notion
Remind me of
calling
one. Come
something
on.
a conspiracy theory is cope.
Remind me. What is the example you gave me?
I'll give you plenty.
What is the evidence you're giving me?
You got Matt. So you want me to stick with one, or do you want to?
Just one, sure.
Okay, so again, we'll stick. Let's go with the fact that the virus stops with you if you get the jab.
Who said that exactly? Who's the first person to say that?
I don't know who the first person was, but Rachel Maddow certainly said it.
Sure, Rachel Maddow. Oh my God, the science guy, right? Rachel Maddow, great.
Rachel Maddow is a
who actually said that had any actual power or evidence Dr. or Fauci. Anything else.
Dr. Fauci.
Or this.
Dr. Fauci.
He said, Fauci said, if you get the shot, you won't get sick.
Yep.
Yeah, he said you won't spread it also.
Okay.
He also,
please,
there's no need to wear a mask.
That statement somewhere.
No, you want to wear a mask.
Please find me that statement. Please find me that statement. Because I've never heard of a single fucking virologist in the world say that a vaccine.
Well, I mean, it's 7 years ago. You're a fucking retard if you don't remember it. We can't help that.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't remember it. Go ahead and find it. It should be easy, right? It should be on every single. It should be.
They didn't say the efficacy rate was 100%. Obviously, they never said that. I don't know why. I need to clarify that this is true for you and Anson, IJ. But
do we
obviously
remember
never
what
said
this
that.
conversation was about?
You asked for an
The
example.
conversation was about slowing the spread, right?
I'm bringing up points and you're arguing different things from what we were talking about.
Well, I just said it and you
The
backed it up.
conversation was about slowing the spread.
Do you remember?
The conversation was about slowing the
Do
spread.
you remember how this started?
In fact, the people who most repeated that lie was other Republicans who were trying to make fun of it and mock it.
Okay, great. I'm not trying to say it's a left or right issue. I'm taking issue with someone saying that, oh, you say this and you don't know it. There's
Almost nobody agreed with that in the first place.
It doesn't mean anything anymore. So that is in itself is not.
Well, it means
argument.
something. It means that a bunch of lies were spread by both
coming out,
groups.
and so I'm going to brush aside
No.
what you are saying by just saying conspiracy theory.
It means that both. It means that this is what actually happened, right? Some people said some stupid shit because they didn't know better, or because they misspoke, or because they were stupid and trying to sell something they didn't have. And
why does it have to be one of those intents?
So other people took advantage of those statements and turned them into something big, and then everyone used that advantage statement
That's my
as
point.
evidence that everyone is lying about everything.
That's not what
bullshit
I said.
Argument. That is exactly what you're doing, though.
This is the point that you are missing. That what you just said is the point. That a lot of people said a thing, and that was conspiracy. And it was not a conspiracy.
People said a thing, and a lot of people
the point.
blew it up into
Do you
something.
understand what
wasn't.
my point is?
Sure. Yeah.
What is it?
Some people said something. A lot of people decided.
Said what?
Which part? Which part are you talking about now?
It was one sentence. And I asked you if you understood.
Oh, the jab. Okay. Yeah.
Did you not understand?
Some person somewhere said that the vaccine was effective and would stop the virus, and no one else would get it, and we could stop and save everyone.
Wrong.
And what?
No.
Go ahead.
That's not my point. It's not about how many people said it or where it came from. It is the case that people were saying that this was a conspiracy when it was true. Just like Confluence is just saying, I'm going to engage with you because you are saying because you're saying things that sound conspiratorial.
IJ,
yeah, like anyone in Tel Aviv is just going to hide hundreds of people dying.
IJ, I have a question for you, okay? If I start a rumor that something was said by someone, and then I mock it online and make fun of it, and then a bunch of people pick that up and start saying that everyone's saying it and they're lying about it, is that a conspiracy, or what is that?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again for me? I apologize.
Oh, yeah. So let's say that I see somebody say something stupid online.
Okay.
So then I want to make it into a huge thing. So I blow it up and start talking about everyone saying that it's going to cure all of this. It's going to do this. It's going to do that. Everyone's saying that, but it's bullshit. It's not true.
Yeah, that's what happened.
And then other people pick it up and start going with it, saying, oh, yeah, all the Democrats think it's going to save everyone. And then next thing you know, the only people who ever actually said anything about it, besides like this one fucking person who made a stupid statement about it.
So do you
only
think the
people who
original
talk about the
charlatan
entire
doesn't
time
hold any accountability
is the people
for that?
who are claiming that it's not true. What do you call that? Meaning you push propaganda that's...
So people are saying a thing that is not true. And then what?
No. So on. A claims that X is saying something is true.
Okay.
A says X is full of shit. but X never really said it except maybe one time, right? And so the group that sides with A made it into a huge fucking thing.
Okay, so how many times do you need
And
to
then
say
they
before
pointed to this thing as evidence that X is lying all the time.
So you're establishing that because somebody said one thing one time that it is not a conspiracy. So how many times do they need to say it before it becomes a conspiracy?
No. The conspiracy is the manufacturing of conspiracy in the first place.
Okay.
So,
I mean, both can be true at the same time.
Existence of doubt and people sharing their doubt is a problem for you because free speech.
People weren't
okay,
sharing
I got it.
doubt.
So you're a foreigner who doesn't
People
like
were
free
spreading
speech. You don't
lies.
understand how America works.
People
That's
were spreading
understandable.
lies.
In America, we can say whatever the fuck we want. Foreigner.
Specifically,
Go back to where you
lies.
came from.
Oh, okay. So you know what? When other countries decide to start pushing propaganda into our country and start manufacturing lies about everything, we're totally good with that because freedom of speech, right?
Yeah, fuck yeah, because if you say something stupid, other people can say you're stupid, and that's how it works.
But what happens when, I don't know, like a third of the population decides that what you're saying is true, even though it's not?
Well, okay, so what happens when people are retarded?
Yeah, what happens when a large percentage of the
They say things are conspiratorial because they don't want to engage.
And continues to
September
promote
2025,
and spread
Senator
the
Paul
lies
announced that he
you're
had
telling.
uncovered evidence that Dr. Fauci privately directed staff to destroy federal records to avoid congressional oversight. What do you call that?
That sounds like a conspiracy to me. Is there a conspiracy theory about him destroying records to prevent congressional oversight?
Yes, that is a conspiracy. So then what happens? What happens when you say
Hold on, did you find the example of Fauci saying that the
what happens when you say that
vaccine
this
prevention from
conspiracy
being
is
a
happening,
virus?
and then the other people say you are being conspiratorial for speaking the truth?
For speaking the truth. Hold on. How do you know it's true? What's the evidence
Again,
that you're
hearings.
speaking the truth?
If you didn't watch any of these hearings,
These are all after the fact,
this
correct?
fucking confident
Hold on.
that you don't
These
know
are
what
all
the fuck
after the fact, right? These are all after the fact, correct?
After what fact?
After people started saying this shit.
You have to be more specific. I don't know what are you.
Did people start talking about this stuff before or after the hearings?
Bro, we're talking about a lot of different things. So when you're saying this stuff, can you be
So then
specific?
stick to one fucking
The
thing,
people,
please.
the people that motivated these things were the ones that were at the hearings answering the questions, the original soothsayers, so to speak.
Well,
the start of the grapevine.
From
July
what I've
2023, Paul submitted a criminal referral to the Department of Justice alleging Fauci lied to Congress about funding. Speaking of lies, what do you say about that?
Sounds like a lie. I don't know what you're.
So again, we are in a situation where we have a true
Well, no,
fact.
hold on. Sounds like an allegation of a lie. Was that ever proven that he did that?
You're missing the fucking point.
You're missing the point. You're giving me nothing but allegations while defending
my point and tell me what I'm missing.
Steel man your point? I don't think I can steel man your point.
Exactly. So shut the fuck up and let me explain
It's
it
a
to you.
stupid fucking
You're
point.
missing
There's no
what I'm
steel man
saying.
for it.
You are making a different argument that I am not.
No, I'm not missing what you're saying. What you're saying is there's a lot of examples where people lied, or people are alleging lies, and that to you is evidence that the lies are fucking real.
Why did I bring those up?
I didn't hear anything you said.
Why did I bring those up? I can read them again
Because
if you
you're trying to prove something by pointing to other
What am I
things that
trying
have
to
nothing
prove?
to do with it. The conspiracies were true.
Okay, so what's the confusion?
The confusion is, okay, IJ, let's say I start saying that you're an illegal immigrant, right? And I spread that to everyone. And then it turns out you are. But I had no fucking clue when I said that to begin with. Is that a conspiracy or not?
That's no. But the
What is it then? What is it then? What is it then?
That's
What
just
is
a
it then?
statement that
What
you're
is it?
wrong about. What I'm
No.
focusing
It
on.
was a statement. It was a statement
Fine,
I
yeah,
made
sure,
with
it's a
absolutely
conspiracy.
no.
Fine, sure. Yes, sure.
Okay, sure.
Fine, it's conspiracy.
Who made the conspiracy?
You did. So there we. So have I answered all your
So
questions?
then I
You understand-
manufactured a
do I understand your
conspiracy.
point? Yes. If you lie about somebody and without knowing it, even if it's true, it's a conspiracy.
So when you say a conspiracy turned out to be true,
I'm just trying to keep up with you. So
Sure.
if you're saying that you make up a lie or you make up something about somebody, and even though it is true, that you didn't know it was true, that's a conspiracy. That's what you're saying?
it would be conspiracy theory. Yes.
Okay,
To an
so it's a
extent.
conspiracy theory. What the fuck does that have to do with anything that I say?
Well, that has to do with every conspiracy you're talking about was alleged before we had any actual evidence that anything was actually true.
So again, the question is, what does that have to do with my point? You don't know what point I'm trying to make, so you're arguing a different thing, Alex. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You are arguing a different
the point
thing.
I'm trying to make.
Whoa. What is that? What is that? What is that on the what that looks TOS?
What?
You wouldn't do that to yourself, right? I don't know. That looked like a boob. I don't know.
US myself. No.
So
I don't know. Maybe you did it by accident. I don't fucking know.
The point is, in the first, 6 months of COVID, there were 10,000 fucking conspiracies alleged, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe 50 of them turned out to be true. To some extent.
Yep. You're getting there. You're getting there.
Okay. Great.
And then some of them are true, and then.
Okay, and then what?
And then
to be true.
Hold that thought. Sorry, Testy with the $5. Conspiracy and conspiracy theory actually have two different definitions. Jamie, pull that up. I feel like that was I feel like that was hinted.
Yeah, you're right. You're
said, but yeah.
Yeah, we're not.
Jaime, pull it up. Pull it up, Jaime.
So again,
well, hold on. Can there be a conspiracy?
You've been missing my entire point. May I please just lay it out for you?
No. I do get your point.
I am not trying to argue.
You know what? I think in hindsight, you're right.
You gotta shut up.
Can I finish? Can I finish this?
Alex,
I think in hindsight, you're actually right.
How are you arguing?
I almost just on your stream. I almost forgot to turn the camera off.
Hold on.
I'm here. Go ahead.
I think in hindsight, you're actually right. A lot of conspiracies.
If you don't even know what his argument is,
I do know what the argument is.
For or against it. No, he didn't finish making it.
The argument he started with, a lot of conspiracy theories turned out to be true.
The argument started with, but he never finished his argument, and so you never got to actually hear his argument. You've been arguing for or against whatever hypothetical side you came up with that you decided to perceive when you interrupted it.
That's not the case at all. I don't know why. I don't know what the
That is exactly the case.
that's not in the slightest. I knew exactly what he was trying to prove this whole time.
That is exactly the case.
Okay, what was I trying to prove? What was I trying to prove? You said you knew
a lot of conspiracies ended up being true.
Nope.
A lot of the conspiracy theories ended up being true.
Nope, you're one step away. Okay, it is true that is
that
what I was
there
saying.
were
it is true that that's what I was saying.
A ton of conspiracies and conspiracy theories, and there was like 5 that were true.
Mm-hmm. And then
there was a huge amount that were not true.
Uh-huh. And
that was the point I was making.
Right. So we've got that. What was the point that I was making? That you still don't understand, that you're still arguing against, despite the fact that you don't understand what I was even saying. Because I don't even disagree with you. I'm just not arguing that.
Who are you even talking to?
Okay. I was bringing it back to the fact that Confluence was saying...
No.
I don't remember.
Oh. Good. Sorry.
I was bringing it back. Thank you, Confluence. You should always stay with this layout. I was saying... I'm too beautiful to be that small. I was saying that when Confluence is saying, oh, well, you sound conspiratorial, that is not an argument. That's not enough to push aside what you are saying. If you are saying that you are being conspiratorial, then you must then back that up as to why that cannot be something that is legitimate or plausible or whatever it is, because of the fact that some of the biggest conspiracies that were labeled conspiracies were true.
Do you understand though that I did back it up though? Like, you're acting like I just said it's a conspiracy. I said it's conspiratorial to think that Tel Aviv could have hundreds of people dead and that somehow the Zog-controlled media is stopping any major news outlet from figuring that out. And with all the cell phones and a free internet and all that, that's what I said. I didn't just say it's conspiratorial and so therefore it's not possible. I said it's you would have to believe so many insane things to possibly think that's going to be true. Just so we remember where this started.
The people on the other side of that are asking, why is that crazy? And you just said, whoa, that's conspiratorial.
Well, I just gave it. Is my mic not working? I just said it again.
Kind of. It's kind of low.
It is. Yeah. I switched mics, but like I'm saying in a country that has open internet where everyone has a cell phone and there's media from all across the globe, I think it's crazy to think that you could have hundreds of people dying from Iranian missiles in Tel Aviv and that we just don't know about it. That's what I feel like those are a lot of good reasons for thinking that's not happening. Those are my reasons. I'm not just saying, hey, it's conspiratorial. It is conspiratorial, and there's like a bunch of reasons why that I just laid out.
Okay, fair enough. I think that that seems a little. I think you're putting a lot of a weight on. Well, this doesn't seem true, and this doesn't seem true. But fair enough. I mean, if
It just seems incredibly unlikely, does it not?
I guess I'm curious, Lutch. Do you think that could happen in New York City? I'm curious. Do you think
What
that
specifically?
an Iranian missile could hit New York City, kill, let's say, 300 people, and every major media outlet and all the cell phone footage, the whole world basically doesn't know about it except for some like weird, hyper-specific like Telegram groups or something?
Sure.
Do you think
I think we just saw that this weekend. I mean, well, not obviously at that level, but I think we saw that there's cells being activated, and that there's no reason that we wouldn't expect that bigger cells could do the same thing.
Wait, I'm not. Again, maybe my mic sucks. You think in New York City, an Iranian missile in New York City, America, could kill hundreds of people, and it's not reported by any news outlets in the whole world?
No, sorry, I missed that last part. No, I don't think that's
right. That's what. So, but why? So that's what you'd have to believe that about Tel Aviv. So I guess you just think it's so much like some. I mean, they both have free internet. Everyone has cell phones. Like, what do you think would be the repression mechanism that something like that could possibly happen in Tel Aviv and no one knows about it?
I don't know.
Okay, well, yeah, that's kind of my point, I guess.
Okay, fair. But the
sort of stopping all internet traffic through their routers. They're not stopping anything like that. No.
I just think the notion of that can't happen in the fog of war is just, especially when we're talking about the Middle East, is weak. I mean, yeah, it's probably very unlikely, but to say that no, that can't be.
If we're talking Iran, I feel like you're like Tel Aviv is in Israel. Like Israel's an incredibly developed nation, Lutch. Like I feel like you're acting like Israel because in the Middle East it's like Gaza. I understand the fog of war in Gaza or in Lebanon stuff gets hazy, but Israel's like a modernized.
So there's no information that comes out of Tel Aviv that we can't trust.
I'm saying that to cover up something of a massive proportion like that.
Yeah, so that's an unfair question. Let me take that back. How much percentage of trust do you put in news coming out of Tel Aviv?
I mean, I feel like that's also a difficult question to answer because you could have the same thing about America. I don't trust a lot of like American news. Well, there you go. I would also say it is virtually but at the same time, it's virtually impossible to have a terrorist attack that kills hundreds in a major city in America and no one knows about it. And it just is all censored. That is like virtually impossible. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So two things can be true at once.
Fair enough. Angry AMT saying that because they can shut off all electronics for hours if they want. It worked in Venezuela, so technically it's possible. I think that's a little bit easier in Venezuela than Tel Aviv.
For a short period of time, but people have access to satellites. People have access to a lot of different ways of communicating. It's not just.
We'd also know that
that's why.
As well, right?
That's why I still have a ham radio. Booyah!
I don't even know.
I mean,
did I hear a niner in there?
To be fair, know how to use that. It's probably way more probable that it could happen, or way more possible that it could happen in some place like Tel Aviv versus New York City. But I think it's still of such a low probability that it's like I wouldn't pay attention to that.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And I mean, again, to just kick a dead horse, this is clearly not my strongest area. I'm not just playing devil's advocate. I'm trying to come forth in a good faith manner. But I'm gonna have blind spots, and I apologize for that.
I think it's a good topic. I mean, I think this is at what point do you know to trust something? At what point is something a conspiracy ends up being true? I think these are all valid points.
I think it's all thresholds. Like everybody has their own threshold for when they decide to trust someone.
All right, guys.
Love someone, or
I am
I think
out of
it
alcohol.
just comes down to thresholds, even with this.
So either I'm gonna go to bed.
It depends on the visibility.
Or let's get a $5 super chat
about something maybe
to keep it going. Up to you guys.
Up
to you guys. We're at 4:42.
Not highly visible.
I'll give you a good
and stuff like that.
I'll give you
I could see them
7 minutes. 7 minutes.
But to
$5.
say
We
that
keep
like
going.
a missile dropped.
Otherwise, this is a night.
Reports on it. it seems nearly impossible.
Fair enough.
Much harder. Much harder.
Yeah, my
And IJ, what I wanted to say to you, what I was trying to get at earlier is during this time period, we've had so many conspiracy theories. And the only reason I label it a conspiracy theory is because it came up with no real evidence other than it sounds like it could have happened, and it makes it into and they basically use a conspiracy to point out that this is why it could happen, right? That's typically how I see conspiracy theories. So that some of those theories ended up being true, I'm not, or at least true to some extent, I'm not surprised, right? If I threw out 1,000 conspiracy theories tomorrow, I bet at least some of them end up being true. It's just the question of, does that mean anything in this case? And I'm not sure if it really does.
Was that a specific question?
No, it was just a statement. That's what I was trying to get at.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Confluence sucks.
I agree with that.
Confluence
What
blows.
did I do?
Sucks blows.
Suckfluence.
True. You're not at the. You're not. Are you laying in bed or something? Is that what you're doing? Are you just taking a really long poop?
Yeah, he's laying down.
He's laying down in bed.
That's what this means. And
looking
now we
at
can
his
see it's
Playboy.
It's not TOS. Okay.
Wait a minute, is that Maryland?
No.
Yeah,
What are you
that's
talking about?
Oh
Maryland,
my
your house, dude?
God!
What
Damn.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Damn, Maryland's at your house, huh, bro?
I don't even see anything in that photo. I mean, I don't even think there's anything there. You guys are hallucinating.
It's underneath your pillow now.
Conspiracy theory.
Rewind the stream. Rewind the stream.
It's a conspiracy.
We've got evidence. We've got evidence. Rewind the stream.
Theory of a
Okay, I think I think
Maryland
the
K
hurricane thing's not
Ultra.
gonna happen.
What's that?
I think I'm safe.
Are you really though?
I'm pretty
Nobody's
sure.
safe.
Why is it? It went off the news.
Are you talking about the tornado? Are you talking about the
Yeah.
tornado? Is that what you? Oh yeah,
I'm
you're
pretty sure.
Yeah.
Chances of being hit by a tornado are incredibly low.
So
we've-
what were we
I've
talking about
driven
again?
through.
I was kind of out somewhere else.
All right. Did you have something to add to the conversation?
Disavow.
Well, I just don't know. I don't know what we're talking about.
You're talking about COVID conspiracies.
Start a new topic.
Yeah, a new topic.
Because I am kind of tapped out on the World War type stuff. So.
Yeah.
Well, I do have a
Anson,
question.
get on
I
the
do have a
fucking
question for
panel.
you, Indian Jesus, if you're willing to answer any questions related to
Anson
non-political
doesn't like me
things
when I'm on here.
or political things, but more technical.
Yeah, throw it at me.
Hey, Kirk.
What you got?
Hey, Kirk. How many tornadoes have you driven through?
None.
3.
I did 2.
Is your name actually Kirk?
Yes.
6 months to the day, guys. Well, to the day, not the date. Fuck, it's empty. God damn it.
So, are you knowledgeable about behavioral economics at all?
Is that for me?
What?
Behavioral economics?
my
In what context?
Like Austrian economics, like Hayek and like all that.
This is the most Kirk question fucking ever.
No.
Yeah.
Not really. I wouldn't be able to.
Wasn't we just talking about America?
Now we're talking about
It's
Austrian
not the most
economics.
current question. There
What
are,
the fuck happened?
there are more.
Or rather, Austrionomics.
He took the wheel and turned it
Can
hard
somebody
left.
explain to me something?
I guess, yeah. What is it you want to bring up about it?
Well, I'm curious. What's your perspective as a psychologist, or someone who studied psychology, rather? Sorry, as someone who studied psychology on Hayek's notion of the knowledge problem, which is the idea that human knowledge is fallible, and so you can't have central planning, which is effective because of the fact that the government can't have sufficient knowledge to effectively manage the economy.
That can be solved through AI, could it not?
Well, I think there's a
I'm gonna kill
differential
myself in
between.
Minecraft.
I think there's a differential there, Kirk, that you'll
Minecraft
discover
fluence?
over time, which is saying something is possible versus it happening. Like,
I think he's. He's saying it's not possible, right?
Yeah, I'm,
Right.
I'm a little
Well,
confused by
and-
the question. Can you simplify it? a little
Okay,
bit?
so the knowledge problem is the idea.
Oh, good. The tornado's back.
That the government can't have sufficient
Hi,
knowledge
Rage,
to
hi.
effectively manage the economy, and so knowledge should be distributed throughout the economy through free markets because the government can't have enough knowledge to effectively manage the economy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm
Do you think
definitely
that's-
for the free market.
Do you think that's supported by psychology?
And what I mean, yes,
I mean, it depends
yes,
on
in the
how
sense
crazy
that when you
psychobiologists
when you
you're
incentivize
talking
people for the
about.
right things, that will affect their behavior. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, like, do
Anson
you think
needs to get
that
on
free
the panel. He
markets
told me
will
to come on
incentivize
here, and he's
people
not
to
even
be
here.
more rational in their decision making by decentralizing knowledge?
Anson will do that. He said he'll do something for a goal, and then he'll disappear.
Does that make sense?
No, yeah. So I think what you're asking me is does the basics of the free market contain the psychological beats to keep things going? Is that essentially what you're asking me?
Basically.
Yeah, I think it absolutely shows that when people are incentivized to do X, Y, and Z, they are more likely to do X, Y, and Z. The more that there is a social net, and the easier it is to obtain, then people are less incentivized, and we find people are going to take the easiest route. If the easiest route is just filling out paperwork and getting money from daddy government, then people are going to do that. But if the easiest way is, well, you got to get a job and work up and do this and do that and do that, then well, people are going to do it.
Yeah, see, it's a little bit more complicated than that because it goes into probability theory and it goes into questions of like the problem of induction, but that's kind of it, but it's at such a level of abstraction, which I don't think my question was intended to be. But yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so what are you trying to get at with this question?
Well, it's more like the government decision making is so multivariable.
You muted.
And the economic decision making is so multivariable that the government can't have enough knowledge of the multivariable nature of the economy to effectively manage it.
Yeah. Do you disagree with that?
No, I agree with it, but I
Well-
was curious if psychological evidence supports that.
There's a differential there though that is important. It's like perfect versus make it excellent or do something good with it. Like,
Bro, I graduated
you
in
don't- you may
2012.
not
I don't know
necessarily
shit about
reach
this
a perfection
fucking
level, but if
textbook
that's where you're
shit. I don't
trying
know.
to take it, you'll most likely reach excellence in whatever it is you're trying to do in that field, right?
Yep.
Yeah, there's probably a
So-
threshold where if you stay within it, you will be fine.
I mean, you can simplify it. You can simplify
Sure.
it to
Well,
the
that's
to just
kind
like
of
a
the thing I
household.
was saying though is just that this is typically how they'll reframe something in that way, so that they're like, well, your argument doesn't really hold water then because this is just one small portion of that larger mass or whatever. It's not really approaching the context that we're having the conversation about.
Well,
So I'm just trying to understand what, like, is this an actual like trail went off the fucking rails into another country and then rejoined a track, or were you trying to tie this into the conversation we were already having?
not really.
I don't
mean,
think he knows the conversation we were having.
I don't know, but I am curious. So, would you say that human decision making being complex is a result of psychology? Like, do you think there's psychological evidence for that?
Again, I think the answer is yeah. But I mean, I graduated in 2012, and I only have a bachelor's, and I was high and on drugs most of the time. So I mean, as much as I probably have a better understanding of psychology than the average person, that I'm far from an expert, and so I have the basic understanding of how people think in general. And in general, if you increase barriers, or rather, if you make things, or if you take away barriers, then people are going to be happy with that, even if it's not the best thing for them individually or for society in general. And so based on what we know about economics and psychology, the closest to the free market seems to be the most ideal situation because it gives most people the individualized, decentralized incentive to do what is specifically right for them, as opposed to the government having one goal that may or may not align with, person A, person B, and all the way soon.
Definitely agree. And yeah, I really would like to study more psychology. Do you know of any resources that I should go to for studying psychology?
Hey, Kirk.
Nope.
Kirk.
Psychology is I would say whoever you've heard of in psychology, read them. Because there's a lot of good ideas in psychology, but the field itself, especially as it exists in terms of the people being therapists and doing clinical studies, it's ideologically broken. But the basis, like if you read Carl Jung, if you read Piaget, if you these will give you a good understanding of like how generally the human brain works. And then you can apply it to an economic situation and a violence or whatever other situation.
Kirk, you're interested in human action and understanding why people do the things that they do, so that you can better understand microeconomics. I get what you're trying to do, but I don't think that these people are the right people to give you the answers that you're looking for. Have you looked at the Mises Institute and going over to like Auburn University since you're 18 years old? And you could go to Auburn and visit them and do their scholars program, and they have programs specifically for college age kids. You don't sound like you're a retard, so you could probably go to Auburn and do the economics program there.
Yeah. Well, I live in Mississippi, not Alabama.
But that's a solvable problem, Kirk.
But is it really?
You can move.
No, because I live with my parents. I don't have enough money to have my own place.
So what do you do for work?
Well, right now I'm in school.
So get out of school.
You can get a part-time job
Yeah.
and then travel that way.
You're studying psychology? Or
Wait.
I'm studying
Hold on.
finance.
Okay, there you go. So
finance is a terrible degree to get.
Not as bad as psychology. But I mean, yeah, like it feels like at this point, obviously it sounds like if you're in school, then you're probably a Zoomer. Then there's so much information available that it's almost, I'm guessing because I went to college, but it seems like you're better off finding the right people to point you in the right direction. Where I was just like, oh, read Jung, read Piaget. You'll have a philosopher who say, oh, read this person or that person, or like I said, whoever you've heard about in psychology. That's what's going to most likely appeal to you. And then within reading that, you'll come up with other concepts that are referenced from other people. And you can read as much or as little as you want to understand the context of what you're using the psychology for. And, understanding psychology as a whole is not necessary to understand.
Yeah, well, most of my understanding of psychology comes from a fellow named, I don't know if you've heard of him. He's from Canada, named Jordan Peterson. And
well, it depends on what you mean by didn't know. We got a Hungry Dance. Are we really going to end on a Hungry Dance?
Young and a lot, and I think some of his views are kind of nuts. But even though I think some of his views are kind of nuts, he has some views which are correct.
Hey, Confluence! Look at that. Emmett got a haircut.
It's got to be a troll.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, do you know who Jordan Peterson is?
Well, it depends on what you mean by no.
Depends on what you know by no. Oh, damn it, Paige.
He's not exactly the most famous person ever.
He's like the second most famous person ever.
All right.
Most of my older friends haven't even heard of him.
Yeah. Do you hang out with retards?
Gay.
No, I hang out with most people who I know who are 50 or older don't know him.
They're probably gay.
By older, do you mean like, are they in nursing homes?
No, I don't hang out with people in nursing homes.
So who?
No.
Wait, what kind of names?
That sounded
what kind of names?
I don't know.
What kind of names of influencers or content creator or whatever? What people do they know?
I gotta be honest. I've seen the nurses in this one nursing home, and I can't wait to go there.
Who like Ben Shapiro is, or Dennis Prager, or maybe sometimes Michael Knowles or Matt Walsh, but like rarely. It's usually like.
How the fuck do they know about Matt Walsh and the Daily Wire and not know about Jordan Peterson?
Because it's mainstream.
Kirk, you're talking on StreamYards, okay? We're all like at least to some degree terminally online, so you know.
Oh yeah, I mean that's fair enough.
Speaking of which, my chat is being broke, and yet I have push-ups to do. So I pretty much tapped out my war knowledge here anyway.
Shit.
So I'm going to head out, but you
Good night.
guys,
Sorry.
07's IJ.
you guys have a good one. Until next time, we are out of here.
Confluence is also.
All right, guys. Thank you for hanging out. I could. Oh man. I wish I was the kind of person that could just be like, nobody's gonna notice that I'm not doing any push-ups. I wish I could be that person, but I am not. So. Oh Jesus! How do I do this? Oh, I can't repeat it. God damn. All right. So fuck. What are we at? 55 push-ups. 55 push-ups. All right, here we go. You paid me. You paid yourself. 55 push-ups. Who's the sponsor? No, Funk. I was going to say, who's the sponsor? If the sponsor lets me out. But of course, it is Funk Master General. All right, here we go. 55 fucking push-ups. I do not want this. AC's.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants to fire, a mic on this scorn. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of coming sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church to bring the faith. No idols, no illusions, no hollow endurance. Here to resurrect the second coming of coming sin. Woo! Boom, boom, boom. He stands at the fall of a world misled. Thinking truth from the wreckage, raising God from the dead. Every word is a weapon. Shaman declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord marches with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord of his dead. On his power and through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, tripping keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of coming sin.
That's 55. Let's fucking go. Just in case you guys never seen, because it's very likely. It's very likely. There you go. There we go. Gang, 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 gang. That's what we're talking about. This guy will probably never get another chance. Oh shit. You see this tattoo? And then we'll show you here. It's on the back of my thigh. And this is what I use. Because I don't know if you saw my community tab post, but my tattoo artist did not want to do the Trump Hindu guy tattoo thing. He was like, oh, I don't know. It sounds like you're going to cover that up. I'm like, bitch, you did this on me. There you go. It's a tie-dye smiley face. The tie-dye smiley face with an active tab. And then on the other side is it's the chemical compound. LSD. And LSD all day and all night. That's all right. That's all right. If you can't do 55, you do 40. If you can't do 40, you got 35. There you go. That's for the real ones. The real ones. All right, guys. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know I love you guys to the end of the earth. I know you could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, we've got all the donos. Thank you. And of course, our boy Guam Tech. Okay, so did I mess that up? Oh boy, I am ready to go to bed. Guys, thank you. What's today? Today is Wednesday. So I have a late client tomorrow. My plan is to do a roll up and chill. But I'm not promising. So make sure you're subscribed, make sure you hit the bell, make sure you're in Discord, and make sure you know. Because if you don't know, now you know. All right, guys. Thank you so very, very much. Until next time, once again, we have Morty the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys. We gotta start doing cardio next. God damn. We are out of here. Peace.